Abigail says he's dying, Dutch. We'll have to stop someplace.
Okay. Arthur's out looking. I sent him up ahead.
If we don't stop soon, we'll all be dying. This weather, it's May. I'm just hoping the law got as lost as we did.
There. Arthur! Any luck?
I found a place where we can get some shelter. Let Davy rest while he... You know. An old mining town. Abandoned. It ain't far. Come on. Come on! Yeah!
The year is 1899. The age of outlaws and gunslingers is nearing its end. America is becoming a land of laws and the remaining gangs are being hunted down and destroyed. After a failed robbery in Blackwater, the Vanderlyn gang flees into the Grizzly Mountains, desperately trying to outrun the law. This isn't anything new for them. It comes with the life of being an outlaw after all. But this time it's different. They fucked up, and fucked up badly. What was supposed to be a simple ferry robbery spiraled into disaster. The local authorities and the Pinkerton Detective Agency were on them almost immediately. Almost as if they'd walked straight into a trap. Civilians and gang members alike were killed. Others remained missing. And despite getting off the ferry with the money, the heat forced them to abandon it in town and flee. The heist would go down in infamy as the Blackwater Massacre, an event shrouded in mystery and still whispered about over a decade later. It marked the beginning of the Vanderlyn gang's decline, and ultimately its destruction. Chased by every lawman and bounty hunter from here to California, the group faces another setback when they're caught in a blizzard. The treacherous weather forces them to take shelter in an abandoned mining town, but it's too late for Davy Colander, who succumbs to the injuries he suffered during the Blackwater job. Ever the leader, Dutch does his best to keep everyone's spirits up, reassuring them they'll be long gone before the law catches up, as long as they stick together. Before they arrived, Dutch sent 2 members of the gang, Micah and John, up ahead to scout the area. Now Dutch rides out with Arthur to look for him and gather supplies. Braving the howling snow and winds, it doesn't take long to find Micah. He's come across a lone farmhouse filled with people partying inside. But there's no sign of John. He hasn't been seen since the storm hit. At the farmhouse, Dutch tries to charm the occupants, hoping to get some supplies. Meanwhile, Arthur and Micah hang back to avoid overwhelming the strangers. It doesn't take long for them to stumble upon a fresh body hidden in a wagon. Something is off here. Inside the house, several men start to take positions to attack Dutch. A shootout breaks out, and it quickly becomes clear who these men are. The O'Driscoll boys, a brutal gang led by Dutch's sworn enemy, Colm O'Driscoll. After clearing out the farmhouse, Dutch and Arthur interrogate a surviving O'Driscoll in the barn. The man reveals that Colm and the rest of his gang are planning a train heist, and are holed up south in a mining camp by the lake. While raiding the farmhouse for supplies, Micah finds a terrified woman hiding inside. At first, he mistakes her for one of the O'Driscolls, but Dutch quickly realizes she was their captive. Micah's screwing around causes a lantern to fall and shatter, starting a fire as Dutch rushes to calm the woman down, assuring her that she's safe now. Her name is Sadie Adler. The dead man outside was her husband Jake, and the two of them were living a peaceful life here until the O'Driscolls arrived days ago and turned their home into a nightmare. The Vanderlyn gang takes Sadie with them, as her home and old life are engulfed in flames. Welcome to Red Dead Redemption 2. Confusingly, despite being called Red Dead Redemption 2, this game is actually a prequel set 12 years before the events of the first game. This time around, we step into the boots of Arthur Morgan, a founding member of the Vanderlyn gang, and surrogate older brother to Red Dead Redemption 1's lead, John Marston. Contrasting the John we see in the first game, a man trying to make up for his mistakes and become a better person for the sake of others, Arthur Morgan is a cold, brooding outlaw who doesn't shy away from violence and rarely loses any sleep over it. At his worst, he can be a ruthless asshole to both friendly strangers and enemies alike. Around those he trusts and considers family, though, Arthur is considerably more chill. He's not above cracking some jokes, being sarcastic, or showing a more caring demeanor, especially to the younger gang members like Lenny, or to John's young son, Jack. Despite his violent nature, Arthur lives by his own moral code. He doesn't believe in unnecessary killing, especially if it risks the safety of people he cares about. Dutch taught him that revenge is a pointless pursuit, and Arthur views violence as something cold, calculated, and never for personal enjoyment. Arthur is fully aware and admits he's not a good man, but he justifies his actions because he truly believes in the Vanderlyn gang's philosophy. Losing his mother at an early age, the young Arthur would be raised by his outlaw father until he died too. Despite their strained relationship and stating that his father's death didn't come soon enough, Arthur still carries a photo of his old man and continues to wear his hat. Described as an unruly delinquent in his youth, he would be taken in by Hosea Matthews and Dutch Vanderlyn. Serving as surrogate fathers for Arthur, they taught him how to read, write, fight, and most importantly, how to survive in an unforgiving world. Becoming their first protege, Arthur would also embrace Dutch's philosophy of freedom, and rebelling against the laws imposed by the modernization sweeping across America. Beneath his rough exterior, he's actually sharp, cunning, and more self-aware than most, which allows him to keep a cool head under pressure. It also causes those who dismiss him as an idiot outlaw to underestimate what he's capable of. There's more I'd love to discuss about Arthur's character and how he changes, but I'll touch on those points as things happen in the story. On the topic of idiot outlaws, John is still missing.
Hello, Arthur.
Abigail?
Arthur, how you doing?
Just fine, Abigail. And you?
I need you to... I'm sorry to ask, but...
It's little John. He's got himself caught into a scrape again.
He ain't been seen in two days.
Your John will be fine. I mean, he may be as dumb as rocks and as dull as rusted iron, but that ain't changing because he got caught in some snowstorm.
Please go take a look. Javier?
Yes.
Javier, will you ride out with Arthur to take a look for John? You're the two best fit men we've got.
Now?
We're pretty worried about him.
I know. If the situation were reversed, he'd look for me.
Like Arthur, John was brought into the gang at a young age after Dutch saved him from being lynched. Over the years, the two grew close, becoming Dutch's favorite sons and proteges. One of the things I love about Arthur and John's relationship is how the game perfectly captures the mix of love and animosity that comes with being brothers. If you've grown up with siblings, especially younger ones, you know it's not all sunshine and rainbows. You'll fight over everything, and it's easy to grow resentful if you think your parents favor your sibling. And it doesn't matter if it's true. As a kid, if you see your parents going easy on your little brother or sister, or you were constantly being told to help them, you start to believe they have a favorite. For Arthur, though, that favoritism isn't just in his head. John is Dutch's favorite. Even the other gang members notice it too. Some might argue Dutch uses his favoritism to manipulate the others, pushing them to work harder to earn his approval. But for now, I'll treat it as genuine. While the game doesn't dive too deep into their childhood, Arthur's outburst at Abigail makes it clear that his resentment of John has been simmering for years. What really drove a wedge between them, though, was John's decision to leave the gang after Jack was born. He disappeared for a year, abandoning Abigail and Jack, leaving the rest of the gang to care for them. When John returned, Dutch, Hosea, and most of the gang welcomed him back with open arms, as if nothing had happened. Arthur, understandably, was and still is pissed off about it. He points out that if anyone else had done what John did, they wouldn't have been invited back. This only deepened his belief that John enjoyed unfair favoritism. But as the story progresses, we see hints that Arthur's anger may come from a deeper, more personal place. A realization brought to light in a late game discussion. Moving things along, Arthur and Javier will eventually stumble upon John after following his trail up a mountain. And despite being alive, an encounter with a pack of wolves has left him in rough shape. But at least he has some cool facial scars now.
That's quite a scratch you got there.
Never thought I'd say this, but it's good to see you, Arthur Morgan.
You don't look so good.
I don't feel too good, neither. I'm freezing.
Don't die just yet, cowboy.
on, compadre.
Finishing off the wolves who fucked up his face, we'll rescue John and bring him back to the camp to recuperate from his injuries. You know, despite the opening chapter of Red Dead Redemption 2's reputation for being rather slow, something I used to agree with, I realized during this recent playthrough that it wasn't that bad. Sure, the long cinematics and forced tutorials can slow down the pacing, but there's only a handful of missions in Colter, and it could be finished in like an hour and a half, maybe faster. To maintain that pacing, I'm going to avoid my usual discussions about game mechanics and more character introductions until we're out of the snow. After several days stuck in the cold, the gang is starting to run low on food. Pearson, the gang's butcher and cook, will send Arthur to do some hunting with the assistance of a newer member of the Vanderlyn gang, Charles Smith. The following mission has Dutch mobilize the boys to head to the mining camp where Colm O'Driscoll and the rest of his men are staying. Arthur questions if it's wise to get revenge on Colm right now, but Dutch assures him that it's not just about revenge. He just wants to steal the O'Driscoll's equipment so they can rob the train they were planning to rob. Killing Colm would just be a nice little bonus. Arthur isn't entirely convinced, and advises Dutch that sooner or later he's going to need to bury this feud with Colm O'Driscoll. Dutch agrees, but the feud ends when Colm is dead. There'll never be a truce, or an agreement to let bygones be bygones. Any chance for forgiveness disappeared after Colm killed the love of Dutch's life, Annabelle, which Colm did in retaliation for Dutch killing his brother. Like I said, I'm going to keep things brief for now, but this mission is our first indication about how Dutch is set in his ways, refuses to accept the consequences of his actions, and more importantly, how he isn't a fan of Arthur or anyone else doubting him in the slightest. Eventually, the group reaches the mining camp, but misses their chance to send Colm O'Driscoll off to hell to meet his brother. So they make do with killing the men still there and robbing them for their explosives. And despite what I said before, I think now's a good time to knock out a quick overview about shooting, firearms, and Deadeye. Mostly because I go over way too much in Chapter 2 and want to make it less bloated. First up, shooting in general. Compared to the first game, it feels weightier and slower, which isn't a negative and adds some realism to using these old-timey firearms. I'd say it plays similar to Max Payne 3's shooting as opposed to the shooting in GTA 5. Shootouts are considerably more brutal too, as depending on what weapon you use, what ammunition you have, and how close to an enemy you are, you'll leave some serious damage on the poor bastards you kill, blowing off entire limbs or just straight up annihilating their heads, with slow motion shots occasionally showcasing all the gory details. Fire bottles and dynamite will be just as, if not more devastating to anyone caught in range. Really hope Rockstar keeps the brutality for GTA 6. There's weapon customization now too, with visual upgrades like new metals, woods, varnishings, and engravings, to performance upgrades like new barrels, grips, sights, and scopes. Though there are a few unique weapons that can't be customized at all. There's also a selection of different ammunition types you can buy or craft to improve accuracy, range, or damage. Tied to each firearm, there's a new stat called Familiarity, which increases the more a gun is used, improving its accuracy and the reload speed of the weapon. Though the game also introduces weapon degradation, which will lower your gun's performance. So you need to regularly clean it at a gunsmith or use gun oil. For some reason, I remember this being more annoying than it actually is, but I never noticed a tangible drop in power and accuracy if I let a gun degrade too much this time around. Probably doesn't help that I was spamming Deadeye whenever I could, which brings us to the topic of Deadeye. Not much has changed since the first game. Activate it to slow down time and make lining up your shots easier. Level 1 will let you move the cursor to auto-target spots on enemies. Level 2 lets you manually mark targets. Level 3 lets you stay in Deadeye mode after firing shots without marking targets. Level 4 shows you the vital organs of enemies, specifically the brain and heart. And finally, Level 5 shows the critical organs of enemies, specifically their lungs and stomach. The last two levels sound pointless, but have more to do with hunting, where you have to kill an animal in a specific way to avoid damaging their pelt, but I'll get to that later. Honestly, with the abundance of food and tonics you can chug to replenish the Deadeye meter, plus the fact you can level it up even more to increase its duration, and the bonus abilities you can unlock by completing certain challenges, Deadeye becomes insanely broken in Red Dead Redemption 2, though Arthur can still be a bit squishy in the early game, so you can get dropped fast if you're careless and try to spam Deadeye without using cover. On the way back to camp, the gang stumbles upon and captures a lone O'Driscoll boy by the name of Kieran Duffy. Despite his pleas that he doesn't know a thing about Colm's plans, or where he went, Dutch decides to keep him prisoner and starve him till he decides to give up what he does know. Which won't be until several hours into Chapter 2. After several days, the weather has finally let up, and the snow is beginning to thaw. The Vanderlyn gang can finally get going and search for somewhere out east to set up a new camp. Before they do, Dutch wants to go after the train the O'Driscolls were planning to rob. Hosea protests that it's too risky right now, and that they should stick to their plan of lying low until they can head back west. However, with the majority of their funds left behind in Blackwater, Dutch insists they'll need money for their plan to work. Hosea backs off, but warns Dutch to be careful. The train they're going to hit belongs to Leviticus Cornwall, a very rich and powerful railway magnate, sugar dealer, and oil man. He's also one of several secondary antagonists we'll be dealing with for a good chunk of the game. Heading out to hit the train, Arthur will assist Bill in setting the explosives and wiring them to the detonator. Their heist immediately hits a snag when the dynamite fails to blow, either because of bad equipment or Bill's incompetence. Forced to improvise, the gang will race to hop onto the train as it passes, with only Arthur and Lenny being successful. The pair will take out the guards on board, along with the conductor, before forcing the train to stop. The rest of the gang arrive to assist in clearing out more guards, before Dutch forces the remaining guards into surrendering, which he accomplishes by blowing open the armored car they were trying to hide in. Raiding the train car for anything valuable, the gang hits pay dirt after Arthur finds some bearer bonds. The heist is a success. Arthur will be left to decide the fate of the remaining train guards before he rides back to camp to join the others. The gang having packed up all their things, they begin their descent down the mountains towards Horseshoe Overlook, a secluded area just outside the small town of Valentine. Once they arrive and begin to set up camp, Dutch will gather everyone around and remind them that while they are safe now, everyone needs to earn their keep. Hosea chimes in that they should all avoid trouble, and to stick to their story of being drifting workers recently laid off after the factory up north was closed. Chapter 1 comes to an end as Dutch reminds everyone to donate and kick up a percentage of whatever score each gang member earns.
Got off the mountain, rode east into some pretty enough country called the Heartlands. Ain't been this far east in many a year. Dutch seems a little better. His eyes are sparkling once more, and I can see he's thinking a little clearer. I think we all feel a little happier, in spite of Blackwater and that whole mess.
Alrighty, so Red Dead Redemption 2 introduces a lot, and I mean a lot of new mechanics during Chapter 2. To avoid turning this into like 30 minutes straight of me discussing every new mechanic, I'm going to spread things out as best as I can while discussing missions at the same time. Ditto for introducing and discussing all the members of the Vanderlyn gang. And as a heads up, I'm going to be casually spoiling everything in Red Dead Redemption 2 and the original game too. First off is the stat management and light RPG elements introduced in the game. Red Dead 2 introduces a core system to manage Arthur's health, stamina, and Deadeye. Your horse has cores too, minus Deadeye, since, you know, horses can't use guns. Yet. Each core has two parts. The bar around the core shows your current health, stamina, or Deadeye level, while the core itself works as a reserve. For example, Arthur will die if both his health bar and health core are completely drained. Cores drain over time, and how full they are affects how quickly your health and stamina refill. Things like not eating enough or wearing the wrong clothes for the weather will drain them faster. Deadeye, however, doesn't refill passively. You'll need to replenish it by killing enemies, landing headshots, smoking, or drinking tonics and booze. The same goes for boosting your health and stamina if you're in a pinch. Thankfully, managing your cores is easy. It's less like the survival mechanics in some games, and more like GTA San Andreas, where you had to feed CJ occasionally so he didn't lose weight and eventually start losing health. A good night's sleep will refill all of Arthur's cores instantly, and there's usually so much food and tonics around that it's rarely a problem unless you're in constant shootouts, or swimming too much. Plus, you earn experience to level up your max health, stamina, and Deadeye, so you'll rely on your cores less as the game goes on. Overall, I like the core system. It makes eating, cooking, and hunting feel meaningful without being overly intrusive or punishing, unlike hardcore survival games. That said, if you're into that kind of challenge, there are mods that crank up the difficulty for a more authentic survival experience. My one issue? The clothing for weather mechanic feels a bit tacked on. It's hard to shake the feeling that Rockstar saw Breath of the Wild do something similar a year earlier, and decided they needed it too. In Breath of the Wild, you're forced to deal with harsh weather early on in the Great Plateau, and certain other locations, without access to proper gear. So you have to use bonfires or food to stay warm. In Red Dead 2 though, you're handed the right clothing from the start, and as long as you toss some extra outfits on your horse before heading out, it's a complete non-issue. I feel like this mechanic was more about leaning into the game's realism than actually challenging the player. The next big mechanic introduced is the gang's camp. At the heart of the camp is Arthur's tent, where you can change clothes, manage your weapon locker, shave, and catch some Z's to restore Arthur's cores, or just to advance time. As the story proceeds, Arthur will occasionally place some items at his tent to look at, or receive letters from certain characters he's met. Beyond Arthur's tent, the camp offers plenty of resources to keep you and the gang running smoothly. If you're running low on health supplies, you can visit Strauss's wagon to pick up tonics. For ammunition, there's a designated ammo station where you can replenish your stock. And when you're feeling hungry, Pearson has you covered. He turns donated pellets and meat into provisions that you can carry in your satchel, or stew for the whole gang. You can grab a free meal and some coffee at the stew pot, which helps refill your cores. Though stew won't be ready until after 12 PM. Pearson's role doesn't stop at cooking though. The items you donate also contribute to camp upgrades and provisions, keeping everyone well fed and supported. Camp life isn't all chores and survival though. When other gang members are around, you can chat them up to see how they're doing, or they may ask Arthur to play minigames like 5-finger fillet, dominoes, or poker, or they may ask him to bring back a specific item next time he's in town. You're also expected to do your part by donating loot and cash to the camp fund. Every time you donate, Arthur's honor will also increase, so if you get a little carried away in your outlaw activities and say gun down an entire town, you can go back to being seen as a good little cowpoke after a few donations. The donations isn't just for Dutch's GoFundMe to get to Tahiti, and is used to upgrade the camp too. After completing Strauss's first deck collecting mission, which I'll discuss in a few, you'll unlock the Ledger, which lets you upgrade different parts of your camp to make life easier for you and the gang. You can improve the resupply options for the medicine, provisions, and ammunition wagons, increasing the variety and quality of what's offered. You can also skip a trip to town and pay to restock your supplies from the Ledger. Next, you can upgrade Dutch's tent for $220. This boosts the gang's morale. Somehow. I mean, if I saw that my leader had a nice tent because of Arthur's hard work, while I slept on a sack in the rain, I'm not so sure I'd be inspired to work harder, but whatever. This does get the others to donate more money and supplies though. More importantly, you'll now be able to buy the map upgrade for Arthur's tent for $325 that unlocks the most important feature of the game, fast travel.
Excuse me, officer?
Shut up. I don't want to hear anything about Man-Bear Pig and how we're all doomed.
No, it's not that. It's just... I noticed you're still riding your horse all the way back to camp.
Yeah, trains and stagecoaches don't go to my camp.
No, they don't, but you can use cinematic mode to make it easier on yourself.
Oh my god, I remember when this game first dropped and every question on every message board was asking if the game had real fast travel. All everyone would respond during those first few days is that stagecoaches, trains, and cinematic mode were your only options. Maybe I'm too used to how nowadays everything about a game will be discovered like a few hours after it's released, or even before it's released. But back then, I must have been like 15 hours deep into Red Dead 2, before I learned about the map upgrade. Probably doesn't help that the cost to unlock and pay for it is pretty steep this early in the game. So you'd basically have to hunt for treasure or hit up the locations that contain a gold bar in order to earn the funds to pay for it faster. But once you do, the game moves so much faster, as not only can you fast travel back to any settlements you visited, but instantly return back to the main gang camp when you set up a small camp out in the wilderness. The final page of the ledger has a couple more upgrades, but I'll circle back to those a little later. Also, I should point out that all these services at your camp can also be done in most towns, but I find it more convenient to have all these options grouped together in one place, and it encourages you to come back to the gang camp often, though there are exclusive services and unlocks that can only be purchased from towns. Overall, I love the gang camp mechanic and upgrades, as it ties into the themes of the story and rewards you for putting the needs of the gang above yourself. That, and there's tons of optional conversations you can have with your companions, or conversations and arguments they can get into with each other. I really threw myself into engaging with everyone when I could this time around, as I discovered so much more compared to my original playthrough. Now imagine just laying about, doing nothing, while everyone else is working so hard. Like this lazy sack of shit here.
Ow! Oh, oh! Careful not to work yourself to death there, Uncle.
I was thinking.
Yeah, does it pay well?
Oh, eventually.
So, while the rest of us are busy stealing, killing, lying, fighting to try to survive, you get to think all day.
Well, it's a strange world we live in, Arthur Morgan.
Do you want to head into town? See if we can find anything out?
Sure, I got some errands to run.
Great. Go check the horses are ready.
If you gonna take the old man into town, you can take us too?
Well, what you got planned?
Nothing. We'll find something for y'all to do. We always do.
We're bored out of our minds. Been cooped up here for 2 weeks now. Karen's about ready to murder Grimshaw.
Well, can Miss Grimshaw spare you?
Can Miss Grimshaw spare you? What's happened to you, Arthur? 3 young, healthy women want you to take them a robbing. You're worried about house chores. Let's go.
Fellas, I know what you're all thinking. Damn, Karen can get it. But Fuzzy, what about Mary Beth? Whoa, a lady that fine, you gotta romance first. And pray you are worthy of her love and attention. With the girls tagging along to Valentine, now's a good time to knock out some character introductions. First off is this old sack of shit sat beside Arthur, Uncle. No relation. A lazy drunkard with a terminal case of lumbago. I honestly don't get why Uncle was allowed to join the gang, or stick around this long, given how little he actually contributes. Sure, he occasionally brings info about a job, but he rarely joins the heist, and most of his leads are bad anyway. Despite being pretty useless, Uncle is a good-natured old man, who gets along with everyone, and is surprisingly one of the few people who sees through Dutch's schemes. If you return to camp at the right time, you can even catch him calling Dutch out. Uncle is more wise and capable than he lets on, but you don't really see that until much later in the story. Next up is the full-figured belle, Karen Jones. Her appearance, acting chops, and ability to spin a tale has made Karen a gifted scammer, who can pull one over on any fool who falls for her charms. She has no problems getting violent either, and will happily join the boys in shootouts when invited. Though Karen has a bit of a weakness for the bottle, one that only gets progressively worse as the game goes on. Next we got Tilly Jackson. Becoming an outlaw at a young age, she used to run with another gang called the Foreman Brothers, though only because they kidnapped her and she abandoned them after killing one of their own, Malcolm Foreman. Tilly would eventually run into Dutch, who took her in, raised her, and taught her how to read and write. Like others in the gang, she sees him as a surrogate father, and remains loyal to him despite his problems. Tilly will also lend Arthur an ear whenever he needs to talk about what's bothering him. Unfortunately, she kinda ends up fading into the background for a good chunk of the story, since only a handful of missions have her involved. And finally, this vision of beauty is Mary Beth Gaskill. A gifted pickpocket with a love of reading, she's a genuinely caring and good-natured girl. Like Tilly, Mary Beth will offer to listen to Arthur's problems, and is the only person in the gang who treats Kieran Duffy with any decency when they keep him captive. Unfortunately, like Tilly, she isn't involved in many missions. She avoids completely fading into the background due to the occasional moments of ship tease she'll have with Arthur and Kieran. Oh, and because Dutch might have a thing for her, which his current girl Molly will occasionally call him out for, or pick a fight with the other girls over. Not like I can blame Dutch though, but I'll leave that alone for now, as it seems that feller up ahead has gone and lost his horse.
Is one of you gonna get that fella's horse?
Well, I got lumbago. It's very serious. All right, I'll see what's going on. Lumbago, really?
Time for a quick discussion about the honor system. Do good things, your honor goes up. Do bad things, it goes down. If you're a good cowpoke, you'll earn bigger discounts at stores, but if you're a no good outlaw, instead you'll get better loot off the people you murder. Where Arthur's morality lands will affect how he speaks to others, their opinion of him and how they'll reply, and it also changes a few things in the story I can't talk about yet. It's whatever, honestly. Outside of the Mass Effect series maybe, I find most morality systems to be too simple. Role-playing as an asshole just so I can see some different dialogue, or unlock the evil outfit is never worth it for me. Give me a non-canon evil path where Arthur kills Dutch, takes over the gang, and some distant one-off epilogue mission where John chases after an old Arthur at the end of Red Dead 1. Oh, and Bill and Javier get replaced by Lenny and Charles. Then I'd be all over that shit. Arriving in the quaint town of Valentine, the girls will look around for some leads and easy marks. Meanwhile, Arthur and Uncle hit up the general store for some booze and smokes. The love of my life, Mary Beth, will return first, with a heist opportunity about a train full of rich folks the gang can hit. Arthur will look around for the other ladies when there are no-shows, and soon find someone harassing Tilly. Arthur stares him down and sends him packing with some stern words.
Get the hell off of her, you son of a bitch!
Hey, take it easy. There's no problem here. I ain't doing this with you right now.
Yeah, that's right. Walk away, bitch. Karen is also dealing with a dumb fool who can't keep his hands to himself, so I choked the life out of him. While banged up a bit, she's fine, and did manage to get some info about the town's bank. Alrighty, time to go home and avoid any more trouble.
That guy over there looking at us.
Weren't you in Blackwater a few weeks back?
Me? No, sir. Ain't from there.
Oh, you were. Well, I definitely saw you with a bunch of fellers.
Me? No. Impossible. Listen, buddy, come here for a minute.
I saw you.
Come here.
Come on, get!
Son of a bitch. Chasing down Jimmy Brooks and saving him from dying, he learns the importance of shutting up and minding your own damn business. He also gives us a really nifty pen. Alright now, I'm gonna stay out of trouble and just enjoy a nice drink with my boys Javier and Charles. Hey, has anyone seen Bill?
Hey! There he is!
Watch where you're going! Take it easy,
Are you about to kiss that guy or punch him?
Oh, and we have our answer!
Come here, you!
God damn it. Now's as good a time as any to talk about the game's melee combat. It's basically a simpler, clunkier version of GTA 5's system. You can punch, block, counter, dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Sometimes you can tackle an enemy to the ground to either beat their face in or choke them out, but that's about it. Honestly, I hate getting thrown into fistfights. They always seem to drag on forever, or I end up using melee by accident when I meant to do something else. It didn't help that I forgot the keyboard controls for melee for like half the game either. The bar brawl spills out into the street and Arthur will go mano a mano with this big bastard named Tommy. While struggling at first, Arthur does turn it around, but some random guy will step in to stop him from killing Tommy. We're then graced by the presence of Dutch and an associate of the gang, Josiah Trelawney. I say associate and not member, as he's constantly coming and going and disappearing for months on end. Later we learned that Trelawney has a wife and kids in Saint Denis, which likely explains why he's allowed to come and go. He's probably visiting them. He also consistently delivers reliable information, which is why he's here now. After a recent trip to Blackwater, he discovered that Sean McGuire is still alive, but has been captured by bounty hunters who are preparing to move him. Dutch sends Charles, Javier, and Trelawney to gather more intel, and asks Arthur to join them when he's ready. As for Bill, well, he doesn't get to go. Sean can wait for now, as Arthur is going on a hunting trip with his other dad, Hosea.
Hosea?
You want to go hunting?
What are you hunting? An elephant?
I wish. No, I saw a huge bear. One of the biggest I ever saw. I reckon nearly 1,000 pounds.
Hosea first met Dutch around a campfire outside Chicago. Both men tried to con and rob each other, but instead of fighting it out, they became friends and decided to team up. That partnership led to the birth of the Vanderlyn gang. Smart and level-headed, Hosea serves as Dutch's right-hand man and trusted advisor. He's always trying to rein in Dutch's impulsiveness, focusing on safer, low-risk plans that avoid unnecessary violence and keep the gang out of trouble. And while Hosea is usually a calm and patient man, he does have his limits, and he won't hesitate to pull a gun on an idiot giving him trouble, as the dumbass who tried to rob him found out the hard way when Hosea killed him and took his horse. Same applies to our companions, as he'll pull out his gun on a drunk Bill in an optional encounter.
Excuse me. I've excused you quite enough. Don't sleep it off, you drunk. Is that clear? Okay!
Oof, I never realized Hosea could get that angry. It kinda legit scares me. Having lost his wife Bessie a few years back, and currently battling an unspecified illness, Hosea knows his time is limited. He dreams of the gang finding a better life before he's gone, one where they can avoid more loss and violence. His caring nature and clear head make him the go-to for advice among the more level-headed members of the gang, often outshining Dutch in that regard. It's clear that Arthur takes after Hosea more than Dutch, and Hosea is closest to Arthur out of all the gang's younger members, though he can't help but bust Arthur's balls every now and then, frequently treating him like he's dumb muscle when they work a job together. I like Hosea and his dynamic with most of the gang. It makes missions with him involved pretty fun, if only just for his dialogue and attempts to scam others. Before we can go hunting for that giant bear Hosea mentioned, he wants to unload the horse he stole earlier. So let's talk about the new horse mechanics. In the first game, everything about horses was pretty simple. You could whistle to call it, buy one in town, or catch a wild one. It could die if it took too much damage, and its stamina improved as it bonded with John. Outside of a few breeds being faster or having more stamina, you didn't really need to go out of your way to find a specific horse. You could just use whatever you had. In Red Dead Redemption 2, most of that still applies, but with some tweaks. On the plus side, you can keep more than one horse now. Your main horse carries your saddle and supplies, while the others are stored in a stable. You can also sell horses you capture for a bit of extra cash. Customization is another neat feature. You can change your horse's saddle, style its tail, and more. Like Arthur, you'll need to take care of your horse by feeding it and brushing its coat regularly. or taking it for a swim. As your bond with your horse grows, it gains stamina and unlocks new abilities, like galloping in place or drifting around turns, but not all the changes are improvements. For example, whistling for your horse won't magically spawn it nearby anymore. You'll need to be within a certain distance for it to hear you. So if you leave it on the other side of the map, you'll have to hoof it back to retrieve it. Thankfully, it will follow you if you use fast travel like coaches and trains, or are required to leave it somewhere during missions. Oh, and I might as well throw this in, but while riding a horse or wagon, you can turn on cinematic mode. Basically working like an autopilot. During missions or when you set a waypoint on the map, your horse will move on its own towards your destination, or follow whoever you're doing a mission with, while the camera shifts between different cinematic camera angles, hence the name. I love this feature, as it makes boring sections where you're just following and talking to a mission NPC more bearable, since you don't have to keep your finger on the movement key or analog stick. It also made note-taking considerably easier. The only real downside is that outside of missions, the world around you doesn't stop moving, which means you can still be attacked by animals or bandits while it's active. So you can't just turn on autopilot and run off to take a piss, as it's very likely you'll come back to find Arthur ambushed and getting killed by the O'Driscolls or whoever. But once you've explored most of the map and unlocked fast travel, you won't have a need to use cinematic mode outside of missions. Finally, and the most frustrating thing about your horse, is that you need to be near it to set your weapon loadout, and said loadout doesn't stay safe for long, so it's extremely likely during a mission that you'll forget to equip your better guns after getting off your horse, and end up only using your pistols and throwables. Like, I can forgive the game not letting you wield your entire arsenal at once like GTA, or limiting you to using a specific weapon during a mission, but it's a pain in the ass to be on top of equipping a repeater, rifle, or shotgun every other time you get off your horse. While eventually, after like 30 hours, I remember to always choose my weapon loadout, it's still baffling Rockstar thought this was a good idea. After leaving Valentine, Hosea, and Arthur head north back towards the mountains, the pair deciding to stop and camp for the night before continuing their hunt. And I forgot how many tutorials are introduced in this one mission, as I now need to discuss the cooking and crafting mechanics. So one of my bigger complaints about the first Red Dead Redemption is that herb gathering and hunting animals felt lackluster, as they just existed as other means to make money. The Undead Nightmare DLC expanded on herb gathering at least, as you could use it to craft throwables and special ammunition types. This game expands both by tying them into cooking and crafting. Using recipes you buy or discover, you can use herbs to craft tonics, throwables, and special ammunition. Using the meat you buy from butchers in towns or from animals you killed, you can cook yourself a hearty meal over a campfire or grill, which will restore your cores by a certain amount depending on what type of meat is used and if you season it with an herb. Now, there's a little more work involved when it comes to hunting. First, you need to study an animal. By focusing on your target long enough while it's unaware, you'll see a ranking beside it, either poor, good, or pristine. Study enough members of that particular species and you'll be able to tell their rank at a glance. Their ranking determines the quality of the pelt they can drop when skinned, either poor, good, or perfect. Said pelts can be sold for money, but the better pelts can also be used for crafting clothing or satchels that increase your inventory size when brought to a trapper or Pearson back at camp. Though you need to buy the leatherworking tools from the ledger before Pearson can craft you anything. However, killing a pristine animal doesn't guarantee a perfect pelt, as you have to get a clean kill on your prey using the right weapon or ammunition. Thankfully, just studying an animal will tell you what to use and where to aim on it in order to get that clean kill. Those rules don't apply to legendary animals, as demonstrating during this mission when Hosea and Arthur arrive where the legendary bear was last spotted. Activating Eagle Vision, /detective mode, /your Witcher senses, Arthur can spot herbs, spot tracks left by animals or people, and find clues a legendary animal is nearby, which is usually just some of their fur or recent droppings. You have to find and follow 3 of those clues for a legendary animal to spawn, and you can use bait that you buy or craft to lead them to you, as demonstrated by Arthur and Hosea.
Give me a hand here. Got your knife? Shit. Easy. No, it's too close.
Anytime you hunt a legendary predator, you'll have a fight on your hands and want to unload your best weapons into it before they tear Arthur to pieces. Unfortunately, we don't get to take out the legendary bear now, but we can come back for him later. Outside of using their pellets for crafting clothing, we can use the other body parts we loot from legendary animals to craft and buy trinkets or talismans from fences. These accessories give Arthur a perk like increasing the amount of health, stamina, or Deadeye experience he earns, increase how much booze he can handle, decrease how fast his core is drained, and more. While hunting pristine animals for perfect pelts can be a tad annoying, and hunting legendary animals can get a bit repetitive, it's still worth it thanks to how beneficial cooking and especially crafting can be. Hell, even if you get a shitty pelt or have too many animal parts, you can just give it to Pearson and it'll count as a camp donation. Alrighty, let's get the story moving again, as we got some debt collecting to do.
Herr Morgan! Herr Morgan!
Mr. Strauss?
You busy, my friend?
Why?
I'll cut you in.
Loaning. Already?
You know how it is. People is happy to borrow off someone like me, but more enthusiastic paying back to someone like you.
Of course.
An Austrian immigrant, Leopold Strauss, is gifted at running scams. He serves as the gang's accountant, keeping track of their funds and supplies, while also running a loan shark business to earn his keep. Strictly business-focused, Strauss tends to come off rather emotionless, and shows little sympathy for the desperate people he preys on to exploit for money. While I never had much of an opinion on him, I'm surprised to see how many people outright despise Strauss. Like, the guy isn't a saint and what he does is pretty slimy, but to me, he doesn't seem all that different from a snake oil salesman like Nigel West Dickens in the first game. Strauss is considerably better than the likes of Micah, or even the rest of the gang who have killed plenty of people during their escapades. And while I'm getting a little ahead of myself, by the end of the game, Strauss proves he was one of the most loyal members of the gang. I'll leave this alone for now, but I think the hate against him might be a tad misplaced. Now, debt collecting missions for Strauss are fairly straightforward. He gives Arthur a list of deadbeats who haven't paid what they owe. Arthur rides out and puts the screws to them. They cough up the money or something of equal value, and Arthur returns the debt to the donation box. And like I mentioned earlier, the first debt you turn in will unlock the ledger for camp upgrades. Now, I'm not going to go over the first batch of debts you hunt down since they're all unremarkable, except this holier-than-thou dirtbag named Thomas Downs.
You are a slippery little bastard. But I got you now.
Please, please, show some compassion. Please, 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 no.
You borrowed money from my business partner, Herr Strauss. You owe him, you took the money. He wants it back, what's not to understand? Where's our money?
I don't have it.
Sell your place.
We already owe more than it's worth.
Then sell your wife, or your family, or something. We ain't your idea of charity. Is that clear?
I was going to comment on the fact Arthur seemed unusually angry, but if someone just coughed in my mouth, I'd be pretty pissed too. Wear a mask or cover your mouth if you're sick, buddy. It's called common courtesy. We leave Downs and his family alone for now, but we'll have to come back to collect his debt later. For now, let's blow off some steam by doing some bounty hunting. I wasn't sure if it was worth getting into discussing bounty hunting. For the most part, it functionally works the same as it did in the first game. Find a bounty poster in the town's police station, it'll mark the location of where your bounty was last seen, and then head out there to capture them, dead or alive. Red Dead Redemption 2 does add a bit of story to some bounties, giving us some cutscenes with who we're after and occasionally a unique scenario. For example, this first bounty, Benedict Albright, a snake oil salesman wanted for selling a bogus miracle cure that's been poisoning people. According to the deputy, he's got a body count higher than Landon Ricketts. You know, the legendary gunslinger John teams up with when visiting Mexico. Tracking Albright down, he falls into the raging river when confronted, and Arthur will chase after him and fish him out before he drowns. While nothing mind-blowing, these small little additions keep bounty hunting from being too repetitive and forgettable. Alrighty, with that charlatan behind bars where he belongs, now's a good time to head back to camp and... what the fuck is that?
Oh no!
Okay, so I know this scene is scripted to pop up after you complete a few missions in Chapter 2, and it's basically impossible to miss if you're riding out of Valentine, especially since it's likely you didn't unlock fast travel yet. But the first time I stumbled onto the killer's handiwork, it really caught me off guard. Nothing is marked on the map. Arthur doesn't bring attention to it. Depending on what direction you're coming from, either you'll spot the birds flying up, or notice a severed limb on the ground. Let curiosity get the best of you, and boom. You find a headless torso strung up with its intestines hanging out. Or you would if YouTube's inconsistent rule enforcement didn't make me censor it. Investigate the scene and you'll find the killer's writing on the wall, and look around some more and you'll find the severed head of whoever this poor bastard was, with a map stuffed in his mouth. The map gives you a clue to see where you can find the killer's next victim, but doesn't mark it on your world map. So you gotta use your brains, or just look it up online to figure out where to go next. It's excellent environmental storytelling, rewards players who are paying attention to their surroundings, hooks you with a mystery, and challenges you to figure out where to go to continue the story. I love it, especially because this is one of the few Strangers missions that aren't marked on your map, with a white question mark, and you have to stumble upon it on your own. Kinda like how Strangers missions work back in GTA 4. I'll save the discussion about Strangers missions and this one with the killer for later. For now, let's get the plot moving and see if Kieran feels like talking yet.
Whoa! Hold your horses there. It seems the cat has got our friend here's tongue. I was thinking Mr. Williamson could have a word.
You ready to talk, boy?
I told you, mister. I told all of you. I don't know nothing, okay? They ain't no friends of mine. I just been ridden with them for a while.
Horseshit. You see, we heard that part, so how about you tell the truth? That's what you want me to do.
Hurt him, so the next time he opens his mouth, it is to tell us what is going on. Who am I kidding? One of O'Driscoll's boys couldn't open his mouth, but he'd tell a lie. Screw it. Let's just have some fun. Geld him.
Oh, yeah!
What's he doing? Where's he going?
Oh, don't worry. You're only balls, boy. Just gonna cause you trouble. You know, in Imperial Rome, eunuchs was among the happiest and most loyal of courtiers.
No, you're kidding me, right?
Of course.
You sick bastard!
Something of a lovable idiot, Kieran has some really bad luck. He was basically forced into joining the O'Driscolls under threat of death when bumping into them one day. Then he's picked up by our gang, held prisoner for weeks, all while the others would treat him like shit. Except Mary Beth and Tilly, who can be seen giving him water or food before this moment. The threat of having his balls removed is enough to get Kieran to open up and tell the group about a cabin Colm O'Driscoll and his men are using as a safe house. Kieran will lead Arthur, Bill, and John there, but since our boys are outnumbered, they decide on a more careful approach, throwing us into a tutorial for the game's stealth mechanic. Stop me if you heard this one before. You crouch to move silently, and become less visible to enemies, can perform a stealth takedown while crouched directly behind an enemy, and can quietly kill them from long range with the use of tools like throwing knives or shooting an arrow from your bow. The game's stealth is fine. It's not groundbreaking and feels like it's barely an upgrade from GTA 5. I enjoy when stealth is offered as an option over going in guns blazing, but it's pretty rare, and sometimes enemy placements make it impossible. Plus, a lot of the stealth sections are scripted, forcing you to follow a set path instead of letting you get creative. Speaking of player freedom, there are times when you can choose how to handle a mission, stealth or violence, or deciding whether Arthur should take the lead or let someone else do it. These choices don't feel very impactful though. At best, you'll get a different cutscene or some new dialogue, but it's usually so minor that it makes me wonder why Rockstar even bothered. Clearing out the camp, when Arthur makes a move for the cabin, a random O'Driscoll will get the drop on him. Luckily for him, Kieran manages to kill the guy in time, and save his life. Unfortunately, Colm O'Driscoll is nowhere to be seen, and while Arthur initially thinks the whole thing was a setup, he relents when Kieran points out he wouldn't have saved him if that were true. He spares the kid and cuts him loose, but Kieran insists that the O'Driscolls will kill him if they see him now. So he's basically part of the Van der Linde gang now. And to prove his worth, he tells Arthur about the money stashed in the cabin. Taking pity on the kid, the boys let him join the gang. While everyone warms up to him after this, Kieran doesn't do much and pretty much fades into the background until Chapter 4. When Arthur returns to camp to speak with Dutch, their conversation gets interrupted when Linde arrives in a panic. Micah got into a drunken fight with two O'Driscolls, killed them, and got arrested by the sheriff of Strawberry. There's talk of hanging him, and poor Linde almost got lynched himself. Quick side note, at the end of Chapter 1, Dutch sends Micah and Linde ahead to scout the area around Horseshoe Overlook. I assume they were still on that mission, but during the hunting trip with Hosea, Arthur mentions that Miss Grimshaw sent them out to scout again. Arthur, who isn't exactly Micah's biggest fan, is more than happy to let him suffer the consequences of his own actions. Still, he relents when Dutch insists on rescuing him. Before heading to Strawberry, Dutch suggests Arthur take Linde out for a drink to help him relax. Lenny Summers, the son of former slaves, committed his first murder at 15, killing the men who beat his father to death. After years on the run, he eventually crossed paths with the Van der Linde gang and joined up. Smart, a little cocky, and eager to prove himself, Linde is one of the gang's most capable members, and seen by Arthur as one of their best men. Linde also had a thing for another companion, Jenny Kirk, who tragically died during the Blackwater massacre. Being the youngest member of the gang, no, Jack Marston doesn't count, Linde has a close bond with both Arthur and Hosea. They treat him like a surrogate son, boosting his confidence when he's feeling unsure of himself, and reminding him not to overdo it while trying to prove his worth. I like Linde a lot. He's a good kid, and hands down the best drinking partner a man could ever ask for. Cue the greatest mission in the entire game.
Just one or two, right, Arthur? Of course, just a drink. No big drama. Oh. Oh. That's great, partner. Linde, where are you? Hey, Linde! Linde, where are you? Linde! Linde?
Get out!
Oh. Sorry.
You know what?
I don't know.
Man, why ain't you never married?
Lord have me. That's the thing, you see, because it... Linde? Linde! Get away from me! Yeah! Whoa, slippery little shit, ain't you? Come on! Are you in here, Linde? Leave the kid alone, you goddamn animals!
Who do you think you're talking to?
Nobody. I'm talking to nobody.
What did you say?
What?
I said, what did you say?
Get lost, buddy.
Shut up, mister. Yeah, shut your mouth, mister.
Linde! You bastard! Linde, where are you hiding now? Found you, Linde!
Do I look like a Lenny to you?
Arthur, what are you doing?
You're a good friend to me, Arthur.
Shut up. Cheers.
Cheers.
Not you again?
Man, how I miss the days when I could go on a full night bender. Now I get all sleepy after a couple of beers an hour into hanging out. Cherish your youth while you still have it, kids.
For the love of God, cherish it. Gotta cherish it.
Well, better out than in. In a form of karmic retribution for his drunk antics, Arthur now has a drunk fool of his own to deal with, Reverend Swanson, who he finds sloshed out of his mind and playing poker at Flatneck Station. A former clergyman until he lost his job, after he fell for the temptations of the bottle and sex, Reverend Swanson has managed to do the impossible, being more pathetic and useless than Uncle. The only reason he's allowed to stick around is because he somehow saved Dutch's life in the past. Like a couple other members of the gang, he basically disappears into the background, just wandering the camp drunk, wallowing in his own misery. I'll be honest, I completely forgot about him until like chapter 6, when he goes through some unexpected character development. For now though, we need to baby this idiot and stop him from getting himself killed. After a quick poker game, we'll have to intervene when the Reverend wanders off and gets hassled by some guy. Unfortunately, I got a little too carried away punching his face in, and I had to make a brief detour to stop some sheep farmer from snitching to the cops. I was going to get into the witness system, but I'll save that for the bigger discussion on the wanted system. After saving the Reverend from being flattened by a train, Arthur will drag his ass home so he can sleep off his bender. Around this time, Arthur will receive a letter from his old flame, Mary Linton. She's been staying in Valentine for some months and found out Arthur was nearby after our previous antics in town. While Mary knows he has every right to refuse, she would like to see Arthur again, and tells him where she's staying. Alright Arthur, play it cool and just set the right expectations, buddy. You're just here to chat.
Hello, Arthur.
Mary?
I heard you and your friends was around.
Okay. Where's what's-his name?
Died.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. Happened a while ago. Pneumonia.
Bad business.
Sure.
So, well, you've been... you've been made a widow and you come here looking for me, is that it?
No, ain't like that, Arthur.
Oh, okay.
Like Strauss, Mary is another character I think gets a little too much hate, since most players are protective of Arthur. Sure, she broke his heart, married someone else, and then reappears years later to ask him for help with her brother Jamie, but Mary's not doing this to manipulate Arthur. She's desperate. Her husband has been dead for years, and her father's behavior drove Jamie to join a cult. Jamie won't listen to her, so she turns to someone her brother liked and respected, Arthur. Plus, you're given the option to refuse her request if you want. Some are quick to assume Mary is toxic and taking advantage of Arthur's feelings, and even Arthur himself writes something similar in his journal. But that's just his side of the story, and it's clear he's still bitter about how Mary's father treated him. Arthur resents being seen as low-class garbage and not good enough for her. But let's be honest, it's not really a class issue. Arthur is a criminal and part of a gang constantly on the move. What father wouldn't be worried about his daughter marrying someone like that and risking her life? I get it. I love Arthur, and it's easy to hate Mr. Gillis when we finally meet him. He's a terrible person with a laundry list of issues. It's also easy to distrust Mary because characters like Miss Grimshaw, Mary Beth, and Tilly all dislike her, claiming Arthur is too good for her. But honestly, that feels more like a guy's mom and sisters trying to cheer him up after a rough breakup. The truth is, Arthur and Mary's relationship was always doomed. Neither of them were willing to change for the other, or turn their backs on their families. It's something they both come to realize later in the game, when it's far too late. So yeah, I don't think Mary is a bad person, and her love of Arthur is still genuine. So let's talk some sense into her idiot brother. Jamie has got himself wrapped up with the Chelonia cult, a bunch of religious weirdos who believe the only way to reach their utopia is to reject the evils of the modern world, and dedicate your entire being to the cult, which means wearing white robes, worshipping turtles or something, and of course giving all your earthly belongings to the cult. So, you know, general cult bullshit. Arthur will find Jamie and the rest of his weirdo friends camped out on a hilltop. Unfortunately, the kid runs off before Arthur can get a word in. After a wacky extended chase sequence, Jamie tries to shoot himself in the head, and Arthur will have to disarm him before he blows his brains out. Finally calming down and realizing he was overreacting a bit, he agrees to go back with him. Arthur reminds him that he still has a sister who loves him, and not to let their awful dad's words get to him. He reassures Jamie that he's not useless. He just needs to find something he's passionate about and build a life for himself. Meeting up with Mary at the train station, she thanks Arthur for his help before leaving with Jamie.
Oh, you'll never change. I know that.
Wow, what a bitch. Come on, Mary, I just went to bat for you. I don't think she meant to come off cruel, and was awkwardly trying to avoid giving Arthur false hope that there could still be a chance for them. She just phrased it really, really badly. Well, don't let it get to you, Arthur, buddy. There's a much better Mary waiting for you back at camp. In the meantime, let's ride out to Emerald Ranch and see what Hosea's up to. Hosea's got a lead on a side hustle and is chatting with a local fence named Seamus. In Red Dead Redemption 2, valuables like jewelry and pocket watches can't be sold to regular businesses like the general store. They need to go through shady guys like Seamus. But since this is risky, and a legal business, Seamus wants to test Hosea and Arthur before committing. He sends them out to steal a fancy stagecoach from his cousin Bob Crawford over at Carmody Dell. When you get there, you can either hit the house and barn during the day, or wait until nightfall. During the day, Hosea distracts the Crawfords while Arthur sneaks inside to loot the house and hop into the stagecoach. At night, Arthur loots the house while the Crawfords are asleep, and Hosea takes care of the stagecoach. The nighttime option can net you more money, but only if you wake up Bob and intimidate him into handing over the extra cash. After delivering the coach to Seamus, he agrees to work with the Vanderlyn gang. In addition to buying stolen goods and wagons, Seamus sells a variety of useful items like crafting recipes, masks, provisions, weapons, and ammo. He'll even craft trinkets and talismans from the trophies you collect off of legendary animals. Huh, you know, I have this sneaking suspicion I've forgotten to do something. Ah shit, I forgot about Micah. Well, here's hoping they haven't hanged him yet.
You think these bars can hold me? You hear me? Hello, old friend. Had a good time, did you?
You going to get me out of here?
I ain't decided yet.
Real funny.
Oh, I ain't joking, cowpoke. I heard so much bluster out of your mouth these last 6 months, and now I got an opportunity to watch you be silenced.
Well, you gotta do something.
The most recent addition to the Vanderlyn gang, Micah Bell is the odd one out of the bunch. Reckless and unpredictable, even by the Vanderlyn gang's standards, Micah thrives on chaos and being a criminal. Unlike Dutch and the others, he doesn't see himself as some noble outlaw rebelling against the society that cast him out. Micah knows he's an immoral criminal and doesn't need to make excuses to justify what he does. While he's loyal to Dutch, he doesn't share his vision, which makes his relationships with the rest of the gang rocky at best. Micah is constantly antagonizing and picking fights with the others, and never helps out around camp either. A selfish and unlikable prick. It's easy to see why Arthur openly expresses how much he hates him. Micah honestly would feel more at home with the O'Driscolls than with the Vanderlyn gang. The only person who likes him is Dutch, and Micah's only in the gang because he saved his life. He also pushed Dutch to do the ferry job, leading to the events of the Blackwater massacre. Much like Wormtongue, Whispering, and King Theoden's ear in the Two Towers, yeah, I like the Lord of the Rings, Micah fuels Dutch's worst impulses by encouraging his reckless ideas. At the same time, he stirs up tension within the gang by denouncing anyone who doesn't blindly follow Dutch's plans. While it's tempting to pin all the blame for the gang's downfall on Micah, Dutch's own choices ultimately bear far more responsibility for how things unravel. But we have a long road to travel before we get there. In the meantime, let's bust this asshole out of jail. Using a winch outside, Arthur will pry the window bars from the jailhouse and free Micah. All hell then breaks loose as the sheriff, deputy, and pretty much the entire town comes down on both of them. After briefly stopping so Micah can retrieve his guns, the duo will steal some horses and make a run for it, eventually losing the law. Micah appreciates being busted out, but Arthur's pissed that the idiot caused the situation to spiral out of control. Due to all that heat on them, Micah decides against returning back to camp until he can bring back something of value as a peace offering and apology to Dutch. We can find him camped outside Strawberry for his next mission, but I'll get to that later. As right now, the entire town is on lockdown, and there's an active bounty on Arthur. He goes anywhere near Strawberry, cops and bounty hunters will pounce on him if he's spotted, which makes now a good time to go over the wanted system. The wanted system in Red Dead Redemption 2 is much more elaborate than in the first game. It has different levels, and how it plays out depends on factors like the severity of your crime, your past crimes, and how stealthy you are when committing them. If you're careful, you might even defuse the situation before the law notices you and slaps a bounty on your head. There's a lot to it, so I'm going to try and be concise as I explain the different levels of being wanted. First level is Witness. You're not wanted yet, but someone saw you commit a crime and is about to snitch. Represented on your minimap with a small eye symbol. If it's white, they can't identify you because you wore a mask or bandana while committing a crime, and red if they can't identify you. You'll need to chase them down and threaten them into keeping their mouths shut, but if that doesn't work, you can just kill them. Just be careful not to create more witnesses in the process. If a witness has successfully reported your crime, your wanted status shifts to crime reported. When the law arrives, it then shifts to investigating. And if you hang around the area but still haven't been identified, it shifts to an unknown suspect. However, if they spot you committing a crime, or you didn't initially conceal your face, your wanted status changes to Arthur Morgan. They know who you are and put a bounty on your head, with the price on your head varying based on what crime you did or how many crimes you've committed. After being identified, lawmen will actively pursue you, and a red area on the minimap shows where they're searching. If they catch up to you, you can resist, which increases your bounty, or surrender. You'll be arrested, but your bounty clears after some time in jail. I never knew this until working on this video, but your gangmates may sometimes break you out of jail so you don't have to pay your bounty. I also didn't know this, but if you fail to escape the cops at the end of your drunken escapade with Lenny, the both of you will wake up hungover in jail the next morning. Luckily, you only have to pay a small fine of like $10 to be let out. If you don't feel like paying for your crimes, you'll need to escape the red search area until the law loses sight of you. The water meter then gradually fades from red to gray, and they'll keep searching until the meter is gone. Afterward, you're free to roam the area again, and you can pay off your bounty at a post office to avoid future trouble. If you haven't paid off your bounty within 12 in-game hours though, bounty hunters will spawn in the area where you committed the crime. If you've committed multiple serious crimes in an area, or enter regions marked as hostile, your wanted status shifts to dead or alive. Pretty much the equivalent of a 5-star wanted level in GTA. Everyone there will be hostile, and lawmen will shoot you on sight, primarily used as a barrier to keep you from visiting Blackwater in the early game, and other places during certain missions. Your options are to either die, or run. And finally, if you commit enough crimes in a town within a short span of time, it'll go into lockdown, and you'll lose access to the shops and activities in the area until enough time has passed and you cleared your bounty. Overall, I like Red Dead 2's bounty system. It feels considerably more fair compared to, say, GTA 5, where the cops always manage to magically spawn into an area the second I commit a crime. It also feels like a stand-up chance of hiding from the law, and can wait them out until they stop searching. Unlike, again, GTA 5, where it always feels like these assholes can home in on me and know exactly where I'm hiding. I'd say the only weak link in the system is witnesses. While the law doesn't immediately spawn in after I kill someone or rob them, there always seems to be a witness who will stumble onto what I just did, even in the most remote of places where no one could possibly be around. Once I accidentally crashed into and killed some guy on his horse. It was his fault for not signaling properly, but I still felt bad. Despite the fact no one saw it happen, like a minute later a witness stumbled onto the guy, and somehow knew I did it. Even though I was reasonably far away from the scene, they could never piece that together. It kinda actually pissed me off as I was right about to sell a legendary pelt and some other things to a trapper, but couldn't because of the wanted status. Also, how the law responds to you can feel inconsistent at times, and like it escalates too quickly. 1 second, I'm accidentally punching a guy because I clicked the wrong button. Next, I'm getting shot to pieces like John at the end of the original game. So yeah, while I think the wanted system is mostly good, it's not without its problems. Also, since Arthur is wanted dead or alive in West Elizabeth, it took me a while to work out I needed to use the river to sneak in, so I could meet up with Javier and Charles, as the time has come to go save Sean.
Where's that little Irish bastard?
I'm not quite sure. Trelawney's off trying to find out.
Has anyone been in the Blackwater, see how things lie?
Place is crawling with Pinkertons, bounty hunters, pictures of Dutch and Hosea.
Well, we got a lot of money sitting in that town.
And that's where it's gonna remain for now.
While a few weeks have passed since the ferry heist, Blackwater remains under heavy lockdown. Law enforcement and Pinkertons fill the streets, and posters of Dutch and Hosea are plastered everywhere. But getting to it is impossible. I touched on this earlier, but I want to revisit the Blackwater Massacre. On my first playthrough, I was disappointed we didn't get to play through the events, but now I see it was for the best. Turning such a pivotal moment into a tutorial would have lessened the impact as the event that marks the beginning of the gang's downfall. Arthur wasn't present for the ferry heist, so we only have second-hand accounts of what happened, and even the people who were there can't agree on the details. The ferry was carrying $150,000 in bank money and supposedly had light security, which naturally caught Dutch's eye. Encouraged by Micah, Dutch decided to go for it without consulting Arthur or Hosea, who were away chasing their own lead. While the heist started smoothly with the gang grabbing the money, the Pinkertons and local police swarmed the area immediately. Dutch later tells Arthur he believes the law knew they were coming. Whether there was a traitor in the gang, or the Pinkertons dangled an irresistible heist to trap Dutch is left ambiguous. Back in Chapter 1, Arthur asks Javier how things fell apart. Javier mentions Dutch killed a woman in a bad way, and we later learn her name was Heidi McCourt. Dutch had shot her in the head, something that shocks Arthur since it's so unlike him. John later confirms Dutch's actions, claiming Micah egged him on. It's unclear what Dutch was thinking when he killed her. Maybe he panicked and accidentally shot her when trying to use her as a hostage. Or maybe he thought killing her would shock law enforcement and buy time, like he did in Red Dead Redemption 1 when encountering John at the bank. There's a few inconsistencies with the Blackwater Massacre between the first game and here, like Landon Rinkett's involvement and John claiming he can't get the image of the woman Dutch killed out of his head. Yet in Red Dead 1, when the strange man brings it up, he has no idea who he's talking about. You can chalk it up to John just not remembering after 12 years, or because he never learned her name was Heidi McCourt, or John suppressed the memory and the strange man is a manifestation of his psyche dredging up what he tried to bury. Or maybe the writers missed a few things when writing Red Dead Redemption 2's story and connecting it to the first game. like John's dead daughter, briefly mentioned in the first game, who never appears or is alluded to here. Honestly, I don't care about the inconsistencies, as it works to keep the Blackwater massacre shrouded in mystery. Regardless of the exact circumstances, Dutch and the boys he brought with them were barely hanging on by the time Arthur, Hosea, and the rest of the gang showed up to bail them out. Davy Collender and Jenny Kirk were shot and died from their injuries. John took a bullet to the arm, Sean was captured, and Mac is still unaccounted for. And we already know what happened afterwards with the gang fleeing into the mountains. Outside of not wanting to slow down the beginning of the video with a discussion on it, I thought now was a good time to go more in depth about the Blackwater massacre, as it raises some questions about the intentions of a certain someone, and if the heist was just plain bad luck, that there was more at play, or Dutch fucked up by not noticing an obvious trap. For now, let's get back to the mission. The bounty hunters holding Sean are moving him to a new location to hand him off to the feds. The group will discreetly follow the boat that's moving him, and then run in to clear out the bounty hunters and save Sean from spending the rest of his life in a federal prison.
You know, you're a lot less ugly from that other angle, Arthur.
Come on.
Do I get a hug, Arthur? A warm embrace for a lost brother now found.
You know, nothing means more to me than this gang, the bond we share. It's the most real thing to me. I would kill for it, I would happily die for it. But in spite of all of that, I would have easily left you here to rot if Charles hadn't stopped me.
I don't believe a word of that, Arthur.
Get him out of here.
You're a great man, Arthur Morgan. The kind of young whippersnapper I can really admire.
Oh, shut up.
Returning to camp, Dutch and the gang decide to have a little party in honor of having their favorite Irishman back. Sean McGuire is a thief and stick-up man from a long line of criminals. He's always eager to jump into the action despite his inexperience, but he has a habit of overestimating his abilities. Sean first met Dutch and Hosea at a bar in North Elizabeth. He followed them into an alley trying to rob them, pulling his gun and demanding Dutch's fancy watch. Dutch and Hosea just laughed in his face, then dared him to shoot. So he did, but nothing happened. They'd spotted him first and quietly removed the bullets from his gun. And instead of killing him, Dutch and Hosea gave Sean some food and welcomed him into the Vanderlyn gang. A cheerful kid who can be annoying sometimes, since he never knows when to shut up, Sean gets on pretty well with most of the gang, especially Karen. The pair have a love-hate relationship that swings in different directions depending on how drunk either one is. Though there's gotta be some kind of spark there, as the two will sneak away to have sex during the party. In John's tent, no less. I wonder if he ever found out. Well, that's none of my business, as I have my eyes set on a different lady tonight. The fact Mary Beth isn't a romanceable option is goddamn criminal if you ask me. Also, remember that train she told Arthur about carrying goods and rich folk? Well, John thinks he has a plan to stop and rob it. They get a wagon full of oil, park it on the tracks, and when the conductor sees it, he'll either have to stop or get blown to smithereens.
That is kind of brilliant. For you. That is a real idea. I think that's the first time you ever had one of them.
Shut up.
You might be the first bastard to ever have half his brains eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent.
The job to hit the train is spread across multiple missions. First, Arthur has to steal an oil wagon from Cornwall Kerosene and Oil. You can either sneak into the heavily guarded factory grounds to grab a wagon, though it's risky, as too much damage can blow the wagon to pieces, or you can play it safe by hijacking a wagon before it reaches the factory, avoiding most of the guards. Once you've got the wagon, you'll need to drop it off at the designated spot and head back to camp to tell John. Arthur thinks they could use another man to assist them and suggests bringing Charles along. John agrees and will wait for us where we left the wagon. Hey, remember when I said you could do activities with your companions at camp? Well, outside of playing games, you can occasionally go on a homestead robbery, stagecoach robbery, or just go hunting with them. And it just so happens Charles could use a little help hunting some bison. Cue another character introduction. Charles Smith is a relatively new member of the Vanderlyn gang, having joined about 6 months before the events of the game. Quiet and reserved, Charles is incredibly skilled at everything he does, and is nearly undefeatable in a fight. A decent, honest man who's also incredibly deadly. Born to a black father and a Native American mother, Charles lived with his mother's tribe until the US Army drove them away. A few years later, his mother was captured by soldiers and never seen again, while his father fell into alcoholism and depression. Running away as a teenager, he'd spent several years surviving on his own. While a great survivalist, Charles admits he feels directionless in life, and he yearns for somewhere he can belong. Dutch's philosophy on living free, combined with how he treats everyone fairly regardless of their race, is probably why he joined the gang when he crossed paths with them in the Grizzlies. Arguably the most honorable member of the gang, Charles is level-headed and is unwilling to kill unless absolutely necessary. This also applies to animals, as during his hunting mission, Charles is seething when discovering a pair of poachers have been recklessly killing dozens of bison, and just leaving them to rot. Before Charles and Arthur kill them, they explained they were paid to do it and made it look like the local Indians had done it. A rare moment when he lets his emotions get the better of him. Charles might just be my favorite companion in the gang. He's always got Arthur's back and manages to hold it together as everything starts falling apart. Later in the game, he gets a decent amount of focus, giving us a deeper look at the struggles Native Americans faced during this era. The first game touched on this a little, but it didn't fully explore the suffering and injustices they endured, focusing more on how Dutch exploited them for his own schemes. Now their hunting trip is over, let's go hit that train with John. John also turns up wanting a piece of the action, and despite John's reservations, they let him come along. Like they planned, they'll first force the train to stop by parking the oil wagon on the tracks. Hopping on board, they hold the occupants at gunpoint, and shake them down for valuables and money. Everything goes smoothly at first until the unexpected arrival of the law. The boys will take out as many lawmen as they can before escaping into the night. While a bit of bad luck, they did manage to get a decent take from the heist, though Arthur reminds them it's not big enough, and that everyone should start looking for the next job. John has got a line on a new scheme and heads for Valentine. Returning to camp and speaking with Abigail, she asks Arthur to spend some time with Jack to lift his spirits. So I kinda neglected to bring this up earlier when John was missing, but outside of his fear of being a father, a big part of why he abandoned Abigail and Jack for a year was also because he wasn't sure if Jack was actually his. Orphaned at a young age, Abigail worked out of various saloons and brothels as a prostitute in order to survive. Around 1894, she would join the gang after being found and introduced to them by Uncle of all people. I'm just gonna assume that Uncle took pity on the young girl and that he was not one of her clients. Abigail would start a relationship with John, and a year later, Jack was born. Strong-willed, smart, and deeply protective of her son, Abigail is constantly pushing John to clean up his act. And when she can't get him to be a father to Jack, she leans on Arthur for support, even though he's resentful of his idiot little brother. I was debating going into the whole thing about Abigail supposedly sleeping with most of the gang, which is why John was unsure that he's Jack's father. But I always took what Dutch said back in Red Dead 1 more as a taunt to rile up John than being factual. Based on when she joined and Jack's birth, half the gang would have joined after the fact. Abigail's past as a prostitute is barely brought up here outside a couple conversations, and the only other gang member who has solid evidence for sleeping with her is, interestingly enough, Arthur. His journal mentions that he regrets not marrying her before she fell for John, implying there might have been a past relationship, or at the very least Arthur had a thing for Abigail. So who knows, maybe she did sleep with most of the gang, maybe she didn't. It's possible Abigail was still working as a prostitute to earn her keep, but only slept with John and no one else in the gang. But this whole thing with Abigail feels like a missed opportunity, as her sleeping with Arthur could have fueled some of the resentment between him and John. It could have also been a part of the animosity and doubts John has about Dutch as the game progresses. But whatever. What are we doing again? Oh yeah, gotta take Jack fishing. While reluctant at first, Arthur agrees and takes the kid down to the lake to do some fishing. I'm not going to bother getting into fishing mechanics. If you played a fishing minigame before, you know how this works. Like hunting, there's also legendary fish you can catch, which are necessary to complete the Stranger's mission, Fisher of Fish, for Jeremy Gill. I'm also not going to say much about Jack Marston. He's a cheery little kid that everyone in the gang loves. He doesn't really develop into a character until he's a teenager, and takes an interest in books. Which is also when he grows resentful of John for abandoning him for a year. This mission is just a fun bonding moment between honorary uncle and nephew, until trouble turns up.
What a fine young man! And in such complex circumstances. Arthur, isn't it? Arthur Morgan?
Who are you?
Yes, Arthur Morgan, Vanderlyn's most trusted associate. You've read the files. Typical case. Orphaned street kid seduced by that maniac's silver tongue and matures into a degenerate murderer. Agent Milton? Agent Ross. Pinkerton Detective Agency, seconded to the United States government. Nice to finally meet.
Well, shit, it looks like the Pinkertons finally caught up to us. Thanks to Dutch insisting on robbing that train back in Colton, he left a trail for the Pinkertons since a witness recognized them. Actually, shit, was that my fault? I did spare those guards after all. Never mind that. Despite the huge $5,000 bounty on Arthur's head, Agent Milton isn't here for him, and wants to cut a deal. Give up Dutch and Arthur won't hang. Arthur tries to stay calm and avoid any violence in front of Jack, but things take a turn when Milton smugly reveals that he found Matt Collender, already dying, and finished him off. Arthur loses his cool, and after a heated exchange, the Pinkertons will take their leave. Agent Ross, who was silent until now, has some parting words for young Jack, telling the kid to enjoy fishing for now. Quick refresher, he's the one responsible for forcing John into doing the government's bidding and hunting down the remnants of the gang in Red Dead 1. How fitting that the first and last time Jack Marston and Edgar Ross meet, it's while one of them is fishing.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Returning to camp, Arthur fills in Dutch on what happened. While he's taking the situation seriously, he tells Arthur that for now they'll do nothing. The Pinkertons are trying to scare them into doing something stupid. Man, I sure hope Dutch follows his own advice. Alright kiddos, we're finally at the end of Chapter 2. There's still a lot of things I haven't covered yet, like strangers' missions and random events, along with a few more character introductions, but I'll cover that in the next chapter. First, we'll go meet John to help him with his new scheme, stealing sheep and selling them in Valentine. Well, okay then. Also, he's a bit miffed that we took Jack fishing. Well, I'm sorry. Maybe if you were around a little more, and tried to be a father to the boy, he would have asked you to take him fishing. Either step up or shut up, John Marston. After turning in the sheep, we'll meet up with Dutch and Strauss at the saloon to tell them about it. Dutch will ask Strauss to go with John to make sure their little transaction is on the up and up. As Arthur and Dutch sit to enjoy a drink, shit once again hits the fan.
To your good health.
Thank you.
Vanderland! Get out here! Get out
What
here
the
now!
hell?
Vanderland! You don't know me, but you keep robbing me! My name is Leviticus Cornwall. I am not a man to be messed with by the likes of you! Get out here before I have these men killed!
Well, well, well. If it isn't the consequences of our actions. I'll give Cornwall some credit. He's got some balls riding out here himself to call out Dutch instead of having his goons do it. Though he's smart enough not to stick around for long. As after Dutch begins distracting the goons with one of his long-winded speeches, Arthur will dome the two guys holding John and Strauss hostage. Shit goes off the rails as the boys clear out half the population of Valentine in their escape. Returning to camp, Arthur will find his dads arguing about what just happened, and how once again they managed to do the opposite of lying low. It's time to move again before the law finds them, so Dutch will send Arthur and Charles out to scope a potential new campsite in Dewberry Creek. When they arrive, they find some dead guy in what looks like a recently abandoned camp. The pair then stumble upon a frightened German family who are hiding under their wagon. They hit a language barrier as the mother only speaks German, but the daughter knows enough English to tell them a group of men attacked their camp and kidnapped her father. Arthur couldn't care less and tries to clear them off the land, but Charles isn't so heartless, and insists they help. Charles actually calls out Arthur for his behavior, as it isn't like him, but Arthur insists they have their own problems to worry about right now, and maybe Charles doesn't know him as well as he thinks. I don't want to get into this now, and I'm not the type of YouTuber who cares about ludonarrative dissonance. Christ, I never thought I'd ever use that term. Ignoring the stranger's missions or your current honor level, but Arthur's personality can flip-flop a bit during the first half of the game depending on the mission. We eventually find the camp where the German father Andreas is being held captive. We'll set him free and then take out his kidnappers. Arthur notes that this spot could make a much better campsite, so Charles heads back to Dutch to bring the caravan over. Returning Andreas to his family, we learned he was kidnapped because his family owns a gold mining business, so the kidnappers wanted to try to use him for a ransom. Wait, if this guy's loaded, why was he camping out in the wilderness instead of staying in a town? Maybe he was just traveling and happened to be camping there for the night when they got attacked. Either way, we reunite him with his family, and his wife thanks Arthur for saving him, though Arthur can't understand a word she's saying. After shooing them away, Andreas hands Arthur a gold bar as thanks. Huh, turns out being a good Samaritan really does pay off sometimes. The following morning, Dutch and the others will arrive, bringing an end to Chapter 2.
You were right. Oh, this place. Oh, it'll be perfect for us. Hello, Arthur.
Dutch?
Miss Grimshaw, Mr. Pearson, put everyone to work. Make this place a home. Well, I don't know where the hell we are, but we are going to make the best of it.
Alrighty, before continuing the story, I want to take a moment to talk about Red Dead Redemption 2's open world. First, just the graphics and art style. This game is absolutely breathtaking to look at. Watching the sunrise over the mountains or marveling at the stars at night, the game constantly invites you to stop and take in the sights. The weather is truly something else too, like that blizzard during the opening hours. Hell, I can't think of another game that captures the awe of being caught in a storm this well. The sounds of thunder drowning out everything around you, to the dark clouds rolling across the horizon, the weight of raindrops falling, the intensity of the wind, or even the spectacle of lightning streaking across the sky. I love the diversity of the environments and ecosystems, from the snowy peaks to the grizzlies, to the lush plains of the heartlands, and the murky alligator-filled swamps of Lemoyne. Every region is distinct and full of personality. Red Dead 2's world feels alive and does a lot to avoid feeling like a generic open-world sandbox. There's no towers to climb to unlock points of interest, no icons and objectives cluttering the map, or giant waypoints telling you where to go. Rockstar throws you into this world and expects you to explore to see what you'll discover. And it isn't always about giving you something to do or to find a reward. Sometimes it's just to tell you the story of a location. Like a derelict town that was abandoned due to a disease outbreak, or a small settlement of inbred hillbillies. But what takes the open world to another level is the sheer variety of random encounters to stumble on. Outside of the more populated settlements and towns, you'll cross paths with NPCs just going about their business. Maybe riding past, fishing, or setting up their camps. You can have multiple encounters with rival gangs like the O'Driscolls or the Lemoyne Riders. They might ambush you, or you can ambush them as they're attacking someone else. Or you'll find them trying to open a safe, and kill them to loot it yourself. They're survivalists gathering herbs who will teach you how to use them. Occasionally you find a hunter stuck in his own trap, or one who needs to be saved from a pack of wolves. Find a prospector looking for gold in the river, hang around him long enough, and he'll actually find a gold nugget. Then you can kill him and steal it. Yeah, I learned that one from Nakey Jakey. If you have some medicine, you can help injured NPCs bitten by snakes or mauled by other animals, or just give someone a ride into town. Helping these people is optional, but boosts your honor if you do, and sometimes earns you a reward. You might even run into them again in town, and they'll pay for your next purchase from the store. Or they'll tip you off about a shady poker game or some other racket you can rob. There's even NPCs who can be encountered multiple times with their own little stories. Like the Civil War vet Mickey, who just wants a friend.
Can I hold you a second, mister? Can I?
Okay, just quickly.
That felt good. It's nice to be held sometimes.
Shit, sometimes you can bump into your companions outside of camp. Like finding Uncle getting tossed out of a bar, or Bill getting captured by bounty hunters. You can disrupt a clan rally, help a blind seer, and so much more. But I think I've made my point. The fact I didn't even know about some of these encounters until this playthrough speaks volume to how much is crammed into this game. Since it's impossible to cover all of it without ballooning the video's runtime even more, I'll only bring up some of the more interesting ones here and there. Before moving on with the story, I want to knock out some strangers missions. Marked with a question mark inside a white circle on your map, these optional side missions can be started and turned in at any time, with a couple exceptions. Some are quick one-off missions, others have multiple parts that unlock as you progress the story, and others are standard collectibles missions. You can help Theodore Levin write his book on a washed-up gunslinger Jim Boy Calloway by tracking down the legendary gunslingers who knew him, round up the exotic animals of cross-dressing circus performer Margaret, and then there's this weirdo, Francis Sinclair, who asks you to find some rock carvings.
Well, what's eating you, partner?
Eating me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll dry up.
What?
See, Hey, can I ask you a strange question? I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but I'm on the level.
I don't have a clue what you just said.
Well, I'm sorry, sport. There's these funny rock carvings. They look a bit like this.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I sort of really badly have to find all of them. Now, it's sort of a puzzle thingamy.
Jay Gatsby here makes quite an impression. Everything about him, from his manner of speaking to his clothing, feels completely out of place in the Wild West. That's not all that's weird. The rock carvings he searches for don't seem native or prehistoric. They're almost alien in design. Near one carving, you can even find a massive skeleton, possibly belonging to a giant or a Sasquatch, though it seems unrelated to this quest. What really makes this side story memorable, though, is what happens when you find all 10 carvings and return to his cabin.
Hello? Hello? Mr. Sinclair? Huh?
Oh, hello? Can I help you?
Oh, I'm sorry for intruding. Mrs. Sinclair?
Yes. How did you know?
I'm looking for your husband.
My husband?
Yeah.
He's dead. He's been dead since just before Francis was born 1 year ago.
Your husband, Francis, is dead?
No, this is Francis. My husband, Tom, is dead.
I'm a little confused.
Yes, I think you are. What was your name?
That's not important. Excuse me.
So yeah, everything about this scene implies that Francis Sinclair is some sort of time traveler who's visited different eras across time. His birthmark hints he might be Kraft, the god worshipped by the Epsilon program in GTA 5, which is a pretty cool way to link these two series together. Wouldn't surprise me if the Epsilon program, or Francis Sinclair himself, pop up in some form in GTA 6. I'm not going to go over every Stranger's mission, but I'll bring up the better ones throughout the video. Speaking of which, let's finish tracking down that serial killer. After finding the first victim in map piece outside of Valentine, I stumble upon the second south of Wallace Station. The headless torso was strapped to a boulder this time. Finally, the third victim was south of Rhodes in Lemoyne. Putting the map pieces together, it points to Lucky's cabin southwest of Valentine. Arriving at the scene, we'll use the combination printed on the map to open the basement doors and step into the killer's lair. And it's just what you'd expect. A dungeon of horrors with blood and body parts scattered about. A letter from the killer to a local paper covering his murders. And a letter from the killer's mom who tells him he really needs a girlfriend, and not to forget to take his vitamins. Oh hey, that's a sweet knife.
Have you come for me? Or was this all nasty surprise? Or maybe it's both. Maybe it is a nasty surprise, even though you knew I was going to be here. Which is it? You should think about that. Save yourself thinking about what's about to happen. Now, I'm not going to lie. It's not going to be nice and fun. I mean, it'll be fun for me, but it won't be nice for you. At least, no one's found it nice so far. Maybe you'll be the first.
Heads up, our psychopathic pal here is Edmund Lowry Jr. His character is a hodgepodge of both real killers like Ed Gein and BTK, along with fictional ones like Norman Bates, and maybe that guy from Red Dragon. His name and profession as a serial killer is also a reference to GTA 4's serial killer, Eddie Lowe. I'd speculate Edmund is meant to be Eddie's ancestor, but it's extremely unlikely Edmund continued the family lineage, as after hauling his ass to Valentine, and turning him into the sheriff, I ended up killing him when he tried to eat the sheriff. Easily one of the best Stranger's missions in the game. It was solid from beginning to end. Alright, now it's time to get the story moving again, as we need to stop Sadie and Pearson from killing each other.
What is wrong with you two?
I ain't chopping vegetables for a living.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. Was there insufficient feathers in your pillow?
I ain't lazy, Mr. Morgan. I'll work, but not this.
Well, ain't cooking work?
Nice, time for more character introductions. First up, it's Pearson, who doesn't have much to him. A loud and jolly fellow, he used to serve in the Navy, and was on the run from loan sharks when he met Dutch and joined the gang. As I said before, he's the camp's cook and will craft satchels to increase your inventory. While normally a good-natured and patient man, Pearson does have his limits and can only take so much of Miss Adler's antics. Sadie is tired of being stuck at camp, doing chores and cooking, and wants to contribute to the gang in more meaningful ways. So Arthur brings her along to Rhodes to pick up supplies and mail a letter for Pearson. Since we rescued her, Sadie has mostly stayed in the background, mourning her husband, cursing the O'Driscolls, and tormenting Kieran when he was our captive. Sadie is eager to prove herself to Arthur and Dutch, insisting she can handle the gang's more dangerous work. She argues that she and her husband Jake split all the work evenly, including the physically demanding jobs like hunting. But it's clear her motivations run deeper. Sadie is out for blood, and desperate for revenge on the O'Driscolls. Honestly, it sometimes feels like she has a death wish. Sadie lacks experience as an outlaw, yet is as reckless as Micah, often putting herself and others in unnecessary danger by shooting first and asking questions later. While her recklessness doesn't completely go away, Sadie does grow into one of the gang's most capable members. Though she's hard to like at first, she quickly proves her worth and becomes one of your most loyal companions over the story. Arriving in Rhodes, Arthur will mail Pearson's letter while Sadie buys the supplies they need, and gets herself a fresh change of clothes. The trip back home hits a rough patch when we get into a shootout with the local bandits, the Lemoyne Riders. Sadie proves she wasn't all talk and helps Arthur in fending them off before they return to camp. Speaking of Dutch, after all that's happened as of late, he wants to blow off some steam by doing a little fishing with Arthur and Hosea.
Why don't we just fish here? There's a whole lake of them.
Because I need to get out for a bit. Me and the old guard. Before any of them back there, there was us.
The curious couple and their unruly son.
Well, I've been putting this off for as long as I could, but the time has come to discuss Dutch van der Linde. In my video on Red Dead Redemption 1, I initially had a lot, and I mean a lot more written discussing Dutch. However, I decided against including it as way too much of it related to his actions in this game. Dutch is a complicated character, one I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about. How he's written makes a lot of his actions and intentions so ambiguous that any interpretation about him can be seen as valid to an extent. I find Dutch fascinating because for a good portion of the game, I think he genuinely believes in the ideals he preaches. He wants to live a life free from the oppression of government control, where people can live independently and unburdened from the expectations of modern society. Dutch's charisma and belief in his ideals make him a natural leader, drawing in a group of misfits and outcasts who find purpose and belonging under him. For much of the story, Dutch truly does care for his gang, treating them like family and fighting for their survival against a world that doesn't want them. However, Dutch's greatest strength, his absolute belief in his dreams, and that he can achieve them, also becomes his greatest weakness. His pride blinds him to his own shortcomings, and the problems in his philosophy. Dutch overestimates his abilities to handle any situation the gang faces, and when he can't, he makes poor decisions or excuses for why things didn't play out like they should have. His inability to just admit he doesn't always know what he's doing is why others start doubting him. Dutch's pride fuels just about everything he does, good and bad. He puts effort into his appearance and speaks in a more refined tone to avoid looking like just another bandit. Dutch writes his speeches ahead of time and you can find his notes outside the first camp, which I've seen some people online point to as evidence he was always phony, but I don't see it that way. Most public speakers tend to write or have someone else write their speeches. Leaders are expected to deliver their message with absolute confidence, so it makes perfect sense that Dutch would write his speeches and rehearse them beforehand. But his obsession with being seen as a perfect leader also makes him incredibly petty when someone doubts him, especially when he still produces results. You see this right from the start in Chapter 1, as after hijacking the O'Driscoll's train robbery plan, Dutch secures some bearer bonds and uses that success to mock both Hosea and Arthur for their lack of faith, telling both of them to keep doubting him as they leave Colton. Never mind that attacking the train is the reason the Pinkertons could follow his trail, and make them a new enemy in Leviticus Cornwall who would fund the Pinkertons' efforts to take out Dutch. When Dutch's decisions lead to failures he can't spin, he shifts the blame. This is clear when Arthur asks him about the ferry heist. Dutch doesn't admit he messed up, instead he claims the number of lawmen and Pinkertons present means they must have known the gang was coming, that he was set up. But Dutch never follows up on this. He doesn't assign anyone to investigate if it was a setup or even consider the possibility of a traitor in the gang. It's hard to argue whether his excuses are an intentional way to avoid responsibility, or a delusional way for Dutch to cope with his screw-ups, or a mix of both. However, I'm reminded of his final words to John in the first game, how he spent his whole life fighting, that he knows he can't fight change, but that he can't fight his own nature either. Dutch is incapable of admitting or accepting his failures. His inability to live up to his idealized self means his and the gang's downfall was always inevitable. There's a lot more to go over with Dutch, like whether his relationship with some members of the gang were genuine or not, but that's a much longer discussion I would rather save for later. For now, let's get back to that fishing trip. As Arthur and his dads head for the creek, they spot the local sheriff ahead of them and spot a familiar face in the paddy wagon. It's Josiah Trelawney, who was arrested for running a gold mining investment scheme. Despite his flaws, this interaction shows just how capable Dutch can be at pulling a scam. Instead of impulsively killing Sheriff Gray, or breaking Trelawney out, he charms the law instead. By lying about their shared ancestry and pleading for Trelawney's release, Dutch distracts the sheriff long enough for the other criminals in the wagon to escape. He then volunteers our help in capturing the Anderson boys. Teaming up with Deputy Archibald, we chase the Anderson boys as they escape by train. Most are taken out along the way, but Arthur manages to capture their leader. On the way to the sheriff's station to turn him in, Archibald fills us in on the local area, including the feuding families, the Grays and the Braithwaites. These families control much of roads and have been at odds for generations over a long-forgotten dispute. Our good deed earns Sheriff Gray's trust, and he agrees to let Trelawney go. He offers us more work if we're interested, before storming off to yell at his nephew. Trelawney, meanwhile, tells us he's staying in a caravan outside of town, and casually mentions the generational feud might involve rebel gold, which piques Dutch's interest. Dutch tells Arthur and Hosea to dig deeper into both families. Trelawney takes his leave once again to do whatever it is he does. Now that all that nonsense is over with, we can finally go on that fishing trip. There's nothing better than this. Just a couple of guys being dudes, relaxing on the lake without a care in the world. Shit, I forgot about Micah again.
Hey, Arthur. Good to see you.
Why? You want rescuing again, do you?
No. I got a plan to make it up to you.
Oh, a plan like the Blackwater ferry job, or like you going off scouting and ending up in jail?
Dutch said you was a big shadow cast by a tiny tree.
I don't even know what that means.
I didn't mention this earlier, but aside from Dutch, Arthur is the only person Micah tries to get along with. Despite his slimy nature, I think Micah genuinely respects Arthur's skills, and recognizes him as the gang's best man, which also makes him a threat. And when his attempts to buddy up with Arthur fail, Micah shifts his focus to creating dissent between Arthur and Dutch. This new job with Micah isn't anything special. He learned from an O'Driscoll about a banking coach making regular runs to Strawberry that they often rob. Hoping for a big score, he wants to hit it to get back in Dutch's good graces. Hijacking the coach is easy enough, even with the larger guard detail. The bigger challenge is taking out all the O'Driscolls who show up to steal our score. After dealing with them, Micah's plan pays off as he and Arthur loot a hefty sum from the coach's lockbox. On the way back to camp, I wander off the beaten path and encounter a friendly couple who insist Arthur stay for dinner and a drink. Hell, why not? The vibes I'm getting from these two are definitely trustworthy.
Hey!
Hey!
Ain't this just about perfect? One of them moments you wish could last forever.
Well, like I said, I can't stay for long.
Then look at us, like a couple of old friends. It's a short life, but a merry one.
Here we are, all the fixins. I hope you boys left some room in your trousers.
That smells delicious. The food don't smell too bad neither.
Oh, stop it, you! How do you like it?
It's good. Different.
That meat is so tender. You know what? This place used to be a pig farm when we was kids. Before we lost our ma and pa. Horrible business.
Horrible.
But we still got each other, ain't that right, honey pie?
Wait, so that means they're siblings?
Where are my manners? Drinks.
Yeah, I could definitely use a drink.
Oh, about time. And take whatever cat she has on her and put it behind Mama.
What the hell just happened?
God damn it, Arthur. Didn't you learn a lesson last time when you went drinking with Lenny? Well, I better repay the Aberdeen's hospitality and get all my money back. I'm not sure how to classify the encounter with Ray and Tammy Aberdeen. It's not a stranger's mission, or a typical random encounter since it's scripted to occur when you visit their farm. Let's call it a unique encounter. The game features plenty of interactions that start as unassuming conversations with NPCs, but quickly takes unexpected turns. Some encounters, especially one in the bayou, might make you think twice about wandering the map. If you know, you know. This encounter does have a little more to it. For one, if you kill one sibling but not the other, the survivor will relentlessly chase Arthur across the map until you start a mission or finish them off. The other, if you hogtie Tammy and dump her in the mass grave you wake up in, she breaks down, crying and apologizing to her buried mother. While those factoids are really well known now, it's a testament to how even the simplest one-off encounters in Red Dead Redemption 2 often have hidden things to discover. Well, let's head back to Rhodes and see how Dutch is getting along with Sheriff Gray.
Of course, of course. Oh, and here is my dear friend, Arthur Callahan. Boy is a hunter. Boy is a killer. Arthur, you've met but not been introduced to Mr. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sheriff Gray.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine.
Tough business you boys had.
We did?
Oh, there's no need to pretend with me, sir. Life can be tough.
So it can.
And no man owes another anything.
No, sir.
But still, I feel you were hard done by. Losing your employment like that. But still, here in Rhodes, we have work enough for honest men.
Whether it's because the sheriff is drunk out of his mind or not, but Dutch managed to convince him into deputizing us. First job, he wants us to go with Deputy Archibald to dismantle an illegal moonshine distillery out in the swamp. Bill is here to help out too, which makes now a good time to discuss him. Bill Williamson once served in the US Army, fighting Native Americans until he was discharged for deviancy and attempted murder. Lost and directionless, he turned to a life of crime, spiraling downward until Dutch saved him. Dutch brought Bill into the gang and gave him what he desperately needed: purpose. Fiercely loyal to Dutch, Bill becomes highly critical of anyone who doubts him in any way. Despite being a decent gunman and explosive expert thanks to his military training, most of the gang treats Bill like a joke. His low IQ, alcoholism, and generally abrasive personality don't help his case. While at first glance he comes off like a run-of-the-mill buffoon, there's a surprising amount of layers to Bill. He's incredibly insecure and feels like he gets treated unfairly compared to others. Acting like a neglected middle child, Bill is jealous of John's favorite status as Dutch's golden boy, even bitterly calling him Dutch's pet during camp conversations. This jealousy drives Bill to prove himself to Dutch, but his efforts often fail due to his reckless nature and lack of forethought. In a rare, vulnerable moment by the campfire, Bill tries to tell his story but struggles to remember it, eventually opening up about his father's alcoholism and his eventual dementia. He admits he's terrified of following the same path, especially as he's begun to notice his own forgetfulness. To reassure himself, Bill rationalizes that his father's madness and dementia came from mixing moonshine and whiskey, something he avoids. While this is mostly a coping mechanism, it's also to justify his own alcoholism by pretending he isn't as bad as his father was. Also, Bill might be gay. His discharge from the army for deviancy and attempted murder could imply an unwanted advance on a fellow soldier, followed up by violence when he got rejected. There's also that bar brawl in Valentine where Arthur jokes about whether Bill was trying to kiss or punch a guy. Like the other companions, Bill may request Arthur bring him an item. In his case, it's pomade, which Arthur finds odd for someone who never seems to care about his appearance. I'd say the possible smoking gun is Bill's relationship with Kieran. Once Kieran becomes part of the gang, Bill goes out of his way to befriend him and hang around him at camp. And if you stumble on him trying to share his beer with Kieran, Bill gets defensive, insisting there's nothing wrong with two men sharing a drink, and even pleads with Kieran to stay when he leaves. Or maybe he's just socially awkward. Honestly, I'm amazed how much there is to a guy I just dismissed as dumb muscle. By the time of Red Dead Redemption 1, Bill is nearly unrecognizable. The insecure and bumbling idiot becomes ruthless, selfish, and surprisingly competent. He builds his own gang, commands dozens of loyal men, and fortifies Fort Mercer into an impenetrable stronghold. Compared to the younger Bill we meet here, this transformation into a feared outlaw is mind-boggling, showing just how much he changes over the years. For now though, he's still mostly useless, but he is mildly helpful during this mission. When we arrive at the Moonshiners' hideout, Arthur and Bill will silently take out some of the bootleggers before rigging their distilleries to blow. Turns out this was a bigger operation than expected, as the Lemoyne Raiders run the show here, and they're mighty mad we're destroying their booze. After a brief shootout, Deputy Archibald will take his leave with the men we captured, along with 2 jugs of moonshine from a wagon filled with the stuff. Dutch bamboozling the deputy into letting him and the boys dispose of the rest, he has Bill take the cart to Hosea to see if he can figure out how to flip the stuff. With how easily he fooled the Greys, Dutch reckons everyone here is equally as stupid, and thinks there's an opportunity in exploiting the generations-long feud between the Greys and the Braithwaites. So we'll need to start working over the other side soon. In the meantime, let's do some more fishing, this time with Javier.
What are you doing?
Going fishing. The rivers around here, famous for the smallmouth bass. Fella I met showed me a couple spots. You want to join me?
I can't fish with you. You're far too good.
Oh, come on. Hey, join me. I'll show you a couple of my tricks.
Alongside Bill and Dutch, Javier Escuela is one of the former Vanderlyn gang members John goes after in the first Red Dead Redemption. After John and his allies retake Fort Mercer, they miss their chance to catch Bill, who escapes to Mexico with Javier's help. In my retrospective on Red Dead Redemption, I criticize Javier's lack of presence in Mexico. He only appears in one mission, and he's never mentioned before or after our time in Nuevo Paraíso, making it feel like he might have been a late addition to the game. At the time, we knew little about Javier beyond John's description: passionate, devoted, and that he took Dutch's downfall the hardest. Red Dead Redemption 2 finally expands on that, showing what John meant. Born in Mexico, Javier was once a bounty hunter and revolutionary, fighting against corrupt officials in Nuevo Paraíso. After killing a high-ranking army officer, he fled to America, where hard times followed since he didn't speak the language. While trying to steal chickens, he ran into Dutch doing the same, and seeing a kindred spirit, Dutch invited him to join the gang. Javier becomes one of the most devoted members of the Vanderlyn gang, idolizing Dutch not just as a leader or father figure, but as a messiah. To him, Dutch is a man worth dying for, a sentiment he openly shares during this ride to the fishing hole. Javier believes that if the gang has to die to uphold their ideals, so be it, but at least they die free. This devotion blinds him to Dutch's growing flaws, as Javier deludes himself into thinking Dutch's actions are still part of some greater plan. Javier gets along with most of the gang, respecting Arthur's strength and close enough to John that he was more than willing to help find him in Chapter 1. His closest bond is with Bill, as they're the most loyal to Dutch, though Javier still shits on him like everyone else. But he still leads the charge to save Bill from bounty hunters, and their friendship continues into Red Dead Redemption, where Javier helps Bill escape to Mexico. He sees the gang's troubles with the Pinkertons as manageable compared to what's waiting for him in Mexico, where he wouldn't survive long due to his high bounty. When people criticize Dutch's mistakes, Javier deflects, suggesting they should focus on their own failures and how they could have done better in those situations. While it's a valid point, and I do kinda agree with it to some extent, it feels more like an excuse for Dutch's missteps. As the gang unravels, Javier clings to the illusion that Dutch is still the same, and that the others need to have faith. And like John said, when he finally realizes the man he worshipped is gone, it shatters him. What's worse, he realizes too late he turned his back on genuine friends like Arthur and John to support Dutch. By the events of Red Dead Redemption, Javier has abandoned his ideals entirely, working for Colonel Allende's oppressive regime and helping crush the rebels fighting for freedom, the very thing he once stood for. While I appreciate how Red Dead Redemption 2 fleshes out Javier, I wish we had more missions with him, or a deeper exploration of his friendship with John. Alright, I think I've covered most of the gang now. Let's see. I think all that's left is Miss Grimshaw, right? Not missing anybody else. Oh wait, I forgot about Molly O'Shea.
Yes, Miss O'Shea.
Call me Molly, would you? Arthur, how is Dutch? I mean, how does he seem to you?
About the same as usual, I guess.
I really love him, you know. But if he... Like he always says, loyalty is everything, so...
Oof, poor Molly. Out of all the supporting characters, she's the easiest to forget exists. While the rest of the gang participates in missions, hunts for work, or helps with chores around camp, Molly does almost nothing. She spends most of her time alone in Dutch's tent, rarely interacting with anyone else. Unlike the other gang members, Molly isn't an outcast saved by Dutch. She's an immigrant from Ireland who, by her own account, came from a well-off family, and crossed the Atlantic in search of adventure. And Molly found that adventure when she met Dutch, became his lover, and joined the gang. While she might come off like a gold digger at first glance, Molly genuinely loves Dutch. She supports him when he asks Arthur and the others to believe in him, and she's the first to sense something is off about him. However, Molly's privileged upbringing and status as Dutch's girlfriend make her come across as entitled and aloof. She refuses to help around camp, viewing chores as beneath her, and doesn't get along with the other women. The gang doesn't hate her though, they pity her. Most of them expect Dutch to eventually cut her loose, or for Molly to realize the truth and leave. By Chapter 3, Dutch and Molly's relationship begins to strain, and they can sometimes be overheard fighting. often because she catches Dutch being overly friendly with Mary Beth. At first, it seems like Molly is just insecure about seeing her lover chatting up a younger woman. Actually, how old is Molly? Because she doesn't really look that much older than Mary Beth, who's gotta be in her early 20s at least. But Dutch isn't exactly subtle in what he thinks of Mary Beth. Best back off there, partner. That there's Arthur's girl. Their arguments soon shift from lovers' quarrels to Molly desperately trying to get Dutch to open up and admit he's struggling. While Dutch's philosophy of treating the gang like family feels genuine, Molly is the exception. Ironically, despite how much he values faith and loyalty, the person most devoted to him and desperate to save him is treated as disposable. Tragically, she probably suffered the most from Dutch's actions. To twist the knife further, the only time she initiates a mission and tries to discuss her concerns with Dutch, Uncle comes in and hijacks Arthur's attention. Makes you think if Molly had someone in her corner, maybe she really could have saved Dutch from himself. Oh well, no time for that though, as Uncle has found out about a supply wagon carrying a company's payroll. It'll be briefly unguarded before it rejoins its wagon train, so he figures it should be a smooth job. Bringing Bill and Charles along, it does go smoothly at first, as the gang snag $1,000 from the loot box. That is, until they find out that the wagon belongs to Leviticus Cornwall.
Well, nice going, Uncle. Most guarded wagon in goddamn history. How will I know?
With Cornwall's men swarming the area, Arthur and the others decide to hide in an abandoned shed until nightfall. Unfortunately, these guys are really dedicated to their job, or too scared to face their boss, as they're still searching by the time night rolls around. When the guards close in, the gang has no choice but to fight. Cornwall's men attack in waves from all directions, forcing Arthur to defend each side to keep the group alive. Despite their best efforts, the gang becomes overwhelmed, and things take a turn for the worse when the shed catches fire. Forced to flee into the woods, they pick off the remaining guards before splitting up to avoid drawing more attention to themselves. Man, after all that, I could really use a drink. Let's see if our pal Lenny is up for some more drunk shenanigans.
I got something. Could be good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was in Rhodes talking to some of the colored folk. They said there's a gang of fools holed up in the swamps east of here who think they war ain't never ended.
Well, looks like that drink will have to wait. Lenny tells Arthur about an abandoned manor called Shady Bell, hidden deep in the woods and used by the Lemoyne Raiders. He explains they're delusional ex-Confederates trying to rebuild an army and are funding their efforts with a massive stockpile of weapons at the manor. With weapons guaranteed and the potential for some money, Lenny and Arthur will go check it out. Since they don't know Shady Bell's exact location, the pair will first find and follow a wagon carrying rifles. Once it leads them to the manor, they'll get into a shootout with the Lemoyne Raiders standing guard. Killing them all and snatching a wagon of rifles, Lenny and Arthur will take their spoils back to camp. Hey, remember that bank Karen was looking into when we first arrived in Valentine? Well, now's the time to finally hit the place.
We got something cooking you might be interested in.
Am I gonna like the sound of this?
Been cooking since Horseshoe, but you went and kicked up all that commotion in Valentine. Now, we was preparing to rob the bank there until you got involved in all that nonsense, and I don't know, I just feel like it's unfinished business.
That wasn't my fault. It was just one of them things.
How come every time I get in trouble, I'm called a fool and an idiot? But when you get in trouble, oh, it's just one of them things.
It's a good point, Arthur.
A very good point.
Sorry, Arthur, but I'm gonna have to agree with Bill. Despite the risks after the chaos in Valentine, Karen argues it's worth hitting the bank now since it's the end of the stock season, and the take should be excellent. So Arthur reluctantly agrees to help her, Bill, and Lenny with that job. The next morning, as everyone gets ready, Strauss stops Arthur to inform him that Thomas Down died, and his debt will now pass to his wife Edith, and will need to pay her a visit after the heist. In a rare camp encounter, we can actually learn about Mr. Down's death much earlier. Edith shows up at Horseshoe Overlook to pay part of the debt to Strauss, and inform him of her husband's passing, cursing him and the rest of the gang before taking her leave. Wait, how did she find their hideout? It's unlikely Strauss told the Downs family where to find him. I could lead the law right to them. I wonder if she was actually meant to meet him somewhere else, but the devs moved it to camp without thinking about the implications of Edith knowing their location. Oh well, don't think about it too hard. We got our bank to rob. Despite the fact Karen was the one who got all the info on the bank, for some reason Bill is taking point on this job. Maybe she felt bad for him, or let him be involved so he can have something big to show off to Dutch. Since this is Bill we're talking about, that's also probably why Karen wanted Arthur to help just in case shit goes off the rails. To Bill's credit, he doesn't drop the ball for a change, and has a decent plan to rob the bank. Karen will wander in pretending to be drunk and cause a distraction, The boys will then swoop in to knock out the guards, force the bank manager to open the vault, then Arthur has to get the safes open before the law shows up. You're given the choice to either slowly and quietly crack each one of them, or rig them with dynamite to blow them open all at once. Going the more explosive route makes it easier to loot all the cash, but the law will be waiting outside. If you're fast enough while cracking the safes, the law will still show up, but only after you reach your horses. Though if they don't open the safes fast enough, they'll be waiting outside like the dynamite option. That's still barely a difference between choices. Feels like a fast enough safe cracker should be rewarded, and not have to fight the law at all. Shooting our way out of Valentine, again, the group gives law enforcement a slip with the help of a passing train. The take we got was huge, over 20K, with Arthur keeping $2,500 for himself. Can't celebrate our success yet though. Need to pay Miss Downs a house call before heading home.
My husband's not cold in the ground and you've come back here. Archie, I nearly paid off what was owed.
Your husband knew the rules when he took that money. Now, I'm real sorry about the way things turned out. But he had a choice. Ain't my fault about the way the world is.
He didn't have a choice. He was good and he did good. There wasn't no choice in that. And you've as good as killed him yourself, and don't kid yourself. You had a choice.
You speak as if killing was something I cared about.
You ever wonder about eternity? You should.
I hope it's hot and terrible, Mrs. Downs. Otherwise, I'll feel I've been sold a false bill of goods. Now, please, give me that money. Either you got a lazy eye or lack of respect. Which is it, boy?
I ain't got no lazy eye. No respect for the likes of you.
Well, maybe when your mother's finished mourning your father, I'll keep her in black, on your behalf. You think on that, boy?
Well, maybe you shall, sir. And maybe other events will transpire.
You best stick to them books, because mark my words on this. Vengeance is an idiot's game. Ah, Mrs. Downs, thank you for your punctuality. It's next to godliness, isn't it?
That's cleanliness.
I'll have to take your word on that. Good day.
At the end of Chapter 2, I mentioned how Arthur's personality can feel inconsistent depending on the mission, and this is what I meant. Sure, I get that he has to play the tough guy or use violence to collect debts, but during his encounters with the Downs family, and a couple other debtors, he sometimes takes it too far. At times, his cruelty feels unnecessary, as if he's being harsh just for the sake of it. I think the honor system should have played a role here. His behavior aligns perfectly with low honor Arthur, but if you're leaning towards high honor, he could approach things more softly or come off as neutral, more like Strauss, treating it as just business, nothing personal. Or shit, put it in the player's hand with the greet and antagonize options. Have Arthur be a bigger jerk if you want him to. It doesn't hurt the game's story, or Arthur's arc, but it does kind of feel like a clunky way to remind the player that even if Arthur is better than most, he is still an outlaw. Alright, let's head to the Gray family estate and see if we can fleece them some more. Oh, hang on, I think this guy's looking for someone.
Listen, have you seen... I'm looking for my friend Gavin.
I don't know any Gavins, I'm afraid.
English bloke. Lovely fella. He went missing and now I'm all alone.
Good luck.
That's too bad. Gavin!
Ah, that's some bad luck, partner. Sure hope you find Gavin safe and sound. Heading to the Gray estate, the guards will let Arthur through after learning the sheriff deputized them. Asking around, we don't find the sheriff, but instead we end up talking to his nephew, Bo.
Huh. I'll see you at the sheriff's office.
Excuse me, friend.
We friends?
Not yet, but here's hoping.
I guess.
We don't get a lot of traveling men here, and suddenly there's a whole phalanx of mysterious but strangely helpful Yankees about the place.
Is there?
What are you doing here?
I was just looking for work.
Well, looking for something. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
What secret?
I got a secret of my own.
Are you secretly normal?
Excuse me?
Never mind.
Fortunately for Arthur and the gang, the only Gray who sees through their scam doesn't care. Bo is too preoccupied with his forbidden love for Penelope Braithwaite, whose family's generational feud with the Grays keeps them apart. Determined to try anyway, Bo enlists Arthur to deliver a love letter to her. Since the gang isn't friendly with the Braithwaites yet, Arthur has to sneak onto their estate and find Penelope in a gazebo by the water. Sneaking past the guards is trickier than I thought. Every patrol seems to have 360-degree vision, and I kept getting spotted despite my efforts. Most likely a me problem, but eventually I just took the long way around the estate to skip the patrols and reach Penelope. A kind girl, she shares Beau's frustrations with their feuding families and believes both are stuck in the past. Penelope, already ostracized by her family for her crazy ideas like women's rights, is worried she'll be sent away, and Beau will be killed if their relationship is exposed. But Penelope refuses to let them control her and asks Arthur to deliver a letter back to Beau. Young love. I'm rooting for these kids and hope everything works out for them.
Want a kiss? Find a way home. Yes, sir.
So random, and I'm sure most of you watching know this since Red Dead Redemption 2 is over 6 years old now, but I had no clue the Braithwaites had a girl locked in an outhouse on their property. She's Penelope's cousin Gertrude. Born disfigured and mentally unwell, her family just locked her up instead of sending her to a sanitarium. You can't free her, unfortunately, and she's nothing more than a point of interest for Arthur's journal. I only stopped to mention her because stumbling on all these secrets I didn't know about is what made this playthrough such an incredible experience for me. And it left me with a bit of regret that by the time I rolled the credits on Red Dead Redemption 2, I still hadn't found all of them. Like, I didn't learn about the guy the road store owner had locked in his basement until after I started working on my script. It kinda feels like I missed the boat by not engaging with this game more back when it was released, but I'll talk more about that towards the very end of the video. Delivering Penelope's letter to Beau, he starts panicking after learning his true love is going to attend a women's suffrage rally in town. The town of Rhodes is considerably behind the curve when it comes to women's rights, even by the standards of the time, and the men in town are very likely to kill the women marching. Beau tries to convince Penelope not to march, but she refuses, so Arthur steps in as security for the rally. Surprisingly, the protest doesn't turn violent, just some heated arguments. The main concern is getting Beau out of there before his cousins realize he's with Penelope. Meanwhile, Hosea finally has a plan for the stolen moonshine. Sell it back to the Braithwaites. It sounds like a reckless Dutch type of idea, but credit where it's due, Hosea stares down the family's matriarch, Catherine Braithwaite, and even gets her to pay up. However, the old hag doesn't want the moonshine anymore, and instead offers more cash if we distribute it at the Rhodes Saloon, aiming to cause chaos on the Graves turf. Hitting the saloon, Hosea bribes the bartenders and spins a story that Arthur is his idiot brother Fenton, and that they want to advertise their moonshine in the bar. After a long night of pouring drinks, chaos does break out, but not as expected. The Lemoyne Raiders, still miffed that we stole the moonshine meant for them, show up and start a fight. A shootout ensues, and Arthur and Hosea fend off the raiders before escaping by wagon. Despite what looked like an obvious setup, Hosea isn't quite sure if that was Catherine Braithwaite's intention or not. He decides to go have a talk with the old bag and give her back some of her moonshine as a peace offering. Speaking to Dutch back at camp, he's sent more of the gang to start working both families, with John and Javier at the Grays estate inquiring about some horses, and Sean assisting Hosea with Catherine Braithwaite's latest scheme. Dutch, finally taking the threat of the super agents seriously, those were previously mentioned by Trelawney when we saved him, tells Arthur to go with Charles and check with Trelawney for any new intel. Arriving at his caravan, there's no sign of him and the place is a wreck. Searching for clues, the pair follow his trail into the woods and find bounty hunters with his cane. After peacefully asking them for information, the hunters reveal Trelawney has been handed off to others and is being held at a farm near the Braithwaite Manor. Riding out, Arthur and Charles rescue a beaten Trelawney just as he's about to be moved again. After dealing with the remaining bounty hunters, Trelawney confirms they were working him over for info on the gang, but he didn't give him a thing. With his caravan compromised, Trelawney decides to stick with the gang for a while and heads back to the camp with Charles. Since we're circling the end of Chapter 3, I'm going to breeze through these next missions to get to the finale faster. Teaming up with Trelawney, he puts us in touch with Alden, a clerk at the Rhodes train station who gives us information about a potential stagecoach robbery. Riding out to it, Trelawney recognizes the woman inside as some famous singer, so he'll work his magic to distract her and her guards, while Arthur loots the lockbox on the stagecoach for a decent take. After the mission is done, we can return to Alden in the future for 2 more robberies. Riding out to find John and Javier, they're talking to Tavish Gray, the Gray family's patriarch. The old man doesn't look like he's all there, but he tells the guys about the Braithwaite's prized horses, supposedly worth $5,000. Spoilers, the old man is full of shit, as after the boys steal the horses, the shady guy Clay we unload them on says they're only worth $700. He also points out no one around here has enough money to pay that much for horses. Finally, we'll return to the Braithwaite's manor to find Hosea and Sean. He's agreed to do another job for the old hag, this time burning down the Gray's tobacco field. Heading out there with Sean, he and Arthur will sneak around to soak the crops in moonshine and set everything ablaze. A shootout with the Greys quickly ensues, and the boys will loot a payroll wagon for a decent sum before making their escape back to camp. The following mission will have Micah and Pearson approach Dutch about a possible solution to their O'Driscoll problem: peace. Pearson bumped into a few of them on his way to town, and they suggested both gangs should parley. Dutch outright refuses, and Hosea chimes in that it's probably a trap, which Micah kinda agrees with, but suggests they should meet anyways. He and Dutch will meet with Combe, and Arthur can watch over the meeting to protect them. Unsurprisingly, the meeting is a trap, but the O'Driscolls aren't there for Dutch.
Hello, Dutch. It's been a while.
Sure.
So, how's your gang doing? They still believing in you? Better world. Pure world. How's that coming along?
Just fine.
How's that score you stole off us?
Which one?
Oh, I like that. It's like I said, this is a charismatic leader. Lot of heat on us this time. Both of us. Whole heap of trouble. They offered me a price, Dutch, to bring you in.
Why didn't you take it?
Well, still might.
I am sorry about your brother.
Yeah, well, I never liked him much.
I liked Annabelle.
You always loved the ladies, Dutch Vanderlyn. I like that about you.
What are we doing here, Colm? Is this thing over?
Goddamn O'Driscolls. After a failed escape attempt that leaves Arthur with a bullet in his arm, he wakes to find Colm standing over him. Colm reveals the parlay was a ruse to capture Arthur and use him as bait for a much better trap. He's cut a deal with the law to hand over Dutch, so when he rushes in with the gang to save Arthur, they'll be waiting for him. Colm figures once the law has Dutch, they'll forget about him and he can quietly disappear. Once Colm is gone, Arthur swings himself toward a nearby nail file to free himself. Next, he removes the bullet from his shoulder and cauterizes the room with gunpowder and a candle. After ambushing a guard, Arthur sneaks outside to recover his belongings, take out a few O'Driscolls, and escape on his horse, fading in and out of consciousness as he barely makes it back to camp. The gang rushes in to help, and Arthur explains what happened to him. As they get Arthur to bed, Dutch asks Miss Grimshaw to sit with him as he passes out.
I thought I'd be burying you, Mr. Morgan.
Skipping ahead several weeks later, Arthur is fully recovered, and everyone is happy to see him up and about. Well, almost everyone.
I expect you'll betray me in the end, Arthur. You're the type.
That's so.
You tell me.
What is that even supposed to mean?
I'm sorry. I'm a little tired, I think.
That's a strange thing to say.
Oh, what the fuck, Dutch? Where is this coming from? His accusation is so out of nowhere, even he seems confused on why he said that. This moment, combined with the concerns Molly had, are the first signs that the pressure is starting to get to Dutch, and he's letting his insecurities get the better of him. And unfortunately, the back-to-back disasters in the finale of Chapter 3 add even more cracks to his already fragile sanity. Meeting up with Bill, Sean, and Micah back in Rhodes, the Greys are in need of our services for some security. Arthur questions why they're bothering to help considering their bogus tip about the horses, but Bill brushes it off as a misunderstanding. Micah backs his decision to help as they have to keep working both families until they know where their gold is stashed. Is it me or is it awfully quiet? Too quiet.
This don't feel right.
Now it don't feel right. I could have told you.
Oh god, this is Halo Reach all over again. Poor Sean. Just as he was getting more active in missions and starting to prove he wasn't some idiot kid, boom. Headshot. No dying words, no heroic sacrifice. Ironically, he was the only one who showed some concern that the Greys and Braithwaites would notice the gang was playing both sides. I mentioned earlier that Beau Gray instantly saw through their actions and just didn't care, but the rest of his family would put 2 and 2 together eventually. A bunch of out-of-towners showing up one day, and suddenly the Greys and Braithwaites' feud escalate even more as both of their benches are attacked. It's not exactly rocket science to figure out who the culprit would be. Dutch and Hosea let their egos get the better of them, thinking these families were just hillbilly bumpkins they could take advantage of. I expect this from Dutch considering his personality and prejudice against Southerners, but I'm really surprised Hosea didn't figure it out. Goes to show you that while he may be the more reasonable of the two, he could be just as short-sighted as Dutch. What makes this whole disaster worse is that it was a complete waste of time. Picking up on some hints throughout these missions, it becomes obvious both families are nowhere near as wealthy as they pretend to be, and the gold Dutch was after is long gone. Hosea turned every stone and searched every lead but couldn't find it, so Sean's death was for absolutely nothing. After surviving the shootout and killing Sheriff Gray when he captures Bill, the boys will lick their wounds and retrieve Sean's body. Arthur asks Bill to bury him somewhere nice before they head back to camp to inform everyone of what happened. Unfortunately, they have another crisis on their hands. The Braithwaites have kidnapped Jack. Promising a frantic Abigail he'll get her boy back, Dutch is done playing games and rallies the troops to ride out to the Braithwaites' manor.
There they are.
Who steals a goddamn boy? I'm gonna let fly at those sons of bitches! Don, I need you to stay calm. Get down here now, you inbred trash!
What the hell do you want?
Easy, John.
We've come for the boy. You must have known we would.
Shouldn't have messed with our business, now should you?
Whatever complaint you have with us, alleged or otherwise, that is a young boy. That is not the way you do things. Hand him over.
Get the hell off our land!
If you ain't gonna be civilized about this.
Violence freaking out, the Vanderlyn gang shows the Braithwaites why they're so infamous and a force to be reckoned with. Decimating the men outside, the gang starts tearing the place apart room by room, searching for Jack. While Dutch and Hosea try to break into the room Catherine Braithwaite and her sons are held up in, Arthur and John will back up the others when more Braithwaites arrive. Once they're dealt with, the pair burst into the old hag's room and take out her remaining sons. After a thorough search of the manor, Jack is still nowhere to be found, so Dutch orders the boys to torch the place while he drags the old hag outside kicking and screaming. Her entire family destroyed, everything she built going up in flames. Catherine Braithwaite spitefully tells us what happened to Jack.
I never liked you.
Why'd you take the boy, Mrs. Braithwaite?
You stole my
Boys are off
liquor.
limits.
You stole my horses. Ain't no rules in war, mister.
Matthews.
Yes, that's it.
Where's the boy?
My sons gave him to Angelo Bronte. So my guess is Saint Denis. Either there or on my boat to Italy.
Let's go! Arthur, come on! What are we doing with her? Leave her. I told you she was crazy.
The following morning, Dutch and Hosea try to reassure John that Jack is fine, and that they'll rescue him soon enough. Unfortunately, the gang's string of bad luck isn't over yet, as Agent Milton and the Pinkertons have caught up to them. Milton offers a deal. Dutch turns himself in, and he'll let the rest of the gang disappear.
In that case, it'd be my honor to join you. Excuse me, friends. I have an appointment to keep with...
I think your new friend should leave now, Dutch.
You're making a big mistake. All of you.
Yeah, dreadful. We have got something. Something to live and die for. How awful for us.
Mr. Milton, stop following us. We'll be gone soon.
With Milton threatening to come back with 50 men, the gang needs to move fast. Arthur suggests they head for Shady Belle, that rundown manor the Lemoyne Raiders used as a hideout. Arthur and John will head out first to make sure it's safe and clear out anyone still there. On the way, John vents his frustrations over Dutch and Hosea's failed scheme, Jack's kidnapping, and how once again they've stirred up too much trouble. He questions just how much more they're going to lose before they finally learn from their mistakes. John is now starting to doubt Dutch and is slowly realizing that if he wants to do what's best for his family, he may need to turn his back on this life and the man who raised him. And while Arthur defends Dutch during their conversation, it's not long till he reaches the same conclusion. Arriving at Shady Belle, the pair kill the remaining raiders, except their leader who blows his own brains out. After clearing out the bodies, the rest of the gang will arrive to set up their new camp. Chapter 3 comes to an end as Dutch and Arthur ride out to Saint Denis.
Okay, there she is. A real city. The future.
Big cities, they're...
Always repellent?
Exactly. I'll find you in there. Go see what you can figure out. Yes.
Ah, Saint Denis, the jewel of Lemoyne and a monument to the encroaching modernization of the 20th century. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Who knows what sort of adventures we'll get up to here? Maybe we'll help a scientist with his remote-controlled sub, or help another scientist build his humane execution machine, or get caught up in the antics of an eccentric French artist. Maybe we'll stumble upon a foul creature of the night. The possibilities are endless. Holy shit, why am I only just now finding out there was a side mission where you find a vampire feasting on the people of Saint Denis? God, I love this game. Before we can get wrapped up in any of those antics though, we gotta track down Jack's location. Let's ask around and see what we can find.
Stick 'em up, cowboy.
Yeah, real funny, Dutch.
Oh, I thought so. So, here we are in a strange land of papists and rapists. America's very own Gomorrah.
Despite all the shit that went down 2 days ago, Dutch is in rather high spirits. To his credit, at least he's being proactive for a change, and putting in the work to search for leads on Bronte himself instead of having someone else do it. That said, Dutch hasn't been able to find much. This bar is his best lead so far, but he couldn't learn anything talking to anyone inside. So it's up to Arthur to work his charm. He barely does any better than Dutch, as mentioning Bronte to the bartender has him drop the friendly facade, and warn Arthur not to keep asking about him. Luckily, a friendly drunk says we should talk to the street children outside. They have their ears to the ground about what happens in Saint Denis. And despite having a similar experience to these kids when he was a boy, Arthur still falls for an obvious con and gets robbed of his satchel. After a wacky chase sequence around most of the city, Arthur corners the little shit and gets his stuff back. He also gets some very useful info on Bronte, his address. Informing Dutch, he'll go grab John and tell Arthur to meet him outside of Bronte's. But that can wait. Hey, you know who we haven't talked to in a while? That's right, Mary Beth.
Hello, Mary Beth.
How are you, Arthur?
Fine. How are you?
Well, I'm well, I think. It's been quite a run we've had, but we're still alive.
So, no regrets?
Regrets for what?
Well, for joining this band of maniacs.
If you're a girl without means in this world, life is very scary. You boys cared for me before no one cared for me. Well, life weren't very nice, Arthur. Not after Mama got typhoid, and
That was a long time ago.
Sure.
What about you? I heard you ran into that Mary girl.
Yep.
Come on, Arthur. Grow a pair and make a move already. You don't see Dutch acting all coy around her. Unfortunately, before Arthur can work up the nerve to shoot his shot, we're interrupted by Miss Grimshaw.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan, we have a problem. A real problem. It's Tilly.
What?
She's been taken by them Foreman brothers she used to run with. Come along!
The Foreman brothers? What are they doing here?
Well, I don't know what they've been doing here, but I can tell you what they're going to be doing here. Dying.
Sure. Do we need more guns?
You and I can handle this, Arthur.
Finally, like 2 hours into the video, I finished covering every member of the gang. Could you imagine if I did this all at once at the beginning? Like Molly and Kieran, Miss Grimshaw is another companion that's easy to overlook unless you seek her out. While at first I thought she only maintained the camp like Pearson, there's actually a lot more to her than I expected. Susan Grimshaw is one of the founding members of the gang, having joined around the time Arthur did. So I guess that made her the surrogate mother for Arthur growing up. Which is fitting because Miss Grimshaw used to be in a relationship with Dutch. Yeah, I never knew that. Their relationship fizzled out and Dutch moved on to Annabelle, but they remained on good terms and stayed loyal friends. Serving as the arbiter for the gang, they would have fallen apart ages ago if Miss Grimshaw didn't keep everyone in line. She comes off as a bit of a hard ass at first, with how she'll verbally and sometimes physically abuse the younger women in the gang for slacking on their chores. And there's a camp conversation you can overhear where she suggests Abigail start turning tricks again to make money, which, outside of an offhand comment from Micah, might be the only reference to Abigail's past as a prostitute. Seems like a really shitty thing to bring up, considering Abigail is a mother now and is in a relationship with John. I'm not sure if it's a slut-shaming thing, or do whatever it takes to survive kind of thing, as Miss Grimshaw was a working girl too in her younger days. As she explains to Arthur, her tough love approach is to keep her more troublesome kids in line. Though, according to Uncle, and proven during this mission, her abrasive attitude is really a facade, and Miss Grimshaw deeply cares for her girls and everyone in the camp. Due to that, she is fiercely protective of her girls, which is why she didn't waste a second to arm herself and grab Arthur to go save Tilly. You know, I kind of forgot about this mission, so it's pretty badass to see Miss Grimshaw go mama bear mode to save Tilly, when she's almost always berating her. She's another member I wish had more of a spotlight on her, and I would have liked to get her perspective on Dutch and how he's handling things. Arriving at the Foreman brothers' safe house, Miss Grimshaw works her charm to get close to the guard outside before stabbing him in the throat. In the safe house, we kill another Foreman brother and save a very grateful Tilly. She explains she was nabbed by the gang's leader, Anthony Foreman. He was that guy harassing her all the way back in Valentine. Tilly doesn't think he'll ever stop coming after her, so Arthur and Miss Grimshaw decide for a more permanent solution. Chasing after the remaining 3 men, we'll kill 2 and hogtie Anthony, dragging him back to the safe house so Tilly can decide his fate. She opts to just threaten him, demanding he tells the rest of his cousins to stay away from her or else. Miss Grimshaw doesn't think that's enough, suggesting they should just kill him, and she puts the choice in Arthur's hands. If we spare Anthony Foreman, he'll pop up as an optional bounty to go after later in the game, but I opt to just shank him and put an end to this whole mess. Returning to Saint Denis, we'll meet up with Dutch and John to meet face to face with Angelo Bronte.
Chi sono sti buffoni?
Sono qui per Picciotto.
Coi soldi?
Why do you take his son?
Excuse me.
I said, why did you take his son? We ain't got no problems with you, sir. Nor you with us. But if you want to start one, there's gonna be a lot of folks dead in this room before it's done.
So, you walk into my city, stinking of shit and looking like this, and you come into my house before you have a bath and you tell me how to act? You ask me to show compassion. Have I not shown you almost infinite compassion already by simply allowing you to breathe in my presence?
Indeed you have. Now, we are simple country folk. All we have is each other. And you have gone and you have took his son over some dispute with some inbred ex-slavers, it ain't got nothing to do with any one of us.
You had nothing to do with destroying the liquor business!
We was innocent bystanders. And that which we weren't innocent of, well, we most surely were ignorant of.
You twist words, you lie shamelessly, you think you are better than everyone else. Ti adoro. Date davvero sti uomini. Angelo Bronte.
Dutch Vanderland. Arthur Morgan.
Arthur, the pleasure is mine.
John Marston.
All mine, please.
Well, that was tense for a bit. The fact Angelo Bronte could instantly see Dutch's true nature during their first meeting speaks volumes to the kind of man he is. And it says a lot about Dutch that he didn't realize just how much of a threat Bronte is. But we'll get there soon enough. Despite everyone being all buddy-buddy and sharing drinks, Bronte isn't going to just hand over Jack. He wants a favor first and asks that we deal with some pesky grave robbers. Dutch will stay behind to continue speaking with them while Arthur and John head out to the cemetery. On the way there, Arthur will praise John for keeping his cool and not blowing up on Bronte. John doesn't trust the bastard, and finally admits he's been a pretty shitty dad to Jack. Arthur reassures him since the Braithwaites are dead, and can't pay Bronte, Jack is of no use to him anymore and should be safe. Assuming Dutch doesn't do something stupid while they're gone. After clearing out the grave robbers and sneaking away from the police that show up, the pair return to Bronte's to find Dutch and Jack waiting for them. Aww, father and son reunited at last. Really brings a tear to my eye. Thanks to Bronte's hospitality, Jack isn't even aware he was kidnapped. The little kid is just excited to tell John about how he ate spaghetti for the first time. Dutch has managed to make friends with Bronte, who invites the gang to attend a garden party for the mayor. Arthur thinks they'd stick out like sore thumbs there, but Dutch thinks rubbing elbows with the rich elite of Saint Denis could present some financial opportunities. Returning to camp, Abigail comes running and tearfully embraces her son. She thanks Dutch and Arthur for getting her boy back. But not John. Ouch, look at his face. That's pure heartbreak right there. Considering John's behavior before Jack went missing, I could see why Abigail might be a little spiteful. However, it's a necessary moment for John. He knows he's been a bad father, and needs to clean up his act if he expects his family to want him around. Still, Dutch and Arthur insist he go spend time with them. The gang, overjoyed to see Jack safe and sound, they decide to party the night away in celebration. Most of the gang will gather around the campfire, drinking and dancing along as Javier sings and plays his guitar for everyone. It's a heartwarming scene that reaffirms how close everyone in the gang is. And sadly, it's the last time they'll ever have a moment like this again. The following morning, Arthur will find a letter on his desk. It's from Mary. She's currently in Saint Denis and in need of his help again. Well, alright, but you better be a lot more grateful this time around.
Arthur.
Hello, Mary.
You came.
Sure. Whenever you call for me, I'll come.
Oh, Arthur.
What's wrong?
Daddy.
Your father? I'm a bigger fool than I even thought.
I'm begging you, Arthur. I know Daddy was not kind to you, but surely you cannot hate a man for the sin of loving his daughter and wanting better for her than
Than me?
than the choices you make.
What choice did I have? Did I ever have?
Oh, I know. You had to live by your code. But your code is... well, it's not right.
Has your way been right, Mary? With you? And Jamie joining a bunch of crazies? And hypocritical daddy with his drinking and whoring and gambling? Huh? Is that what a pure life has gotten you? Begging me for help?
Oh, Arthur. Be kind to me. Please.
Sorry.
I mentioned earlier that Arthur and Mary's relationship was doomed from the start, because neither one was willing to change or leave their old lives behind to start a new one together. During this mission to track down Mary's father, both of them finally acknowledge this. Yet Arthur remains burdened by thoughts of what could have been, how different his life might have been if he had run away, or learned to move on. Arthur sees their failed relationship as proof that all he can ever be is an outlaw, incapable of living a normal life. This belief leads him to sabotage his own chances at change, possibly one he could have had with Abigail. In his journal, Arthur reflects that he should have married her before she fell for John, but quickly shifts the blame to Mary. Tragically, Arthur's belief that he couldn't change blinded him to another opportunity he had to leave his outlaw life behind. But I'll revisit that when we reach a certain moment in Chapter 6. Arthur and Mary will head to the horse stables to search for her father. She'll go in alone to see what state he's in while Arthur waits patiently outside. Or he tries to, but this little shit outside gets on his nerves fast.
You can't stand there.
What, in the street?
Yes, in the street.
Is it your street?
Just get out of here.
Why?
I said, just get out of here.
Listen, partner. I'm waiting on the lady. She's a fine lady. She's just gone inside. If I wasn't waiting on this lady, you'd be dead already. But if you continue to irritate me, I'll kill you. And make my apologies to the lady. It's your call.
Oh, I didn't mean nothing.
After teaching that kid a lesson in manners, Mary returns with her father, who berates her for coming after him. Mr. Gillis takes off again and the pair trail him, until they spot him selling his dead wife's brooch to a loan shark. Mary confronts her father, disgusted he'd sell the brooch that was left to her, and Arthur will chase after the loan shark to get it back. Returning to Mary, she's alone since her father ran off again. She doesn't want to bother looking for him and thanks Arthur for getting her brooch back. After an optional visit to the theater, Arthur and Mary will say their final goodbyes.
Oh. Is it too late for us, Arthur?
I can't lie to you. I'm a wanted man, Mary. If anyone close to me, well, they're wanted too, and I can't have you wrapped up in there. But it's coming to an end. This time it really is.
Run away with me, Arthur. Run away right now and don't look back.
I want to. More than anything, I want to. But I've got some people I need to take care of. Once they're free, then I'm free. Then I can disappear.
But Arthur...
If we're gonna run away anywhere, we'd need money. And soon, I'll have some.
I know you won't run away. But it's a pretty dream.
Regardless of whether his concerns that he can't run away have merit, it's sad to see Arthur pass up the opportunity to be with the woman he loves. What's worse is how much he sounds like Dutch while promising Mary he'll run away once he's free. Before continuing the story, I'm going to take a slight detour to knock out two strangers missions. Outside the Saint Denis open market, a monk named Brother Dorkins asks for donations to help the poor. If Arthur donates, the monk thanks him and reveals that there's a slavery ring operating in the city, and the local pawnbroker is involved. Investigating the shop, Arthur confronts the owner and discovers a hidden door behind a bookshelf leading to the basement. Just as Brother Dorkins said, two men are chained up inside. Arthur frees them and brings them back to the monk, who promises to help however he can. Grateful for Arthur's kindness, Brother Dorkins offers him money from the donations he collected, but I chose to decline. There's only like a couple bucks in there anyway. A little later, we bump into Brother Dorkins again at the church nearby and run into a familiar face from the first game. Sister Calderon is the same Mother Superior John runs into a few times during his adventures in Nuevo Paraíso. She's pretty much the same as she was in the first game, a woman of faith trying to help the poor and unfortunate, though they aren't always grateful, as one of the kids she was teaching to read snatches her crucifix and runs off. Arthur gives chase and gets the crucifix back after he saves the kid from a different person he previously robbed. On the way back to the church, Arthur bumps into another familiar face, though it's a much more unpleasant experience.
Hey, you want some company, mister?
No.
You sure?
Hey.
What?
I know you. This is Downs?
Oh, no. Not you. Get away.
Hi,
Now.
I mean, hey.
Help. Help.
Hold on.
This man is bothering
Now.
me. Someone help me. Officer, help.
Seems Miss Downs hasn't been doing great since her husband's passing, but I'll save that conversation about her current situation for later. Returning the crucifix to Sister Calderon, the time has come to hit up the mayor's garden party. Changing into more stylish duds, Arthur, Dutch, Hosea, and Bill for some reason all attend the mayor's party. Hosea and Bill will mingle with the guests to search for potential marks, while Arthur and Dutch meet up with Bronte. He greets them and starts pointing out the more noteworthy party guests, including Mayor Henry Lemieux, the governor of Guarma, Alberto Fissar, Chief Rainsfall and his son Eagleflies from the Wapiti tribe, and finally Hector Fellows, the owner of the local newspaper. Bronte hates him for his self-righteousness and casually mentions that he might have Dutch kill him one day. This creates some tension between the two when Dutch insists his gang aren't hired guns, and Bronte is surprised to hear Dutch is picky about what favors he will and won't do for him. They diffuse the situation and laugh it off, but it's obvious Bronte wants to exploit Dutch for his own ends, something Arthur picks up on. And despite their supposed friendship, it's obvious that Bronte looks down on Dutch and the others, casually trying to play off an insult as a joke. Still, that doesn't stop Dutch from asking him if there's any potential financial opportunities he's aware of. And Bronte suggests robbing the trolley station. Not quite sure a trolley station would have that much, but could be an easy smash and grab at the least. Heading down to the party below, we'll overhear the mayor mention Leviticus Cornwall when he's speaking to his assistant. Arthur will tail him inside and find a ledger detailing a top-secret plan the mayor and Cornwall are involved in. Regrouping with everyone else and leaving the party, Hosea believes hitting the city's bank is their best bet to make enough money to finally disappear, though he wants to find out more about it before they hit it. Dutch, meanwhile, learned about a high-stakes poker game on a riverboat, and he'll have Trelawney look into it while he investigates the trolley station. Speaking with Dutch the next day, he thinks he can pull off the job easily, and that 3 of them should be enough to do it, with Arthur suggesting Lenny should be their third. Their discussion gets interrupted when Dutch notices something very suspicious approaching the camp.
What is that?
What the hell have they done to me?
Look, there in the tree line.
Everybody take cover! O'Driscoll boys are coming!
Kieran, no! Oh god, Bill is going to be devastated. He loved that boy. Goddamn O'Driscolls. Poor kid. Outside of the horrible way he was killed, Kieran didn't do much of anything since he joined the gang. We never brought him along for missions. At most we can go fishing with him, but that's it. So it's extremely easy to overlook the fact he disappeared. I think the only clue you get before his headless corpse rides into camp is if you talk to Lenny while he's on guard duty. He mentions hearing something strange, but chalks it up to his imagination. Most likely he either heard Kieran get captured, or the sounds of his screams as the O'Driscolls scooped out his eyes. Outside of what he did to Kieran, Combs shows he really isn't fucking around this time, as he basically sends an army of his men to Shady Belle. We don't take any more casualties, but the gang gets overrun and are forced to retreat into the manor. They hold their ground, but Arthur realizes Sadie is still outside. Rushing out to save her, he may have been too hasty, as she butchers 3 O'Driscolls like nothing. See? I told you she was bloodthirsty. Teaming up with Sadie, the pair start turning the tide against those bastards. Charles and Dutch will back them up, forcing the handful of remaining O'Driscolls to run for it. Once the coast is clear, everyone regroups, and Dutch has everyone get to work cleaning up this mess, and disposing the corpses of the O'Driscolls. Ian, Reverend Swanson, and Charles have the unfortunate task of burying Kieran. The gang is now living on borrowed time. It won't be long till Combs sends more of his men for another attack. Or worse, if that slimeball points the law towards Shady Belle. Dutch says moving to a new camp won't be good enough this time. It's time for the gang to disappear for good. They need to make their big scores immediately. So he rides out to Saint Denis and asks Arthur to meet him later so they can hit that trolley station.
He saved my life, and I could not save his. Mrs. Adler fought braver than any of us. She is driven by powerful forces I scarcely understand. That's what love has done to her, I guess.
Kieran's death decimates the gang's morale. Mary Beth, who was the closest to him, asks Arthur to make the bastards who killed him pay. Molly is starting to fall to pieces and come undone from all the deaths, and Dutch still ignoring her. And Bill, well, it's obvious he's keeping his true emotions bottled up. It's alright, big guy. You let it all out. It doesn't make you any less of a man for crying. Heading for Saint Denis, I'll save that trolley job for later. First, let's meet up with Trelawney for that high-stakes poker game. Before hitting the boat, Trelawney insists on cleaning up Arthur's looks so he can actually pass for a wealthy poker player. A bit harsh, Trelawney. At least Arthur doesn't dress like a magician 24/7. After getting new duds and a haircut, Cinderella is ready for the ball. Javier and surprisingly Strauss are assisting with the job. The plan is simple. Arthur just needs to win a big enough prize in order to get escorted to the boat's vault, and then just rob it. With Strauss quietly giving him instructions on when to call or fold, Arthur plays a few rounds of poker. Once he wins big, the pit boss escorts him to the vault with Javier following disguised as a guard. They take out the pit boss and then loot $6,000, and seem to be in the clear until the real guard Javier robbed shows up exposing them. After a chaotic shootout, the boys escape by diving off the boat and swimming to shore. Before heading to Dutch, there's some unexpected do-gooding to attend to. Outside the mayor's office, Arthur meets Evelyn Miller, Dutch's favorite author. Dutch's philosophy on life is heavily inspired by Miller's work, though he arguably misinterprets Miller's writings and twists it to justify his outlaw lifestyle. Miller himself questions if he ever really followed his own beliefs by the end of the story, but that's a discussion for later. For now, he needs Arthur's help. Chief Rainsfall and Eagleflies need assistance as their people are under threat of being moved off their lands again, in defiance of a treaty signed 3 years ago. Miller suspects oil is the cause, as Cornwall surveyors were recently seen on the tribe's land. He asks Arthur to break into Cornwall oil and tar in order to find proof. Arthur initially declines, uninterested in charity work, until Miller mentions money.
How much?
I told you, they're all mercenaries.
There's a price on my head in 2 states, my friend. The government doesn't like me any more than it does you. Like you, I've been running for as long as I can remember. And like you, my time here is nigh on done.
We understand, and we will pay.
Normally I'd give Arthur shit for this, but it's hard to argue against this point. That, and considering the gang's current situation, he can't really go off to pull a job that isn't going to pay. A little while later, he'll meet up with Eagleflies on a hill just outside Cornwall Oil and Kerosene. He tells Arthur a foreman named Danbury keeps the documents he needs in his office. Arthur can't be spotted before stealing them, as if the documents are as incriminating as they think, Danbury might destroy them to cover up what Cornwall is doing. Hopping onto a wagon, Arthur will sneak into the factory grounds undetected, and start moving towards Danbury's office. So this might feel random, and out of nowhere since we're like 3 hours into this video, but I wanted to stop and discuss Red Dead Redemption 2's mission design. I don't want to turn this into a linear versus player freedom debate, because honestly I flip-flop on that depending on the game. But it's odd how restrictive story missions feel compared to the open world's flexibility. For all the random encounters, optional dialogue, and details that adapt to Arthur's honor, appearance, or actions, story missions are often too rigid. I understand wanting to guide players to experience the story the way you want it told. It doesn't have to branch off into alternate paths because you sided with one NPC over the other, but it feels too on rails. The missions to get the documents is a perfect example, but you have to follow the path that takes you through the factory, up the stairs to the 2nd floor, and then to Danbury's office. This is despite the fact you can actually climb up to the roof and make a beeline for the window that leads into his office. A window that Arthur opens and escapes from after getting the documents, but won't open if he tries to get in from the outside. For a better example, there's the overwhelming amount of times where you have to chase someone on horseback but can't catch up to them until you reach the point the game lets you. So if you try to be cheeky by shooting the NPC's horse, you'll usually get a mission failed. Or those times where you stray too far from the main road when running from enemies. The legendary gunslingers you have to track down and learn about Jim Calloway is another absurd example. Outside of Black Bell, you have to duel the other gunslingers, and they have to die. So if you disarm them in a duel instead of killing them, they'll pull out another gun and kill themselves. Like, not for nothing, but I feel like a player gets more out of discovering they can spare these guys, and don't have to kill them. It doesn't ruin the experience, and you don't have to offer total player freedom either, but giving the player options to achieve the same goal keeps missions from being too linear and repetitive. And like all the developers knew you would try this moments you get outside of the story, it can make for some fun and rewarding experiences for being creative in the story. Alrighty, let's get things moving again. Now that we're done with Eagleflies, we can return to Saint Denis and meet up with Dutch and Lenny outside the trolley station. Dutch claims to have struck a deal with a ship captain willing to smuggle the gang to Australia or Tahiti. Arthur is skeptical. Even with the riverboat job, they still lack funds to disappear. But that's why Dutch wants to move on the trolley station now. They'll need to get big money fast before the Pinkertons close in on them. Unfortunately, Dutch chose the absolute worst target to rob.
There's almost nothing here. There should be stacks of cash in there. He told us there was. Look again.
There's no stacks. A few dollars in coins, that's it.
Damn! We got a problem.
There's a ton of cops out there.
Come on now! We got you surrounded!
That greasy son of a bitch! He set us up!
You think?
It seemed like a good time for sarcasm to you, Arthur.
What we gonna do, gentlemen?
Something!
To absolutely no one's surprise, Angelo Bronte set Dutch up. He probably would have caught on to Bronte's treachery and properly scouted the trolley station if Dutch wasn't desperate to do anything to escape as soon as possible. With every policeman in Saint Denis coming after them, the boys' escape plan goes off the rails when they lose control of the tram and crash. Luckily, they're all in one place, though Dutch did take a pretty nasty bump to the noggin. And I guess I should get this out of the way now, but while it's possible Dutch did suffer a concussion during this job, I don't believe it's what causes him to change. He's been changing all throughout this story. Slowly but surely, every failure has been chipping away at him. Dutch's short-sightedness and wanting to rob the train in Chapter 1 led to Leviticus Cornwall bankrolling the Pinkertons, who were already chasing after them, to continue their search and follow them to New Hanover. His ego and hatred of Southerners made him think he could easily scam the Grays and the Braithwaites, and his desperation and lack of self-awareness made him blind to Bronte's obvious treachery. Dutch is dangerously nearing the point of no return, and all it takes is one more failure to push him over the edge. At the very least, he's fortunate he didn't die here, as the boys managed to escape out of the city in a stolen wagon. Their take from the trolley robbery was a paltry $15 each, and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter. With this job a bust, their only option left is to go after the Saint Denis bank. Returning to camp, Arthur finds Hosea and Dutch arguing about whether to kill Bronte. Hosea warns that it's not worth the trouble getting revenge on him, but Dutch insists it's necessary, arguing that Bronte's control over the town will jeopardize their plan to rob the Saint Denis bank. Which, to his credit, he's probably right. The guy's powerful and had the police on him as soon as he tried robbing the trolley station. There's a good chance Bronte has his own money in the bank and could compromise their heist, though it's obvious that revenge is Dutch's main motive to take him out. Arthur is given the deciding vote and sides with Dutch. The pair then head for LaGrasse to meet Thomas, a fisherman who will take them behind Bronte's mansion. Despite the fact he sided with them, Arthur asks if Dutch really is doing this for the right reasons. Dutch argues maybe he is and maybe he isn't. Bronte is an obstacle that needs to be removed either way. And when Arthur brings up his concerns about the Tahiti plan, Dutch lets his frustrations get the better of him, and he blows up on Arthur.
With all due respect, Dutch, is this Tahiti plan really gonna work out?
You tell me, Arthur. Is it? Have some goddamn faith! I am bending over backwards to make a future for us!
I know, but...
When did you become so small-minded? If you'd rather we break up the family, go our separate ways, just tell me.
Of course not.
This isn't a prison camp. I am not forcing anybody to stay. So either we're in this together, working together to get out together, or we're not. There simply isn't a reality in which we do nothing and get everything.
I know. You're right.
Remember that not forcing anyone to stay line, because it'll be very important much later. Meeting Thomas, he's more than happy to assist in our plan to go after Bronte, but wants to make sure everything is good with his partner Jules, who's out in the swamp. We'll head out with him into the waters, checking his crayfish traps and searching for Jules. For what's basically a simple setup mission, it's surprising to see the work put in to create a tense, borderline horror encounter. You're wading through the swamp slowly, it's quiet and you're barely able to see much around you. As you search for Jules, the broken traps and other clues hint that something is in the swamp with you. When you finally find Jules, terrified and hiding up in a tree, he warns he saw a massive gator twice the size of a regular one. Getting him on the boat, Thomas dismisses his claims as nonsense until they hit something, which he assumes is probably a tree stump. He has poor Jules hop into the water to drag the boat, and then something drags him away. Arthur hops in to save him, and once he's got the kid on his back, Jules starts panicking, and Dutch shouts to hurry, and not to turn around. And boom, there it is, the massive legendary bull gator. Arthur gets back to the boat in time, but he and Dutch have to fend off the beast until it finally stops pursuing them. It's a great encounter. It made me wish more of the legendary animals had setups like this, as opposed to just following their tracks. Making it back to shore, the locals will take care of Jules' injured leg, while Dutch heads back to the camp to gather the boys for the assault on Bronte's mansion.
Hey, Bill, you were a sharpshooter in the cavalry, weren't you?
What?
When we get there, maybe you could help with the suppression fire.
I never said I was no sharpshooter.
Oh, that's right. What was it? The nation's most loyal latrine digger, wasn't that it?
Yeah, well, I fought, and I fought well.
So you always tell us.
You taught me something you could do with learning. Them Indians were savages.
Watch your mouth there, boy. Watch it. Only type of savage in these parts are moonshine, swilling, pompous, inbred locals.
Dutch, I saw things out there.
I don't doubt you saw things, Bill, but your tiny little mind was too small to comprehend what you saw. What you saw was people who lost everything to savagery. Savagery of peasants. Failures come from Europe to reap some awful vengeance on God's last creation.
Interesting way you boys got up preparing for a killing.
I'm sorry I wasted my life trying to teach you boys. Love you though I do.
Sneaking into Bronte's garden will immediately engage his guards in a shootout. And it's hard to tell if he knew Dutch was coming, or if he's just precautious, but Bronte has a small army of men guarding him. Too bad that still isn't enough to stop us, as the gang quickly overwhelms the guards and gets inside the mansion. Searching every room, we'll find Bronte hiding in the bathroom, and he quickly gets on John's bad side when this happens.
Okay, I'm sorry, friend. No, name your price. Name your price. Every man have a price. Okay, no, I surrender.
Should we kill him? Nah, let's take him to Dutch.
Poor John, his face really takes a beating in this game. After grabbing Bronte and dealing with the arriving police, the gang loads onto the boat and escapes. When Bronte regains consciousness, Dutch can't resist gloating, mocking Bronte for losing to a bumpkin like him, despite all his wealth and power. Defiant, Bronte foolishly insults Dutch, and even tries to bribe the gang to betray him for $1,000. When that fails, Bronte insists the law will find him and save him. Dutch, his patience gone and anger boiling over, decides to put an end to Bronte.
Oh, you're right. You are so right. They are good at smelling filth, huh? So filth has got to be disposed of. Your friends, the Patriots, are gonna come and rescue you. You repulsive little maggot. Call them now. You call them.
Jesus. Part of your philosophy books cover feeding a fella to a goddamn alligator, Dutch.
The part that covers weakness.
I get where John is coming from and understand the gang's shock at Dutch's brutality, but killing Bronte was always the plan. Maybe not that savagely, but he was going to die regardless. More importantly, if they thought Dutch was taking it too far, why didn't anyone try to stop him? John looks like he's about to, but doesn't. This ties back to Javier's earlier point about the gang needing to focus less on Dutch and more on their own failures. This moment is a prime example. While Dutch is ultimately responsible for his actions and downfall, the gang enables him during his worst moments. Micah openly manipulates him for personal gain, but the others mostly voice mild concerns without ever taking a stand. They let him do what he wants, benefiting when things go right, but blaming him entirely when they go wrong. Dutch's growing ego and paranoia stem, in part, from this dynamic. He's become so used to the gang deferring to him that he sees their silence as approval. Even if Dutch might ignore dissenting opinions, the gang's unwillingness to challenge him reinforces his belief that his way is the only way. By placing the responsibility on Dutch to lead, they inadvertently enable the reckless decisions that push him, and the gang, towards disaster. And by the time they finally stand up to him, he's crossed the point of no return, as he lost the only voice of reason he would listen to. Which takes us into the finale of Chapter 4. It's time to hit the bank of Saint Denis. Hosea and Dutch are hashing out their plan to hit the bank, and the old man has done extensive research. The bank has only one guard, he knows the police patrol routes, and figures the best way to hit the bank is to use a distraction somewhere in the city, in order to lure the cops away. If the gang hits the bank fast enough during that window, they should be able to escape with little resistance. Arthur agrees, and despite some hesitation, Dutch relents and agrees that Hosea's plan is what they should do. The following morning, the majority of the gang rides out to Saint Denis, Hosea and Abigail will head out first to create a distraction. A pretty big distraction, actually.
I love that Hosea! He is a true artist.
Hitting the bank, the gang finds little resistance and are quickly able to take control of the situation. Forcing the bank manager to open the vault and give them the combination to open the safe, they grab tons of cash and gold. Unfortunately, the unexpected arrival of the Pinkertons causes their plan to fall apart, along with the remaining pieces of Dutch's sanity.
Come out! It's over!
Shit! Abigail!
Dutch! Get out here! Get out here now!
Someone must have squealed.
Never should have gone after Bronte, Dutch.
Mr. Milton? Let my friend go! Or folks, they are gonna get shot unnecessarily!
Your friend? Why would I do that?
Come on, Milton!
It's over. No more bargains, no more deals.
Mr. Milton, this is America. You can always cut a deal.
I've given you enough chances.
Come on! No!
God damn it! There's your deal, Dutch.
Hosea.
Overwhelmed and trapped, the gang barely has time to process Hosea's execution, or how the Pinkertons knew about the bank heist. Despite their efforts, they're outnumbered and are forced to flee. Dutch orders Arthur to blow a hole in the bank wall with dynamite, creating an escape route into the alley and up to the rooftops. From there, Arthur holds off the Pinkertons below, covering the gang as they make their way to safety. But not everyone is accounted for. John was arrested by the Pinkertons. Things only get worse during their escape as they take another casualty.
We can get across here!
No!
He's dead!
Oh, God, no! There's nothing we can do! We gotta keep moving!
Unable to help Lenny, the gang escapes across the rooftops and hides in an abandoned apartment. With the city crawling with police and Pinkertons, Dutch believes sneaking out is impossible, and they'd probably be picked up on the roads if they try to head back to camp. Instead, he proposes a drastic solution. Wait until nightfall, stow away on a ship, and lie low wherever it takes them. After a few weeks, they'll come back for everyone else. Reluctantly, Arthur agrees. Under cover of night and pouring rain, the gang sneaks through the streets towards the harbor. After avoiding several patrols, they encounter a group of Pinkertons guarding the docks. Unable to risk a fight or take them out silently, Charles volunteers as a distraction, luring the Pinkertons away while the others sneak past. Don't you dare die, Charles. I already lost Lenny. You're all I have left. The gang successfully stows away on a ship, and Dutch bribes the captain for safe passage to northern Cuba. Dutch assures everyone that they'll lie low there, avoid the Pinkertons, and return for the rest of the gang once the heat dies down. Micah, however, voices some concerns.
I ain't no sailor, but, that cloud look like good news to you?
In the middle of the night, alarms blare, and Dutch wakes everyone up in a panic. The ship has caught fire and is capsizing. Arthur, separated from the others by fallen cargo, struggles to reach the surface. Finding the others in a lifeboat already out at sea, he dives into the dark waters but is pulled under by the strong current. Arthur wakes up alone on a beach, alive but not exactly on Cuba. Ah man, Guarma. For as consistent as the first 4 chapters are, this is where Red Dead Redemption 2 undeniably stumbles. I know the developers had to scale back their plans for Guarma, including the ability to return later for side content, but it's hard to shake how much this chapter feels like filler, even if it is relatively short. Due to that, I'm mostly going to skim through the events of this chapter. After Arthur wanders a bit, he stumbles upon Dutch and the others. Good to see you, jerks. Thanks for waiting. I was going to rant about how they didn't wait for Arthur before casting their lifeboat, but I don't think they had one. It's hard to tell because they were so far away, but it looks like they may have been swimming huddled together. Well, at least we all made it. Before the boys could make their next move, they immediately get captured by soldiers working for the ruler of Guarma, General Fusar. Their capture doesn't last long as rebels attack Fusar's men, allowing the gang to escape. However, Javier takes a bullet to the leg and urges the others to leave him behind when more soldiers arrive. Rescued by the rebels, Arthur and the gang meet Hercule Fontaine and Leon Fuentes. Leon explains that Fusar enslaved laborers from other islands on his sugar plantation, the same fate the two men Arthur saved earlier narrowly avoided. Hercule, who isn't a native and technically a merchant from Haiti, offers to arrange a boat to get the gang off the island, but only if they help Leon track down a group of escaped workers Fusar is hunting. With no other options, and Javier to save, Dutch agrees. The following day, Arthur gets captured again, and will have to assist Leon and the workers he was looking for in order to escape the group of soldiers that were holding him captive. Afterwards, Arthur will rendezvous with Dutch outside of a cave to sneak into Fusar's sugar factory, and hopefully save Javier. They're led through the caves by some old lady Dutch met, who he pays with his last gold bar from the bank heist. The rest is sitting at the bottom of the ocean. On our way through the tunnels, Dutch shares his suspicions that someone may have orchestrated all the chaos of the last few weeks, casting doubt on John since he was taken alive, while Hosea and Lenny were killed. Dutch is also suspicious that Abigail wasn't picked up along with Hosea. He then murders the old lady when she starts getting greedy.
Dutch, what are you doing? Jesus. Easy, Dutch. What was that?
Horrible old crone.
But you killed her.
She was gonna betray us, Arthur. Couldn't you tell?
No.
Well, I got some Spanish. She was.
You keep killing folk, Dutch.
I am just trying to make sure that some of us survive, Arthur. Now, shall we proceed?
I guess.
Listen, son, you think I want any of this?
I don't know.
Of course I don't. But I made a pledge to you all. We would survive, no matter what.
So how did you know she was gonna betray us? What'd she say?
It was in her eyes, in the way she was leading us.
But you said you knew Spanish.
I know human beings, Arthur.
You gonna strangle me next?
I'm doing the best I can.
Needless to say, Dutch's mental state isn't all there anymore. There's a lot I want to say about the bank heist and how he suspects John, but I want to touch base on that in Chapter 6. Moving on, Arthur and Dutch will cause a large explosion to distract Fusar's guards, swoop in to free Javier from his cage, fight the guards that come after them, and then make their escape to the rebel base. Our shenanigans with the rebels have caused Fusar to take off the kid gloves and call in the support of the Cuban Navy, which means we're stuck here till they're dealt with. Cue an admittedly pretty awesome full-scale battle against a massive wave of Cuban soldiers, with artillery fire raining from the sky and bullets getting fired everywhere. And it all ends in spectacular fashion with Arthur sinking the Cuban ship with a cannon. Our time with the rebels finished, Hercule came through and got a vote that will take us off the island. Unfortunately, Fusar figured out who we are, and took the ship captain hostage, hoping to stall our escape long enough for American law enforcement to show up and arrest us. So cue one more battle against Fusar, decimating more of his men, saving the ship captain, killing this guy in a Mexican standoff, and blowing Fusar to smithereens with a cannon. With that, our time in Guarma is officially done, and we bid our goodbyes to Hercule and the rebels. On the way back home, Dutch discusses their next course of action. Once back near Lemoyne, they'll covertly return to shore one by one, split up, gather information on what's happened since our vacation to Guarma, gather everyone up, and then make money to disappear for good. Surprisingly, everyone pushes back and voices their concerns. Bill thinks it's too risky, Micah argues they should cut and run with the Blackwater money, Arthur believes their situation is unsalvageable, and Javier questions why they can't just disappear now instead of chasing more money. Dutch refuses to cut his losses and have everyone go their separate ways, as he would lose the only thing he has left, control of the gang. In his mind, he probably thinks he's doing the honorable thing by going back for the others, but really, Dutch doesn't want to lose his position as leader. He doesn't want to lose his power because without the gang under his command, he's got nothing, and he's just another outlaw. To some extent, I think the others know that, but stick with him for various reasons. Bill and Javier are too loyal to turn their backs on him. Micah needs Dutch in order to find the Blackwater money, and Arthur is too loyal to everyone else back home to leave them. But it won't come as a surprise that sticking to an obviously bad plan will lead to disaster. Again. When the boat arrives at the Van Horn trading post, Arthur will swim to shore, steal a horse, and head for Shady Belle in hopes of finding a clue where the others could be. The ride there is beautifully scored by the song Unshaken by D'Angelo, that I unfortunately can't play due to copyright. At Shady Belle, Arthur finds a letter left to him by Sadie, telling him that the group have moved to Lakay, a small village north of Saint Denis. Arthur soon reunites with the others, Micah and Javier having already found this place. Later that night, Dutch and finally Bill arrive. After the bank robbery, Sadie immediately got to work getting the gang out of Shady Belle before the Pinkertons arrived. She and Charles later found this quaint little shack and moved everyone here. Abigail and Charles also managed to retrieve Lenny and Hosea's bodies too, buried them somewhere nice north of Saint Denis. Struggling in his absence, the gang are in better spirits now that their leader has returned. Too bad it's time to move again.
Come out with your hands up!
Give them to a count of 5, then give them everything. Actually,
Let her have it.
Asked everyone you could find, did you, Bill?
Pinned down by machine gun fire, Agent Milton won't even give the gang a chance to fight back this time. Sadie and Arthur will crawl their way out of the back of the shack, circle around, and flank the Pinkertons. After clearing out the first wave of agents, Bill of all people runs out to help, and Arthur will use the machine guns to wipe out the last wave of Pinkertons. While they survived, again, the gang's rattled more than ever. Preparing to move yet again, Dutch is overwhelmed and can't figure out what their next move should be, or where they should go. Not helping things is Abigail's insistence they need to do something about John. They have to get him out of jail before they hang him. Dutch storms off, barely holding it together, so Abigail begs Arthur and Sadie to do something instead. Sadie promises to figure something out, and asks Arthur to meet her later in Saint Denis once she's learned more about John's situation.
My lord, what a goddamn mess. Everything. Not sure what happens next. Whole thing has been hard on all of us. Most of all on Dutch, who seems half crazed by all we gone through.
Right.
You okay there?
Before. Working it all out. Once and for all, Arthur.
What now?
We're back, and I'm sitting here, and I am contemplating the great journey of the sun and considering a famous chess move. Those oily enactors of a mediocre justice, the Pinkertons, and their benefactor, the depressing millionaire Leviticus Cornwall, they want us, Arthur.
Half crazed? It looks like Dutch has completely lost it already. Most of what he just said felt like a string of insane rambling wrapped in some fancy words. And playing imaginary chess with yourself isn't going to form a plan, which Arthur agrees. He reaffirms his belief that it would have been smarter not to come back, that maybe Dutch should consider cutting the women loose at least so they don't die with them. Arthur does snap his mentor back to reality though, by calling him out on all the cold-blooded murder he's been doing, causing Dutch to blurt out that there's some land north of Roanoke Ridge called Beaver Hollow that they could settle in. Arthur will leave with Charles to scout the land and clear it out of any unwanted guests. Meanwhile, Dutch and Micah will be doing some reconnaissance. Somewhere. On the way to scout our new camp, Charles fills us in on what he's been up to while we were gone. He's been helping out rains falls and eagle flies at their reservation. The situation there is bad and getting worse, with the local army outposts stirring up trouble constantly. Charles also warns us about the place we're heading to. It's infested with men from the Murphy brood. A bunch of inbred savages that scare every settlement, gang, and lawman in the area. It's very likely you've encountered them at least once before now, as if you camp around their territory, they'll antagonize or attack you. So, while they're extremely dangerous, their reputation keeps everyone away. So it isn't the worst place to hide. But yeah, they're pretty fucked up. if that weird effigy they have outside their cave is anything to go off. Then we find out the Murphy brood are even worse than we expected. As we start mowing down these bastards, slowly making our way into their cave, we'll stumble upon a girl locked in a cage. Terrified at seeing Arthur and Charles, the poor thing has been captive for weeks after the Murphy brood attacked their stagecoach, suffering unspeakable atrocities every day since. Arthur gets her to calm down and trust them, learning she's from Annisburg and that her name is Meredith. He'll take the girl back home while Charles will return to the gang and move them to the cave. Unlike the encounter with the German family, Arthur is far more considerate this time around and doesn't think twice about helping Meredith. While the circumstances are very different, I don't even think low-honor Arthur would be as callous as to just abandon that girl. It shows Arthur is capable of helping others just for the sake of it now, and trying to do some good by helping others will be a core focus of his character during the final chapter. Arriving in Annisburg, Arthur will reunite Meredith with her mother. She's grateful for what he's done and offers a reward for his help, but I let her keep the money. On the way out of town, Arthur has another encounter with Miss Downs, who is looking considerably worse than the last time we saw her. Like before, she avoids speaking with Arthur, shutting her door on him and the guy she just picked up. Returning to Beaver Hollow, the gang has begun setting up camp. Dutch fills us in that he's found Leviticus Cornwall. He's planning to buy a stake in the mine in Annisburg. Before he continues, our conversation is interrupted when Uncle shows up with a very drunk and very belligerent Molly O'Shea. She picks a fight with Dutch, shouting angrily at him and finally fed up with the way he's been treating her. Molly then blurts out that she was the one who told the Pinkertons about the bank robbery, hopeful they would have killed him. And before I go on and end the chapter, I want to stop and say I really loved this reveal during my first playthrough. Molly, who was constantly ignored and mistreated by Dutch, a character seemingly so unimportant that the player can easily overlook her and her struggles, to the point that I, and I'm sure plenty of you, didn't even notice she wasn't at the shack in Lakay with the others. That Molly of all people was responsible for the bank robbery failing, before we even floated the possibility of a traitor being involved, it's just perfect. And I'd be lying if I wasn't a little disappointed when the actual truth is revealed in the next chapter. Tensions boil over as Arthur tries to talk Dutch down from killing Molly, but Chapter 5 comes to a tragic end when the choice is taken out of their hands.
Calm down. Arthur? She's a fool. Get her out of here. You know the rules.
Not so big now. Are we, Your Majesty?
You...
She knew the rules, Arthur. What the hell is wrong with you? Mr. Pearson, Mr. Williamson, get this body out of here and get it burnt.
Okay.
Now get back to work, all of you! Quit your lollygagging! Get back to work!
Molly's death decimates whatever morale the gang had left. Karen, who's been a drunk mess since Sean's death, berates Miss Grimshaw for murdering Molly. Despite the animosity between the two, Karen still considered Molly one of their own, and understands that she was just a stupid girl in love. Tilly and Mary Beth don't take her death well either. Bill is thinking for himself for once, and asks Arthur if he thinks Dutch has lost his mind. Pearson, who is usually jolly and full of energy, is a broken mess, terrified that they might all die.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
This truly feels like the end of the Vanderlyn gang. You can't even make donations anymore. Miss Grimshaw reveals someone smashed the money box to pieces, which breaks her heart because of how long they've had it. The box was a symbol of the gang's unity, and how they were all working together to achieve their dream. But the real indicator of the gang's death is how they've all given up on Dutch. When they first arrive in Horseshoe Overlook, Dutch could easily gather the gang around him and reassure their doubts with a rousing speech. But now Dutch can't command their attention anymore, not even his most loyal men. Micah's the only one in earshot, but it's obvious he isn't listening. Dutch drops the pretense of the glorious leader that would die for them, who would keep the gang united and survive. Instead, Dutch finally shows his selfish nature, proclaiming that only he, and those who side with him, will escape the law and survive. For now, the most we can do is try to save John. So let's head out to Saint Denis to see what Sadie's learned.
Hello.
Mister, are you okay? Mister, are you okay? Are you okay, mister?
Struggling to breathe, Arthur manages to follow the Good Samaritan to a doctor, and after a brief examination, the doc breaks the bad news to Arthur.
What is it?
It's not good news.
I guess that.
You got tuberculosis. Really sorry for you, son. It's a hell of a thing.
What you mean?
You're real sick. It's a progressive disease, and you'll be... Now, the best thing is rest.
God, this moment. It's amazing how it sneaks up on you. From the moment I stepped into Saint Denis on my second playthrough in Chapter 4, a sense of dread washed over me. During my first run, the city felt alive and exciting, with my focus on saving Jack and exploring all the new things to do. But this time, I couldn't shake the weight of knowing what was coming. This scene, Arthur's diagnosis, and how his story would end. Looking back, it's easier to spot the signs of Arthur's illness long before this moment. He coughs randomly as early as Chapter 3, like during his conversation with Dutch before the fishing trip with Hosea, or more noticeably when helping Javier during a homestead robbery. As for how he caught tuberculosis, Arthur immediately pieces together he got it from Thomas Downs when he first shook him down for his debt. And God, look at the disbelief in Arthur's face, the pure fear in his eyes as he realizes he's going to die. What's striking is how incredibly unlucky Arthur was to catch TB from a single encounter. Yeah, Thomas Downs coughed blood right in his mouth, but it's primarily transmitted through prolonged exposure. Ironically, neither his wife or son, despite living with Thomas, contracted the disease. No one in the gang caught it from Arthur either. You could chalk it up to video game logic, Arthur's unhealthy lifestyle, or even theories like him contracting it from Hosea. Still, it's hard not to see his diagnosis as divine retribution for his past deeds. An interpretation Arthur himself seems to believe as he leaves the doctor's office.
You have it in you, I can tell.
He didn't have a choice. He was good and he did good.
If you don't want to help me, but I think of you often.
So something I intentionally avoided discussing when it came to your honor level was the recurring dreams Arthur would have. If Arthur has high honor, you'll see a stag grazing in a serene forest, symbolizing his kindness and compassion, his life at peace. If Arthur has low honor, you'll see a fierce wolf in a dark, stormy landscape, standing over the corpse of another wolf, symbolizing Arthur's cruelty and selfishness living in a dog-eat-dog world. The wolf is also a reminder that, like the people he robbed and killed, death and vengeance will inevitably come for him too. Now that he knows he isn't long for this world, Arthur will have to decide what to do with the time he has left, and what kind of legacy he wants to leave behind. Also, before I continue the story, catching TB isn't just a thematic thing, as it works as a permanent debuff too. Your cores will drain 20% faster, and Arthur only receives benefits from consuming a limited amount of food and drink, which makes sleeping the only reliable way to replenish all his cores now. Finally meeting up with Sadie, she wants to confirm John is still in prison before attempting a rescue plan. She enlisted the help of balloonist Arturo Bullard. Well, enlisted isn't the right word, more like Sadie lied to him that Arthur wanted to learn how to fly in a hot air balloon. Sadie would have gone too, but as Arturo explains,
Women can't fly, sir. Are you insane?
They can.
Oh, no, sir. It does terrible damage to them, to their vapors.
well, kind of a weirdo, Arturo's a pretty pleasant guy. Taking to the air, we soar up high above the clouds. Man, it's just breathtaking up here. Really makes you reflect on your life, you know? Floating past the island where John is being held, Arthur confirms that he's still there before they're forced to escape when the prison guards open fire on the balloon. Flying back to the mainland, despite being gone like an hour maybe, Sadie has managed to get herself into trouble as she's got a bunch of O'Driscolls chasing after her. We'll follow after her, taking out O'Driscolls from the sky until they start firing back and take out poor Arturo. R.I.P. Arturo, you were a real one. Arthur uses a rope to save Sadie and pull her up into the balloon, but they're forced to crash land. After finishing off the remaining O'Driscolls, Arthur chews out Sadie for her recklessness in getting poor Arturo killed. She doesn't really apologize, but fills us in that Colm O'Driscoll has been arrested, and is due to swing in Saint Denis. Sadie is determined to make sure he dies, and is sure Dutch would help make it happen too. But after Arthur reminds her about John, she agrees they'll deal with that first. Meeting up with Sadie at Copperhead Landing, Abigail will try to tag along with us to save John, but Sadie talks her down, insisting it would be safer for her and John if she doesn't. Rowing over to the island, we'll take out a guard and look for John and the chain gang outside. Failing to spot him, Sadie opts for a more direct approach, shooting a guard to find out John is inside the prison. Arthur will take another guard named Milliken hostage, and when approaching the prison gate, demands the other guards release John or he'll kill his hostage. Surprisingly, his co-workers seem to actually like Milliken, as they do what we ask and release John. After releasing our hostage, the usual shootout breaks out, and after killing several more prison guards, we reach our boat and escape to the mainland. Riding to Beaver Hollow, we catch John up on everything he missed, and also that Dutch didn't want us saving him yet, so there won't be a hero's welcome for him when we reach the camp. Hey, remember how I said Dutch has to make excuses for his failures, and how he implied John could be a traitor because he was arrested and not killed during the bank heist? At the time, you could chuck it up to him being delusional, but it's possible he was planning to let John hang because he really thought he betrayed him. However, with Molly's confession of being the traitor, he still didn't seem interested in saving John. Now we might know why, as John explains when he was getting arrested, he got the feeling Dutch could have intervened, but he abandoned him instead. Dutch left John behind because he convinced himself he must be a traitor, and that's why the heist failed. But when Dutch is proven wrong, he'd rather John be silenced to cover up that he sacrificed him on false pretenses, to avoid the others losing trust in him and to avoid admitting he screwed up. Again. Which explains the salty reaction he has to seeing John ride up to camp.
Loyalty, Arthur. It ain't. I had a goddamn plan! John. You are my brother. You are my son. I was coming for you.
They was talking of hanging me, Dutch.
They was talking. And now they may come and hang us all.
I mentioned near the beginning of the video that John was Dutch's favorite, but the game doesn't fully explain why. Maybe it's because John needed Dutch more than Arthur did as kids. Arthur was rebellious and self-sufficient before joining the gang, while John was a naive kid who needed Dutch to save his life. It's possible John admired him and took to his teachings faster than Arthur. When John left for a year, it wasn't Abigail or Jack that brought him back, it was the gang. To Dutch, that proved John was still under his control. But after Blackwater and the events of the game, John began prioritizing his family and questioning Dutch's plans, making it easier for Dutch to abandon him during the heist. I'll admit I probably cut Dutch too much slack, but I genuinely believe he loved John, Arthur, Hosea, and the others. But Dutch treats love like a business transaction. He values people for what they can give him, but when they're no longer useful, he discards them. This is why he never truly loved Molly. She gave him little beyond sex and stroking his ego, making her replaceable. Now, anyone who questions Dutch's authority faces the same fate, as his need for absolute control and loyalty drives his downfall. For now, he still has some trust in Arthur at least, as Mary Beth will tell him that Dutch and Micah are waiting for him in Annisburg to deal with Leviticus Cornwall. When Arthur arrives, Micah makes a show of sizing him up and making sure he wasn't followed. He's been expressing his concerns to Dutch that there's still a rat in their midst, and Molly wasn't the only one. Arthur has a simpler solution for why everything has been going wrong. Their time has passed. They've pushed their luck too far, got too sloppy with their actions, and now the law knows their every move. The gang made one reckless decision after another, and now they're paying for it. And if Dutch tries to get revenge on Leviticus Cornwall, things will only get worse. Of course, he insists he's here for a friendly social call, to square things away like honorable gentlemen. Spoilers, he doesn't. When Cornwall arrives, Micah will follow his assistant to look for any documents of value. Dutch, meanwhile, does what he does best, and impulsively does something stupid again.
sir.
Perhaps there is a plague on your house already, Mr. Cornwall.
What do you want, sir?
I'm not quite sure just yet.
Your impudence will be your undoing, sir.
I'm undone already. Even my best friend here, he thinks I'm crazy. And like this poor fellow you are talking to, my feelings are hurt.
You robbed me, sir.
And you robbed him. Funny world.
You show a criminal's grasp of sophistry, sir. I did no such thing.
You kill. I kill. You rob. I rob. Only difference I can see is I choose whom I kill and rob, and you destroy everything in your path.
I've heard just about enough.
I'll tell you what. You give me this ship, $10,000, and safe passage out of here, I'll let you live.
I'll do no such thing.
You sure? Good. I prefer it this way.
You lost your man! Noise, Arthur! Noise!
Shooting through Cornwall's guards and then the Pinkertons who turn up, Dutch and Arthur will fight them off until they can regroup with Micah. The trio escape Annisburg, and Dutch will go over the documents stolen from Cornwall. They learn he's moving dynamite from the mines to Saint Denis, and more importantly, that Cornwall has bonds sitting in his oil factory. Dutch leaves with Micah to discuss their new plan to escape. Meanwhile, he wants Arthur to meet up with Micah and Bill later to steal that dynamite. Before we get wrapped up in Dutch's craziest scheme yet, I want to take a detour to focus on 3 Strangers missions. I'll be honest, I really wanted to cover more Strangers missions, but once I saw how big this video was getting, I had to scale back which ones I wanted to discuss. I feel these 3 are really important for Arthur's character, as it shows his mindset and desire to help others while he's coping with his terminal illness. Up in the Grizzlies East, lying against a rock, Arthur will find a one-legged veteran named Hamish Sinclair. He was bucked off his horse Buell, who ran off with his wooden leg still in his stirrup. Leading Buell back to Hamish, he'll thank Arthur and invite him to go fishing next time he's around. Taking him up on his offer the next time we're in the area, we'll go on to the lake near Hamish's homestead to fish and capture the legendary northern pike. Finally, we'll visit the old man one last time and help him hunt a wolf that's been prowling around his home. While there's one more part of his storyline, it's honestly better to come visit the veteran in the epilogue. As he writes in his journal, Arthur has a lot of respect for Hamish. Befriending and hanging out with him to fish and hunt is a distraction Arthur desperately needs, as everything around him has fallen apart. It's a return to the normalcy he used to enjoy when Hosea was still around, and Dutch was still in his right mind. North of Annisburg and Willard's Rest, Arthur encounters Charlotte Balfour, mourning over the grave of her husband, who died a week after being attacked by a bear. She explains the 2 of them came from Chicago to live a simpler life out in the countryside, to rid themselves of modern indulgences and experience a more authentic way of living. Do they remind you of anyone we might know? Unfortunately, Charlotte and her husband Cal were in over their heads and underestimated how tough this was going to be. Still, she's determined to see her husband's dream through, declining Arthur's offer to take her into town or a train station. However, she has no clue how to hunt or prepare an animal. Charlotte's basically done for, so it's up to Arthur to teach her the basics. First, teaching her how to skin a rabbit he kills so she can have something to eat. Next time we check in on Charlotte, she's doing a little better, and practicing how to shoot a rifle. Her technique needs some work, so Arthur will show her how it's done. Afterwards, he'll join her for dinner, but Arthur will pass out after another tuberculosis episode. When he wakes up, he's alone in bed, a letter written by Charlotte sitting beside him. She went hunting and thanks him for all his help, offering Arthur the money on her nightstand. Dropping in on her one last time, Charlotte's a changed woman, now completely confident in herself and self-sufficient. She wouldn't have survived without Arthur's help, and thanks him again, giving him a kiss on the cheek as they say their final goodbyes.
Well, you take care of yourself, Arthur.
Charlotte shows that Arthur is not only capable of helping others for no benefit, but that he can pass on the things he learned from Dutch to do some good. More importantly, Charlotte is the lasting legacy that proves Arthur made a difference, as she'd be a corpse in her cabin in the epilogue if Arthur didn't teach her the basics. Of course, she won't be the only lasting legacy he leaves on this world. Finally, we stop by Saint Denis to see Sister Calderon. She tells Arthur it's never too late to do some good, and urges him to stop dwelling on his past. Instead, she encourages him to focus on what he can still do. and suggests maybe getting food for the poor, and Arthur can also donate money to help them. This conversation is about Arthur accepting that he isn't beyond redemption, and realizing he can still make a difference before he dies, just as he has with Hamish, Charlotte, and others as the game approaches its finale. Returning to camp and speaking with Reverend Swanson to start the mission, we find he's the only member of the gang who's actually doing better. During the gang's time in Guarma, he met a Catholic nun, kicked his alcohol and drug addictions, and cleaned up his act. With his senses restored, he recognizes the gang's days are numbered. Noticing Arthur's illness, Swanson tries to reassure him, but Dutch interrupts the conversation before it can go any further. If you donated to Sister Calderon earlier, this is the last time you'll speak to Swanson in a cutscene, as he leaves the gang shortly after. It's a bit disappointing that Swanson's transformation happens entirely off-screen. It would have been great if Arthur could have played a role in helping him change. It might even have made more sense for Swanson to take on Brother Dorkins and Sister Calderon's roles in encouraging Arthur to find redemption. Still, Reverend Swanson plays a small part later, but only if you have low honor or didn't donate to help the poor. Speaking with Dutch, he shares his latest plan. Head north to New York, then escape to Tahiti, Fiji, or maybe even Papua New Guinea, to finally elude the Pinkertons. To make this work, they need to create enough chaos to distract the law, give them time for one last score before disappearing. Before Arthur can point out the obvious flaws in his plan, an opportunity for making noise presents itself. Charles arrives with Eagle Flies, who reveals that Colonel Favors and the infantry at Fort Wallace have taken his tribe's horses. Eagle Flies sees this as a declaration of war. Without horses, his people can't hunt, and they'll starve. His father, Chief Rainsfall, opposes reckless action, and Charles agrees it's not worth the fight. Dutch, on the other hand, is all too eager to exploit Eagle Flies for his own benefit, whipping the kid into a frenzy and offering to help free of charge. To Dutch's credit, he's at least honest with Arthur about his motives. He killed Cornwall because he was funding the Pinkertons, and now he plans to provoke the government into prioritizing a conflict with the tribe over chasing the gang. By creating enough chaos, Dutch hopes to drop the gang to the bottom of the Pinkertons' list of concerns so they can escape. While Dutch clearly isn't considering the long-term consequences, his plan might actually work. He just had to abandon the philosophy he preached and sacrifice a group of people he once admired. Arthur, Charles, and Dutch help Eagle Flies reclaim his tribe's horses by boarding the army ship transporting them, killing the soldiers on board, freeing the horses, and accidentally sinking the ship in the process. Mission accomplished, and Eagle Flies now under his influence, Dutch keeps riling him up and joins him to spy on Fort Wallace to prepare an attack. Before leaving, Dutch tells Arthur to meet him and Sadie in Saint Denis. He knows Colm O'Driscoll's execution is looming, and Dutch wants a front row seat for the event. Showing up in disguise, the trio will blend in with the crowd and keep an eye out for any of Colm's men that might try to save him. Arthur will take out a shooter perched on the roof across the street, while Sadie and Dutch disable 2 more guys in the crowd. Not to sound like a psycho, but considering what a piece of shit Colm O'Driscoll is, it's so satisfying to watch him panic and realize no one is saving him this time before he hangs.
Colm O'Driscoll, may God, in his infinite wisdom, have mercy upon your soul. Whenever you are ready.
Too bad Sadie loses control again, killing the O'Driscoll goon she has at knife point, and triggering a shootout with the Saint Denis police. Naturally, it falls to Arthur to bail her and Dutch out, sniping the cops from a rooftop and covering their escape. Back at the camp, Tilly hands Arthur a letter from Mary. In it, she reveals that after their last conversation, she briefly believed there could be a future for them. But when Arthur failed to show up after the Saint Denis bank robbery, she knew it was never going to happen. Mary asks him to forget about her, and includes a photo of them when they were younger, along with the ring he gave her years ago. She'd held on to it to remember him by, but now hopes Arthur can give it to another couple in love. It's a gut-wrenching moment and a painful reminder of what Arthur gave up, but Mary's words ultimately motivate him. They push Arthur to save John from making the same mistakes he did. But we're not quite at that point yet. Arthur heads out to meet Micah and Bill to steal a stagecoach loaded with explosives. Tensions rise quickly when Micah hassles Arthur about being followed, causing him to blow up on him, reminding Micah of the disaster at Blackwater, how his actions always seem to attract Pinkertons, and the trouble that's followed since Micah joined the gang. While Arthur isn't making a direct accusation, Micah is more involved with all that's been happening than he realizes. Their argument ends with Arthur has another coughing fit, with Micah mocking him briefly before revealing their next big score, the money in Blackwater. Which, duh, of course it is. This isn't much of a surprise given Dutch and Micah's recent secretive behavior. Dutch has decided they can't gamble on another heist to make enough money to disappear. The money they need is already in Blackwater. They just gotta reach it. Their plan hinges on creating enough distractions to make that possible. Micah sends Arthur and Bill to rob the stagecoach. Bill acts as a distraction, pretending to pass out on the road to stop the stagecoach, while Arthur picks off the guards from a distance. They'll steal the explosives and narrowly avoid blowing themselves up before delivering them to John, who hides it near Batch's Bridge for the next phase of the plan. Meanwhile, Micah awkwardly tries to smooth things over with Arthur, putting on his best Dutch impression.
I know we ain't always seen eye to eye, and you find me irritating and a threat, and I like to annoy you. But right now, I need better from you, Arthur.
Okay, Micah. Whatever you say.
I ain't the bad guy you think I am, Arthur. But I am a survivor. Stick with me and you'll live. Oh, the bridge is probably a two-man job. You should probably go help Marston.
Why don't you?
Like I said, Dutch and I got planning to do for the train.
Let's take a break from whatever stupid thing Dutch and Micah have cooked up next and check in with Chief Rainsfall. Chief Rainsfall has heard about the trouble involving his son, and Arthur apologizes for his part in it. Rainsfall shares that Colonel Favors has already retaliated, ordering his soldiers to assault 2 of the women in his tribe. He acknowledges that his pacifist stance is far from perfect, and that he's a disappointment in his son's eyes. While Eaglefly seeks glory and war and death, Rainsfall has lived long enough to see too many men die for nothing. Wanting to discuss their struggles and gather herbs to help Arthur's cough, Rainsfall invites him for a ride up the mountain. Before they take their leave, a friend of the chief, Captain Monroe, arrives. He's been doing all he can to help the Wapiti tribe, and has some unfortunate news after speaking with the mayor of Saint Denis. Cornwall's oil company has been given the go-ahead to begin drilling on the reservation land. Monroe believes drilling won't begin for another few months, so he'll continue to do what he can, and asks Arthur if he can assist him before taking his leave. On the way up the mountain, Arthur apologizes and admits to Rainsfall that Dutch is basically exploiting eagleflies, and maybe the chief can talk his son out of listening to Dutch. As they stop to search for herbs, Arthur then brings up something about himself that completely blindsided me.
You know, I had a son once, years ago. Don't talk about him much.
Oh, what was his name?
Isaac. His mother, Eliza, was a waitress I met. When she got pregnant, she knew who I was, what my life was. I didn't want to promise nothing I couldn't keep, but I said I'd do right by them. Every few months, I'd stop by there for a few days. He was such a good kid. She was too, I guess. Just a kid, 19.
What happened?
I got there one day and saw 2 crosses outside. I knew right away. Turned out some bastards had come through. Robbed them and shot them dead. And offered $10.
Like John's passing mention of his daughter in Red Dead Redemption, I had completely forgotten that Arthur had a son. Isaac's story is only brought up here, with nothing written about him or Eliza in Arthur's journal. If you choose to discuss the reservation instead during this mission, you wouldn't even know they existed. Earlier, I mentioned how Arthur's failed relationship with Mary made him blind to other opportunities for a new life, and this is exactly what I meant. Arthur didn't stumble onto a grand second chance at romance. He just got a teenager pregnant. But he cared for Eliza and Isaac, supporting them financially and visiting when he could. Yet Arthur rationalized that his outlaw lifestyle made it impossible to be with them permanently. The tragedy is, he never really tried. When Eliza and Isaac were murdered, Arthur says the experience hardened him, but I think it's also where his resentment toward John stems from. John had a family within the gang's lifestyle, but he walked away from them for an entire year, and they still waited for him when he came back. Arthur, on the other hand, kept his family at a distance to protect them from his world, doing what he could to support them from afar. Despite his efforts, he lost them forever. This contrast between their experiences becomes central to Arthur's arc. once he overcomes his resentment, he makes it his mission to ensure that John, Abigail, and Jack escape the gang before he succumbs to his illness. Arthur sees their survival as his redemption, giving them the chance at a life he failed to seize for himself. It's no longer about loyalty to the gang or to Dutch. It's about saving the family that still has a chance. I'm getting a little ahead of myself because he doesn't have that realization until later, but we're almost there. After gathering herbs, Rainsfall takes Arthur to his tribe's secret ceremonial site, only to find it burned and desecrated. The old man's stoic and wise demeanor crumbles in heartbreak. His people have already endured so much, and the despair in his voice makes it clear he's at his breaking point. Without Arthur's help, it feels like Rainsfall might have given up entirely, and agreed with Eaglefly's belief that war is the only option. Desperate, Rainsfall searches for his tribe's Chanupa, a secret ceremonial pipe. With some tracking, Arthur discovers that a local regiment of soldiers has stolen it. The chief pleads with Arthur to retrieve it without resorting to violence, a request I totally honor. I swear. Arthur recovers the Chanupa and returns it to Rainsfall, who expresses his gratitude and hopes the gesture might help calm his people. Before parting, he also encourages Arthur to find peace within himself.
He's a man who, not so long ago, I would have found weak and pathetic. Now I see as wise and thoughtful and sensible. I would love to help him, or at least stop Dutch pushing his son to do something real stupid.
Despite the gang falling to pieces, Strauss is still doing what he does and has 2 more debtors for Arthur to find. A Fort Wallace deserter, J. John Weathers, and a desperate family man, Arthur Londonderry. Arthur finds Weathers at Three Sisters, but he doesn't have any money. Instead, he offers Arthur his wagon supplies, but they're destroyed when soldiers show up to capture Weathers. After the fight, Arthur learns why he deserted. He fell in love with and planned to run away with a Native American woman. Seeing their situation, Arthur can absolve their debt, or accept the silver locket Weathers offers. But since we're seeking redemption here, we absolve his debt. Arthur's next stop is the Annisburg mine to track down Londonderry, but he learns from the foreman that he's died, and suggests checking with his widow. Arthur finds her at Sawbone Clearing with her young son. A distraught Miss Londonderry explains they have nothing left. Her husband worked himself to death trying to pay off his debts, and now they're about to lose their home. This feels awfully familiar. Like before, Arthur can absolve the debt, or go even further by giving her money too. While she appreciates the help, she does point out that he shouldn't do this to people. As she retreats into the house, Arthur quietly apologizes and leaves. Finally realizing that exploiting desperate people for financial gain is bad, Arthur angrily returns to camp and throws Strauss out on his ass.
Get up.
What?
Get up!
What is wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Nothing at all.
What are you doing?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Get your bag. Is this it?
I don't understand.
I ain't gonna kill you, though I probably should. You disgust me. And you shame us. If we could be shamed any more than we already are, that should do. Go!
I don't understand you. What are you doing?
Go and get a job!
I've said before that I don't think Strauss is as bad as some make him out to be, and Arthur's treatment of him feels a little too harsh. Sure, the guy is slimy, but he's not a monster, and it's clear he's hurt when Arthur throws him out of camp. As we later learn in the epilogue, Strauss remained loyal to the gang until the very end. After being captured by the Pinkertons, he endured brutal torture for information, but never gave them anything. Strauss ultimately died in custody from his injuries. Like Reverend Swanson, Strauss is a character who deserved more focus. He stays calm and collected even as Dutch unravels, and his loyalty to the gang is unquestionable. He chose death over betrayal. But why? Was it out of loyalty to Dutch? To the others? Or did Strauss realize the harm he caused through his work, and view this as his way of making amends? It's hard to say, but his quiet devotion and tragic end make him one of the more intriguing figures in the gang's story. On the topic of Strauss, I think it's time we finally make amends with a certain family we victimized because of his debt collecting scheme. In Annisburg, Arthur finds Mrs. Down, who is uninterested in his apology or excuses for why he's done what he's done. She scolds him, telling him to stop wallowing in guilt and start spreading some good for a change. When Arthur asks about her son Archie, she explains he's working in the mines, where the foreman and the other workers bully him. Determined to help, Arthur heads to the mines and confronts the foreman, managing to take him down despite his worsening tuberculosis making it a struggle. Afterward, Archie, now jobless and afraid the miners will come after him, asks what he's supposed to do. Arthur gives him some money and tells him to convince his mother to leave town and start fresh somewhere far away. However, when Arthur returns later, Archie is still in Annisburg. He explains that Edith refused the money and insists on still working as a prostitute. Archie mentions she left with some guy a while ago and is worried, so Arthur sets out to make sure she's safe. Finding her in the woods with that weirdo, Arthur scares the guy off and apologizes for the harm he caused her family. He acknowledges she has every right to hate him, but pleads with her to focus on Archie's well-being and not let herself get killed over her pride or hatred. Ashamed of what she's become, Arthur reassures her that she did what she needed to survive and provide for her son. There's no shame in that. On their way back to town, Edith tries to ease Arthur's guilt, telling him to stop dwelling on her family's suffering and Thomas's death. Instead, she urges him to help others simply because it's the right thing to do, not out of guilt. Reuniting her with Archie, Arthur gives them more money and insists they take it, urging them once again to leave and start over.
Take this. I don't need it no more.
I don't want your money.
Yeah, I know you don't want it.
I don't.
You sure as shit need it. Take it.
No.
I ain't looking for forgiveness. It ain't about that. But don't forgive me. Just take the money and get out of here, please. I know I ruined your life. I suffer for it every day. But don't let yourself get killed for pride. I seen it kill too many folk. Don't say anything. Don't thank me. Just take the money and pack your bags. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
I said don't thank me. Get out of here. Please.
As much as I have to say, I'm going to come back to discuss this encounter with the Downs after Arthur bumps into Sister Calderon one last time, as I think it all ties perfectly towards his journey of redemption. So let's keep the story moving and check up on Eagleflies. I'm going to skim over most of this mission, but Dutch wants to help Eagleflies and his friends pull a harmless prank on the soldiers of Fort Wallace, sending a message by tarring and feathering them. That's not what happens at all, and shit goes off the rails again as we get into a massive shootout with the army. One that ends with Arthur and Dutch cornered on the edge of a cliff. And wait, I've heard this speech before.
I got a plan. This is a good one.
My whole life, I tried to fight change. You can't fight nature, Captain. You can't fight change. You can't fight gravity.
I know Dutch pre-writes his speeches, but the idea that he had his final words to John pre-prepared leaves me conflicted. He sounds so defeated and sincere when he says them before he dies, as if he's finally come to terms with who he truly is. Did Dutch think he might die if his plan to jump didn't work, and decide he wanted his last words to be genuine here? Or, after surviving, did he think, wow, those are some cool dying words, I should write them down, and kept them in his pocket until his final moments in the first game? Or maybe it's just meant to be a callback to the first game and has no deeper meaning past that. Well, I guess that's why Dutch is such a paradox, isn't he? Ugh. Whatever, let's go help John blow up a bridge. Before preparing the explosives, Arthur and John share a serious conversation about Dutch, the gang's actions, and their uncertain future. Both agree that Dutch is no longer the man they once knew, and their loyalty to him is misplaced. Arthur urges John to leave with Abigail and Jack when this is all over, to start fresh and build a life far away from the chaos. After blowing up the bridge, Arthur advises John to take the money Dutch has stashed and use it to support his family's new life. John hesitates, but eventually agrees, revealing that Abigail knows where Dutch keeps his cash. Arthur tells him to make sure she does and promises that, when the time comes, he'll do whatever it takes to ensure they all get out safely. Now let's go help out Captain Monroe. Colonel Favors continues to punish the natives without justification, claiming they broke a made-up agreement and withholding the vaccines the government was sending to the tribe. Captain Monroe, frustrated and trying his best to help, believes Favors' cruel treatment stems from insecurity. His Civil War service was unimpressive. His own soldiers mock him for arriving to battles late, too, and he seems desperate for a chance to redeem himself, like hoping to provoke a war to be seen as a hero. Arthur, however, couldn't care less about Favors' motivations. All that matters is that the tribe is suffering needlessly. Determined to help, Arthur rides out to intercept the wagon carrying the vaccines, and delivers them to Monroe, ensuring they reach the sick. Returning back to camp, it's time for another goodbye.
I was,
Leaving again?
Yes, just leaving. I'll see you soon.
Perhaps.
What do you mean?
Well, if I was you, I'd disappear too. This is all pretty much over.
I'll be back.
No, you won't. Let's not pretend no more. Get out of here.
I'll miss you, Arthur. You've been a fine friend to me.
No, let's not get over sentimental. Well, the place is quiet. Get out of here. You go with my blessing.
Thank you, Arthur.
After Trelawney leaves for good, Rainsfall arrives with news of a potential peace treaty between Colonel Favors and his tribe. He asks Arthur and Charles to come with him to keep the peace during the talks, and the trio ride out together. At the meeting site, they find Colonel Favors and Captain Monroe. During the discussion, Arthur has another coughing fit, and a soldier will escort him to a nearby tent for some water. While waiting, Arthur overhears another pair of soldiers discussing Favors' plan to charge Monroe with treason and have him hanged. When Arthur returns, negotiations unsurprisingly fall apart. Rainsfall leaves frustrated while Monroe calls out Favors for his hostility. The colonel then springs his trap and orders Monroe's arrest for insubordination and treason. Arthur and Charles step in, taking a soldier hostage and exchanging him for Monroe. Freeing the hostage and running for it, they'll get into a firefight with the soldiers until they escape and reach Emerald Station. Arthur apologizes for the loss of Monroe's military career and gives him some money to help him find a new life before he leaves on the train. After Charles leaves to check in on the reservation, Arthur will bump into a familiar face, Sister Calderon. Arthur's condition has gotten progressively worse, and as he goes through another coughing fit, he admits to her that he's dying, that he caught tuberculosis from beating a man over some money. Arthur's lived a bad life, and this is his punishment. She disagrees. Everyone has sinned in one way or another, but Sister Calderon knows Arthur is a good person. He disagrees. She doesn't know him. She counters that maybe he doesn't truly know himself. Sister Calderon points out that every time they've met, he's been smiling, helping others, and showing kindness. Her words open the floodgates, and Arthur begins to share his frustrations, his regrets, and his fear of dying, taking us to the most powerful scene of the entire game.
I had a son. He passed away. I had a girl who loved me. I threw that away. My mama died when I was a kid. And my daddy, well, I watched him die. That weren't soon enough.
My husband died a long time ago. Life is full of pain. But there is also love and beauty.
What am I gonna do now?
Be grateful that for the first time, you see your life clearly.
Sure.
Perhaps you could help somebody. Helping makes you really happy.
But I still don't believe in nothing.
Often, neither do I.
Huh?
But then I meet someone like you, and everything makes sense.
You're too smart for me, sister. I guess I'm afraid.
There is nothing to be afraid of, Mr. Morgan. Take a gamble that love exists and do a loving act.
All aboard!
This scene showcases just how incredibly well written a character Arthur Morgan is, and how he's the best lead Rockstar has ever created for one of their games. Niko Bellic is a close second place, and I think we can all agree that Claude is easily number 3. It might seem like the game is being a bit heavy-handed with the theme of Arthur doing good before he dies, but it's more nuanced than it first appears. Arthur's redemption isn't about erasing the sins of his past or making himself feel better. He knows he can't undo the harm he's caused, nor does he believe he deserves forgiveness for his actions. His redemption is about something greater. It's about saving others from repeating his mistakes, giving them a chance to do better, and live the kind of life he never allowed himself to have. This idea becomes especially clear during his final encounter with the Downs. Arthur doesn't just hand them money and ride off. He pushes them to escape the cycle of suffering and hardship he unwittingly contributed to. He doesn't try to justify his past or seek their forgiveness. Instead, he focuses on their future, urging them to prioritize survival, hope, and opportunity. By doing so, Arthur isn't just helping them, he's ensuring that his mistakes lead to something meaningful. He might not find peace for himself, but he can create a better path for others. Arthur's redemption isn't self-serving, it's outward-facing. Every act of kindness and sacrifice, from helping John and his family to saving the Downs family, stems from his realization that while he can't change his story, he can help others write theirs. It's a powerful statement that true redemption isn't about absolution, but about selflessness, using whatever time and strength you have left to lift others out of the darkness you once lived in. And by the time the sun has set on Arthur's story, he'll have achieved that redemption. Reinvigorated to hang in there and do some more good while he still can, Arthur nears the end of his journey as we circle the finale of the game. Heading to the Wapiti Reservation, Arthur speaks with Rainsfall. He's concerned about Eagleflies, who was captured during our antics with Dutch and the army. He's going to be tried and hanged for treason. The chief is dismayed he can't help his son. Any attempts for a peaceful resolution were crushed by Dutch's idiocy. However, Arthur refuses to let Eagleflies die, and he'll head out to Fort Wallace with Charles to save him. On the ride there, Arthur also admits he's motivated to try and save Dutch too, to bring him back to the man he used to know. He confides in Charles about his tuberculosis diagnosis. While Charles is sympathetic, he tells Arthur that knowing his time is limited is a gift in a way. Every day is a gamble, and they could both die tonight trying to save Eagleflies. But at least Arthur has the opportunity to do something meaningful with the time he has left. Unlike Sean, Kieran, Hosea, Lenny, and the others who died as outlaws, Arthur can make his remaining days count. It begins to rain as the two near the fort, and once under the cover of night, they make their move inside. Quietly, they'll pick off the guards as they search for Eagleflies, and eventually find him strung up and beaten pretty badly. But he's still in good spirits. The soldiers discover our presence, we'll fight them off, and blow a hole in the fort's wall to begin our escape. After a brief chase on horseback, we'll hop in some canoes and finally ditch the soldiers downriver. While we got Eagleflies out of there mostly intact, we've unfortunately made the situation even worse for the reservation. With peace no longer an option, and with nowhere to run, everyone in the tribe might have to fight, Rainsfall included. Charles will take Eagleflies back to the reservation. In the meantime, let's check in with the only person in the gang who isn't a miserable mess, Sadie Adler. Sadie has tracked down the last remnants of the O'Driscoll gang, including the man who killed her husband Jake. They're holed up north at Hanging Dog Ranch, and she asks Arthur for help to finish them off. Initially, Arthur sounds defeated. Colm is dead, the gang is falling apart, and to him, it just doesn't seem worth the effort. However, Sadie manages to convince him, and in return, Arthur asks for a favor. When everything is over, and if he isn't around to help, he wants Sadie to ensure John, Abigail, and Jack escape to a better life. She agrees, and the two set off to give Sadie the closure she's been searching for, by wiping out the last of the O'Driscolls. The following morning, Arthur and Sadie arrive at Hanging Dog Ranch. There's no real plan to finish off the gang, just rush in and kill everyone they find, which they do expertly, though Sadie is a little more hands-on in finishing off the man who stole her husband from her.
You okay?
Yeah. He was a good man, my Jakey.
Despite how much she's grown, how ruthless and reckless she's become, at the end of the day, Sadie Adler is a heartbroken woman struggling to survive in a world without her husband. Revenge on the O'Driscolls was all she had to keep her going, and you see her internal struggle and what she's going to do now. But helping John and his family may be the first steps towards Sadie discovering a new purpose in life. Returning to camp, the struggles between the Wapiti tribe and the army have reached its boiling point. Eagleflies arrives leading a band of warriors, all armed and decked out in war paint. He tells the gang that the army tried to kill his people over oil, and asks them to join him in battle against the soldiers at the oil refinery. Rainsfall soon arrives and pleads with his son to reconsider, warning that he's running into a losing battle. He begs Eagleflies not to throw his life away for pride, recounting how he fought when he was younger, It cost him his firstborn son and his wife. Eagle Flies is all Rainsfall has left. Unmoved, Eagle Flies dismisses his father's words as meaningless, and leads his men away to face the army. Left with no other options, a heartbroken Rainsfall turns to Arthur, begging him to intervene. Arthur agrees, soon joined by Charles, Sadie, Dutch, and eventually the rest of the gang, minus Micah and his cronies. During the ride to catch up with Eagle Flies, the already fragile unity of the gang fractures further as everyone turns on each other. Dutch accuses Arthur of going behind his back to speak to Rainsfall, but Arthur fires back, blaming Dutch for creating the mess in the first place. Dutch tries to justify his actions by claiming he's helping the natives reclaim what's theirs, but Arthur sees through it. Dutch has sent those young men to their deaths, using them as a diversion to steal bombs from the oil refinery.
I had a plan. I still have a plan.
What plan? What goddamn plan, Dutch? Tahiti? Timbuktu?
That's enough! What's wrong with you all? What happened to loyalty?
Yeah, what did?
Thank you, Javier. Bill. Right now, it doesn't matter how we got here. These men need our help. I have a plan. This is the plan. So either stick with me or cut loose.
When they arrive, the scene is pure chaos. The oil refinery is engulfed in flames, with bodies of Wapiti warriors and soldiers scattered across the battlefield. Charles spots Eagle Flies fighting alone and cornered. The group splits up. Dutch leads one team to carry out his heist, while Arthur, Charles, and Sadie head into the fray to rescue Eagle Flies. Charging into battle, the trio fights their way through waves of US soldiers, but not without losing several Wapiti warriors along the way. They manage to save Eagle Flies at least, and a couple of his men, eventually reuniting with Dutch's group. Dutch orders everyone to scatter as he and Arthur sneak into the factory. Inside Danbury's office, Dutch finds the state bonds he wanted, worth thousands of dollars, and almost enough to pay for the gang's new life. Or so Dutch says. On their way out, they're ambushed by Colonel Favors and his men. During the firefight, Dutch, true to his worsening nature, abandons Arthur to fend for himself.
We got one! A white one! Dad? I need help! I need help! You silly fool! Come on!
You saved my life more than once. To give mine for yours, it's as it should be.
Come on!
While Arthur survives, and that sack of shit Colonel Favors is finally dealt with, it came at the cost of Eagle Flies being mortally injured. Carrying him outside, Arthur keeps his anger in check, and avoids confronting Dutch for abandoning him. Instead, he focuses on getting Eagle Flies back home to see his father before it's too late. Rushing to the reservation with Charles and Eagle Flies' friend Peta, Arthur apologizes for all that's happened, for letting Dutch exploit them and their cause for his own benefit. Peta says that his guilt is misplaced. He and the others are grown men who can think for themselves. Dutch didn't make them do anything they didn't already want to do. They all prefer dying in battle fighting for their beliefs, over a slow death living on the reservation. Still, Arthur can't let it go. He admits he and the others saw Dutch had gone crazy, but they did nothing, and followed his lead anyways. Charles agrees. Dutch became the very thing he taught them never to become. He doesn't want to cut from the state bonds either. Too much blood on them. Arriving at the reservation, we get Eagle Flies to Rainsfall, letting father and son see each other one last time before Eagle Flies dies. Stepping outside, it's time for another goodbye, as Charles stays behind with the reservation so he can help its people pack up and move before the army retaliates. Arthur wants to help too, but he has other people back at camp he needs to save. Riding out of the reservation, Arthur is overwhelmed by his illness again, falling off his horse and losing consciousness. He's found and saved by the German family he helped back in Chapter 2. Waking up in bed, the German mother gives him something to drink, apologizing that she couldn't do more to repay his kindness. Even in his weakened state, Arthur insists he needs to leave. When he regains full consciousness, he finds himself in the streets of Annisburg. With his time running out and the game nearing its finale, Arthur, now more determined than ever to save the others, heads back to camp to confront Dutch. Half the gang is already gone. Pearson, Uncle, Karen, and Mary Beth have all left. Dutch dismisses them as cowards, claiming he doesn't need them. He insists there's still enough people left to pull off one last score, robbing a train carrying army payroll and supplies to repair the bridge they blew up. Arthur knows Dutch is delusional, but with nothing left to lose, he agrees. However, he firmly demands that once the job is done, Dutch must let the remaining women, along with John and his family, leave to start a new life.
You know, the women and the children. And John and his family, I'm afraid I have to insist. I mean, we gotta let them go, because if the Pinkertons come through again, they will kill everyone.
John? Insist?
Yeah. Insist.
Of course, pal. Whatever you think is best, I will see to it, huh?
My god, Dutch's face. He already feels like his authority is being questioned, and for Arthur to outright demand something is an unforgivable challenge in his eyes. To Dutch, merely questioning his decisions is quaint, even tolerable to a degree. He sees it as proof of his superiority, an opportunity to indulge his sense of self-importance, and remind everyone why they need him to lead. Doubts only feed into his narrative that he is the only one who can hold everything together, though it doesn't stop him from being petty and rubbing it in people's faces when he's right and they're wrong. But for someone to tell him what to do, to directly challenge his authority, and imply they know better, that's something Dutch cannot and will not tolerate. And because of that, he's basically throwing a tantrum through part of this mission, acting like a child when speaking to Arthur and John. The group will then split up. Arthur and John head off to retrieve the stolen explosives, while the others wait outside Saint Denis. During the ride, John confides in Arthur that Abigail discovered where Dutch has been hiding the gang's money, in a chest at the back of the cave in Beaver Hollow. Arthur urges John to be ready, telling him that as soon as the train heist is over, he needs to move quickly and get his family out before it's too late. Regrouping with the rest of the gang, they ride into Saint Denis and wait at the train station for the army train. But, in typical Dutch fashion, the plan immediately hits a snag when the train doesn't stop. The gang is forced to give chase, with Arthur and John boarding the train to fight off the soldiers, while Sadie and Cleet, one of Micah's lackeys, board farther ahead. After an intense shootout, a carriage catches fire, forcing Arthur and John to leap onto Dutch and Bill's horses to bypass it, before hopping back onto the train. With the patrol closing in, Arthur mans a Gatling gun to fend them off while John uncouples the burning carriage before it explodes. In the chaos, John takes a bullet to the arm and falls off the train. Dutch promises to go back for him while Arthur focuses on wiping out the pursuing patrol. After the soldiers are dealt with, the gang secures the army payroll and jumps off the train just before it reaches the broken bridge. But when Arthur regroups with Dutch and Micah, they have bad news. John didn't make it. Things go from bad to worst as the gang heads towards camp. Tilly rides out with Jack, frantic and out of breath, revealing that Agent Milton and the Pinkertons have captured Abigail. She's being taken to Van Horn to be tried for murder. Despite Arthur's desperate pleas to save her, Dutch, with Micah's encouragement, dismisses the idea and rides off with the rest of the gang, abandoning Abigail and potentially making Jack an orphan. Disillusioned and done following Dutch, Arthur resolves to rescue Abigail himself, with Sadie by his side. Before leaving, he takes a moment to say his goodbyes to Tilly and Jack.
Miss Tilly. Here. Take this. You take this money, too. Take Jack, and you wait at Copperhead Landing for Abigail and Mrs. Adler.
Thank you, Arthur.
You're a good girl. You live a good life now, you hear?
All right, Arthur. I'll miss...
Me too, sweetheart. Me too. Jack, come here. Be brave, son. I'm gonna go get your mama.
Since Arthur is on his last legs, Sadie will go in after Abigail while he covers her with a sniper rifle from the lighthouse. However, he's forced to go in guns blazing when Sadie gets ambushed and captured. Cutting through several Pinkertons, he reaches the ladies and kills the men guarding them. Though we still have one last encounter with Agent Milton, who reveals the identity of the real traitor in the gang.
I'm a fool, Mr. Milton.
Not all you boys have quite so many scruples. Old Micah Bell?
Micah? You mean Molly?
Molly O'Shea? Sweated her a couple of times, never talked a word, had to let her go. Micah Bell. We picked him up when you boys came back from the Caribbean, and he's been a good boy ever since.
Okay. Okay.
Using your strength, Mr. Morgan.
You're still a yapping dog, Mr. Milton.
I used to hate the reveal that Micah was the traitor. It felt too obvious. Of course it's Micah. He's been the most suspicious character in the gang. And his actions in this chapter practically scream guilty. Everything he's done has been about shifting Dutch's suspicions onto Arthur, John, and Abigail. When the idea of a traitor first came up, I assumed Micah was a red herring, because his betrayal seemed too predictable. Molly's drunken outburst further convinced me the game was steering us in a different direction. She was easier to overlook and made for a more subtle twist. But I've come to appreciate the reveal, mainly because Micah's betrayal only happened recently, and in a way, he still functions as a red herring. The true betrayer, the one responsible for the gang's destruction, is Dutch. Sure, Micah whispers poison into his ear, enabling his worst tendencies, but Dutch ultimately seals his own fate. His greed blinds him, leading him into the Blackwater debacle and making Leviticus Cornwall a powerful enemy by robbing his train. Dutch's arrogance convinces him he can outsmart everyone, playing both sides of the Braithwaite and Gray feud to disastrous results. When the Saint Denis bank robbery fails, his inability to accept responsibility drives him to blame others. He accuses John of being a traitor on the flimsiest of evidence, while ignoring the obvious truth. His own carelessness and reckless actions, like the trolley heist and murdering Bronte, made the gang too noisy. The Pinkertons were simply waiting for him to stumble. But Dutch's greatest flaw is his insecurity. That insecurity allows an obvious snake like Micah to worm his way into his inner circle, manipulate him, and turn him against the people who truly loved and trusted him. Micah's betrayal is a symptom, not the cause. Dutch's inability to confront his feelings is what truly destroys the gang. Escaping the Pinkertons, Arthur decides he needs to confront Dutch and expose Micah for the rat that he is. He tells Abigail that Jack is safe with Tilly, and Sadie will get her to him, while also breaking the unfortunate news that John didn't make it. Spoilers, he's fine. Tearfully saying goodbye to Arthur and thanking him for saving her family, Abigail gives him the key to Dutch's chest and tells him where to find it in the cave. Saying his final goodbyes to both women, Arthur saddles up for one last ride.
The many miles we walk, the many things we learn, the building of a shrine, only just to burn. That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
Oh, you're a good man. I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave.
I'm really sorry for your son. It's a hell of a thing.
And all you can do now is decide the man you want to be for the time you have left.
God, this scene always gets me. The music, Arthur hearing the voices of the people he's helped along his journey. It's the perfect lead up to the end of the game, and the end of Arthur's story. Arriving at camp, he fills Dutch in about his encounter with Agent Milton, and that he's no longer a problem thanks to Abigail. Before catching a bullet to the dome, he lets slip that Micah's been working with the Pinkertons, that the rat Dutch was looking for was right under his nose the entire time. Things get tense when Micah and Arthur point guns at each other, and things escalate further when John reappears.
Dutch!
John?
You left me! You left me to die! My boy, I didn't have a choice. John, I didn't...
I didn't have a choice.
Left me! All of you, you pick your side now because this is over. Oh, them years, Dutch. For this snake.
Oh, be quiet, cowpoke. Be quiet. You live in the clouds.
No, you be quiet, Mr. Bell, and put down your gun.
There's Pinkertons coming, fast!
Now!
Who amongst you is with me? And who is betraying me?
Oh man, poor Miss Grimshaw. Nobody even acknowledges her death. She's yet another member of the gang who feels like wasted potential. And maybe the most wasted of all. A founding member of the gang, Dutch's old flame, and a mother figure to Arthur and the young women in the gang. Miss Grimshaw had so much depth that went unexplored. How did she truly feel about Dutch's downfall? Did she genuinely side with him, or was she just in denial? What were her thoughts on wrongfully killing Molly when Micah was the actual traitor? If she hadn't been shot and killed so abruptly, would she have followed Arthur and John or stayed loyal to Dutch? There's so much we'll never know. Truly a wasted character. Meanwhile, the Pinkertons, led by Edgar Ross, quickly overwhelm Arthur and John, forcing them to retreat into the cave and escape through the back. Taking a moment to catch their breath, Arthur tells John where to find Abigail and Jack, but there's no time to rest as Micah and his cronies close in on them. And heartbreakingly, Dutch is shooting alongside them. Curiously, Bill and Javier are nowhere to be seen. As if things couldn't get worse, my horse gets shot in the chaos, and I could feel my heart shatter. You were a good girl, Dutchie. Stay gold, Dutchie. Stay gold. Before they set off, Arthur tells John he has the key to Dutch's chest, but John insists they leave it behind. There's no time and his family is more important. This leads to one of the game's dumbest choices. Why would Arthur, minutes from death, choose the money over helping John? And what was even the point of having Abigail steal the key earlier if the money ultimately doesn't serve John or his family? I'm not going to harp on this, but it just bugged me that it was pointlessly set up. Pinkerton's closing in on them. Arthur has finally run out of gas. He knows it's over for him, but the least he can do is hold off the Pinkertons long enough so his idiot little brother can get away.
I think I've pushed all I can.
Come on.
You go.
We ain't got time for this, not now.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now, I'll hold them off. It would mean a lot to me. Please. There ain't no more time for talk. Go.
Arthur.
Go to your family.
Arthur!
Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
You're my brother.
I know. I know. God damn you bastards!
Arthur draws the Pinkertons' attention, taking out a few more before being ambushed by Micah. Finally having a chance to square things away, Arthur and Micah beat the shit out of each other in a fight to the death. And despite his handicap, Arthur puts up one hell of a fight. Just as their brawl nears its end, Dutch intervenes, stopping them from finishing each other off. In his final moments, Arthur proudly declares that he saved John. He also condemns Micah as a rat, pointing out what Dutch surely already knows deep down. Dutch, staring at his dying son, finally begins to see the weight of his actions. His anguished expression reveals the truth sinking in. He's betrayed his family, sacrificed every single one of them for his greed and ego. Without a word, Dutch turns his back on a pleading Micah and walks away, leaving both men behind. Arthur, having found his redemption, watches the sun rise one last time. Content in knowing he gave John and his family a chance at a better life, his journey now complete. God, Arthur's ending is just perfect. Absolutely incredible writing. And if the game ended right here, I would have been completely satisfied, even with the lingering plot points. However, we still have the epilogue, which skips ahead several years to follow John Marston as he tries to find the better life Arthur's sacrifices afforded him. So it's time for a confession. But I never actually finished Red Dead Redemption 2 until now, as the epilogue is where I originally tapped out. This is a long game, but that's not why I stopped playing here during my first run. I played games twice as long without feeling burnt out. It was Arthur's ending. It was very satisfying, but it also left me so emotionally drained that I just didn't have it in me to keep playing. A few hours into John's story with its mundane farm work and focus on him trying to be a family man, I felt even more drained. So I set the game down, looked up the ending, and moved on feeling satisfied. And giving it a fair shake this time around, I'm honestly still not a fan. I understand why the epilogue takes the approach it does. It's about showing how, despite wanting a better life, John has no idea how to adapt. His new identity as Jim Milton, a mild-mannered ranch hand, clashes with who he's always been, John Marston, the outlaw. When trouble arises, he can't let others walk over him, especially when Abigail and Jack are in danger. But the pacing really drags. The first half of the epilogue is so slow and repetitive that it's hard not to check out mentally. So to put a nice little bow on this video, I want to speedrun through most of the epilogue to get us to the finale. In the years between Arthur's death and the beginning of the epilogue, John and his family spent some time up north chasing gold in the Yukon. Moving from place to place every few weeks due to John's bad habits, we follow the Marston family as they arrive in Strawberry looking for work. John takes on the assumed name Jim Milton and catches a break when he gets hired to make a wagon delivery to a Pronghorn Ranch. Proving himself by recovering a stolen wagon from some rival ranchers, he earns a full-time position as a ranch hand and moves his family onto the property. John befriends the ranch owner, David Geddes, but trouble inevitably finds him. The Laramie gang steals Geddes' cattle, forcing John to take action. Worse, bounty hunters come for him and John is forced to kill in front of Jack to protect him. Convinced John can never truly change, Abigail takes Jack and leaves. Months later, still working on the ranch, John resolves to win her back. He decides to buy Beecher's Hope, the ranch Abigail dreamed of, and asks Geddes to vouch for him at the bank. Traveling to Blackwater, John secures a high-interest loan, buys Beecher's Hope, and clears out the squatters occupying the property. As he leaves the bank ready to start his new life, he unexpectedly bumps into an old friend.
Well, it is you. Well, I thought you was dead, boy. Dead.
Uncle?
The very same. Come here. I saw you going into the bank, and by the looks of things, you ain't robbed it.
I've gone straight.
Oh, bull crap.
No, for real. Well, I'm trying.
All these years, you ain't changed a bit. Maybe a little bit. I thought you was dead.
Not yet. Well, I got some things to take care of.
No, not a problem. I'll come too.
No, you don't have to.
No, I'm real sick, John. Lumbago. It's a slow and painful death, my brother.
Evidently.
Have a little pity, will you? Huh?
Come on, then.
All right.
Uncle tags along to check out John's new property, and seeing the sorry state it's in, he's determined to help John turn it around so he can win back Abigail. Meanwhile, John receives a letter from Sadie, who's now working as a bounty hunter in Valentine. She offers him work catching criminals and mentions she's been tracking Micah to avenge Arthur, though she hasn't heard anything about Dutch. The second part of the epilogue focuses on John's efforts to turn Beecher's Hope into a respectable farm. In Saint Denis, he reunites with Charles, who's been making a living as a bare-knuckle boxer. Charles updates John on the surviving gang members. Reverend Swanson is leading a congregation in New York, and like I brought up earlier, Strauss died in custody after being tortured by the Pinkertons. Charles also proves he's the ultimate bro, as he retrieved Arthur's body and buried him in Amberino. You can visit the graves of the other fallen gang members too. Jenny Kirk and Davy Collender are buried near Spider Gorge. Sean is southwest of Rhodes. Kieran is east of Braithwaite Manor. Hosea and Lenny rest together north of Saint Denis. Not a gang member, but Eagle Fly's grave is north of Batches Station. And Charles buried Miss Grimshaw southwest of Elysian Pool. You can also bump into the surviving members of the gang. Mary Beth is at the Valentine train station. And just look at you. You're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Mary Beth has been thriving since the gang disbanded. and became a successful romance novelist. Tilly is happily married to a Haitian lawyer in Saint Denis, and Pearson runs the general store in Rhodes. Though absent, Josiah Trelawney is implied to be living with his family in Saint Denis. Unfortunately, the only gang member whose fate is unaccounted for is Karen. In a letter Tilly writes to John, she prays that Karen is alive and doing okay, but suspects that her alcoholism ultimately killed her. We can also run into Rainsfall at the Annisburg station. Like I said, his people are up in Canada now, and the poor old man might be going senile, as he struggles to explain to John why he's here and that his son died. And finally, Nigel, Gavin's friend, is in Blackwater.
I'm looking for my friend, and Gavin. For Gavin.
Has he been gone long?
10 years of searching for Gavin have driven him mad, and the poor bastard doesn't even know what he looks like anymore. I know there's this theory that Gavin might be Nigel's split personality, which I don't really buy, since I think it's too much of a stretch in logic based on the letter you can loot off Nigel. Sometimes the simplest answer is the most obvious, and Arthur was right. Gavin just left. That or he was that good Samaritan who helped get Arthur to the doctor.
Get a move on. We gotta get started before the rains come.
You're very annoying.
He's right. We should get on with this.
Throughout this chapter, John balances bounty hunting with Sadie to pay off his bank loan, and rebuilding Beecher's Hope with the help of Uncle and Charles. Together, they transform the dilapidated property into a home worthy of Abigail and Jack. They clear the land, build a house, and build a barn.
Oh, you don't build a barn, dumbass. What do you think this is, 1785? You buy one pre-cut just like the house. This is the industrial age. The lumber...
Okay, whatever. Working the land, getting ship-based with Charles and Uncle, saving Uncle from crazy weirdos who live in the woods. At last, John's hard work pays off, and his family returns to him. While he's shown he can be a better man, Abigail stirs up trouble when she discovers he's been working as a bounty hunter with Sadie to earn money. Come on, Abigail. You can't exactly pay off the bank loan with sunshine and rainbows. Fortunately, John salvages the situation by taking Abigail on a romantic date in Blackwater. They get their portrait taken and make things official when John proposes to her at the lake using Arthur's ring. With that, John has finally achieved the life Arthur wanted for him. A peaceful home and a loving family free of the outlaw lifestyle. But there's still one loose end left to tie up.
I found him. I found Micah.
No.
I got a lead. One of his boys wanted for murdering a woman. Been seen drinking in Strawberry. If we can get to him, he'll lead us to Micah. But I gotta go now. You coming?
No, he's not coming.
I will.
That's your business. His business is here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll ride with you.
No, I'm begging you. No! You risk all this? For what? For Micah?
All this wouldn't exist if it weren't for Arthur, Sadie, and all the folks as fell. If I let him go, this place ain't no more real than one of Jack's dragons.
I'm begging you.
And I'm begging you to understand. This is it. This is...
Please.
Please try to... I ain't got no other choice. Keep an eye on the place for me.
Of course.
Please!
Let's go kill this son of a bitch then.
I understand Abigail's concern, and the game has been beating us over the head about how chasing revenge is a fool's errand, which I'll get back to at the end. But we owe it to my boy Arthur to send that snake Micah to hell. Interrogating one of Micah's lackeys, Cleet, John learns that Micah and his gang are hiding out on Mount Hagen, near where the story began. As the group ascends the mountain, they engage Micah's gang in a brutal shootout. Charles and Sadie are forced to bow out after getting hurt, leaving John to press on alone when he encounters Micah's other flunky, Joe.
Something to take care of, sure.
Just you left, is it?
Yeah.
Just me. I was kind of hoping I could kill you.
Likewise.
Gunning down more of his cronies, John will finally come face to face with Micah. After some banter, they'll start trading shots until Sadie arrives to turn the tide and corner Micah. Though he still has one trick up his sleeve: Dutch.
Hello, son. Mrs. Adler. It's been quite a while.
Now, John. Now. What were you saying?
Despite what I said about Dutch realizing the truth about Micah, and how he screwed up, he still can't verbalize it and admit his failures. But actions speak louder than words, and Dutch finally does what he should have done all those years ago.
You shot me. You shot me pretty good.
Thank you.
Without saying another word, Dutch disappears, leaving behind a parting gift in the cabin, the remaining money from the Blackwater ferry heist. How he recovered it, though, is never explained. With more than enough to pay off his debt and secure his future, John and Sadie return to Beecher's Hope. And with that, Red Dead Redemption 2 finally comes to a close.
You can offer me a diamond-plated pearl. You can send me all the riches in the world. You can tempt me with the palaces of kings. I'd give them back in a big old sack and keep the simple things. I've got the simple things. I've got the rain in spring. Got spicy chicken wings.
And that was Red Dead Redemption 2. During the closing credits, we'll see John and Abigail get married. Charles leaves for Canada to start a new life. Sadie leaves to start a new life too, possibly in South America, as she brings it up while working with her. We'll also see the surviving members of the gang enjoying their new lives. Hey, remember what I said about revenge being a fool's errand? Well, an unfortunate consequence of killing Micah is that Edgar Ross and the FBI were able to trace his death to John, discovering his new life in Beecher's Hope, which leads into the events of Red Dead Redemption 1, with John forced to do the government's bidding to hunt down Bill, Javier, and Dutch, inevitably leading to his own death at the hands of Ross and the government. Revenge really is a luxury few can afford, but at least John had some time to enjoy the life Arthur sacrificed his own to give him. If you're a returning subscriber and you made it this far, first of all, thank you. I'm sorry this video took so damn long to get out. Second, you might have noticed that I didn't start the video with my usual intro of "Welcome back to the channel, folks," before giving a 1 to 2 minute explanation about my history and feelings about the game before replaying it. And the reason for that is because I wasn't actually sure how I felt about Red Dead Redemption 2 before this video. Looking back, I can't quite figure out why I had it out for Red Dead Redemption 2 when it first dropped. I remember being annoyed by small things like the long animations for looting or skinning animals, or the frivolous mechanics like gun maintenance and weapon degradation. The slower pace of the opening 10 to 15 hours also felt like a drag to me back in 2018. Maybe I was going through something at the time, but I definitely didn't give the game the credit it deserved. It's a classic case of missing the forest for the trees. I fixated on minor issues while ignoring the game's incredible narrative, deeply layered characters, stunning soundtrack, breathtaking visuals, and a world so massive and detailed it's almost overwhelming. On this playthrough I discovered so much that I missed before, like the UFO sighting, and the shack with the painting of the strange man. There's no exaggeration in saying Red Dead Redemption 2 is Rockstar's greatest achievement. It's not a perfect game, Issues like linear mission design and some story bloat do stand out, but they don't detract from the overall experience. It's not my favorite game from Rockstar. My nostalgia guarantees that it'll always be GTA San Andreas, but it's definitely up there. Though I'm not sure if I'd put it above or below Bully. Arthur Morgan is easily the best written protagonist Rockstar has ever created, and Dutch van der Linde might be the most layered and complex antagonist in gaming. Dutch's ego and insecurities caused his downfall and the gang's destruction, and what makes him so compelling is that he genuinely believed in his ideals and saw the gang as his family. I can even relate to him in some ways. Not because my list of faults is anywhere near as long as Dutch's, or because my voice cracks as often as his in these videos, but because I understand the burden of leadership. When you care for others, the weight of responsibility can feel crushing. Doubts creep in when you feel like you're not measuring up, and failures hit harder than they should. It's tough to admit you need help, and it's easy to fall into bad habits while trying to fix a situation that's spiraling out of control. Dutch may have taken these struggles to a destructive extreme, and ultimately he let his pride bring about his downfall, but I can still sympathize with him despite his flaws. Red Dead Redemption 2 proves that Rockstar and Take-Two, despite their greed and the controversy surrounding them as of late, can still deliver an experience unlike any other. It even gives me hope that GTA 6 might match or surpass this level of storytelling and immersion. Whether or not it actually releases this year though, we'll have to wait and see. Since the video is late by like 3 weeks, I'm skipping the usual outro and keeping things short. Thanks for watching folks, and special thanks to my channel members and patrons, including Alfred Correa, Augie Doggy, Eric Lee, Miles Garrett, Skillfuse, SR Powa, and Reckless Nerd. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to give it a like and comment down below. If you're new to the channel, I'd love your support, and if you subscribed. I'm hoping to make it to 100k subs this year and get that silver plaque. Check out whatever the recommended video is here at the end, or my playlist of GTA retrospectives. I'm FuzzySlippers, and I'll see you later. Peace.